Dobar dan, dobro nam došli. Ja sam Denis Pilopić ispred udruge Spirit organizatora. Pozdravljam vas svih. Zamolio bih vas za početak da isključite mobitele, pa ćete ih na pauzama paliti tako da zvonite vani, a ne tu. Kao što sam sad najavio, bit će i neke pauzice. Nakon svakog predavača imat ćemo za cigareticu i za WC, manju pauzu, a između, znači na pola dva predavača, imat ćemo jednu dužu od pol ure ili 40 minuta po dogovoru. Sada bi molio još jednu stvar. Oni koji imaju slušalice, prevodite me sa hrvatskog na hrvatski, molim. Oni koji imaju slušalice nek si upale i nek probaju da li me čuju, odnosno da li čuju prevoditeljice. Test 1, 2, prevodi to na sve jezike. Da li se čujemo? Ukoliko je nekom glasno, postoji jedan kotačić koji možete okrenuti. Da li sve u redu, da li neko ima problema sa slušalicama? Ako ima, nek pokaže nekakav znak života. Sve ok? Šta sam se ja što zapisao? Mobitele smo ugasili, pauze smo rekli. Preostaje mi samo da se ja odjavim, jer ja sam tu najmanje bitan, i da predstavim naše goste, znači Ben Stewart, Indra Bayer, Rick Simpson i Max Sigan će vas danas informirati o svemu što žele. Molim jedan aplauz za njih. Prvi nam je Ben. Reci. Molim? Ajde, to riješite vi, ne moram ja sa stage sad skakat pa rješavati slušalicu. Ajde, please, van je zamijeni. Zahvaljujem se, Ben. Mike is yours. Your first video. Sale?
Saša?
Video, a ne slušalica. Imamo prvo jedan video. Sad bi ja trebao ispričati neki vic. You want me to tell some joke? Evo sad će video.
What's your name and what brought you to Zeitgeist Media Fest?
I am Benjamin Joseph Stewart, and what brought me to the Zeitgeist Festival was specifically Shar, the event coordinator, and non-specifically is just the essence that brought me out here was the same art that Peter tapped into. It's the same art that brought everyone else here. It was... Tonight was meant to go off like it was tonight, and it was beautiful. So, just proud to be a part of it.
I agree. Secondly, what role do you think art plays in influencing culture?
Art, to me, is the alpha and omega of all of it. It's everything that I base the music on, the films on. I believe art is what inspires people in any direction. Now, I mean, to me personally, I believe there's 4 pillars to any society. You go back through history, you'll always find them. You always find philosophy, religion, science, and art in every single culture without fail. And the reason why I believe that it ends with art is because I believe art unifies philosophy, religion, and science. In a sense. It's, if I can give an analogy, philosophy is I want to go from point A to point B. Religion is you actually enacting those forces that you have inherent within you from birth to do it. Science is those vehicles, those modalities, those technologies that we allow us to help ourselves, to that point, like a car, to get us from point A to point B, or our body to get us from point A to point B. And art is the alpha and the omega. It's the completion of all of it. So in the tarot, the fool goes through the major arcana, goes on this long journey. Why? Because it's art. Why do we send Frodo on this, horrible trip, all the way to that, I forget what it was called. Mordor. So why do we throw these heroes into shit just to bring them back out to be the victor? Why couldn't we just start them off as being the victor? And there's a kernel of truth in there that I love bringing about, because it's art to show. There's a reason why we go into the underworld, and we emerge from it, because then those who bear witness to it see the art of it. And so they're seeing the seed, the kernel of truth in there that isn't physical. All it is it's like a child watching their father problem solve. Now, maybe it was a problem on the car, but later on, the persistence that the father had was the seed that had that child overcome any other problem. And it could be any problem. So the child didn't just learn how to work on a car, learn how to problem solve by using inspiration. All art is inspiration to overcome any obstacle. That's what it is to me. It's a voice, it's a communication, it's the alpha and omega of all of this.
And then lastly, how do you think art would change, or the role of an artist would change in the event that we can eliminate this profit motive? If the need to kind of fit a market gap wasn't there anymore, and they weren't hindered anymore by that profit motive. If they could just, if you could just do art you don't have to worry about the money situation or anything like that. You're just doing what you love.
Well, I'll be perfectly honest. I think that art is so profound right now because of the problems that it's having, because of the problems that we see in the world. Art, like I said, is a catalyst to all change and all transition. So in these stressful times, art is what brings about change, nothing else. Art, the creativity, the ingenuity, that intuition, all of that comes. That artistic expression is the only thing that moves us past any type of obstacle or barrier or riddle to unravel, So I believe that as we move on, it's kind of hard to say what it would be without these problems as of right now. But what I would say is art at that point will be exactly what it needs to be then to get to the next step in the journey. So as of right now, our art is the perfect catalyst for the transition that we need right now as a species. However, let's say that the economy just magically bounces back. Let's say that everybody just decides that war is bullshit. Let's just say that everybody decides that all we want to do is make music and paint and get involved with what we would call the industry of art, which I believe is just a reflection of what art truly is. I believe then art would take on a whole different meaning that I can't even really empathize with. I can't even really envision what that would be, because as of right now, I'm still with humanity dealing with the problems that we have. So it's kind of one of those, let that come when it comes. We'll cross that bridge when it gets there. Art will change. It always does. Art has changed throughout history. And I believe that where we are right now is exactly where we need to be to learn about ourselves inside and out.
Absolutely. Would you say that, related to that same topic, though, that the current system that we live in is somewhat serving as a hindrance because of the fact that a lot of people don't get access to the art? There's all these subcultures. We have underground and indie forms of art. Why does that exist? Why is there a mainstream culture and then a subculture that is less accessible to the general public? Do you think that the profit motive has something to do with that?
Well, absolutely. But see, what I believe art to truly be, art is that thing within us that allows us to communicate anything from what, this is an art, what we're doing. We use language as our communication. If I didn't have that, maybe I would write it down. If I didn't have that, maybe I would write a song. But the thing is what is the art? Is the art the actual painting? Is the art the sculpture? Is the art the music? Or is it what needs to be expressed? Or is it the person receiving what is being expressed? I don't know how to specifically answer that, but I believe that the way that art is right now, I can't say that anything is hindering it, because our art right now is a reflection of exactly what's going on in the world.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the way that I would say that is... I could rephrase it.
Okay. Do you think that this underground art and indie art and this subculture is more truthful than the art that is kind of portrayed in the mainstream?
No. And the reason why I would say that is because I don't believe that anything is not truthful. Because even lies are truthful in a sense. It depends on the way you receive it. So, do you buy the lie? And so in the media, you could say that they're liars and they never say a true word whatsoever. But the thing is they're expressing themselves exactly the way that they are, exactly the way they feel they need to. If they didn't feel they needed to, they would be out of that business. So that is more for them to discover. So I believe our art is also for us to discover. When I'm on stage and when I'm singing or when I'm creating a documentary, I'm learning more than anybody who watches the documentaries. Anybody who listens to the music, I'm learning of myself more and more because I'm realizing my art as it comes. So what I would say to that is there's really no lying, because this was even in V for Vendetta. Good artists use lies to tell the truth. And I think that's a beautiful way of saying it, because no matter what avenue you take to get to the truth, the avenue is like that journey that Frodo goes on. You know, and really all art is an expression of what that is within. And I'll give an example. A child, let's say a child witnesses something that he or she does not know how to process and has anger, so much anger inside, but is so young that there's no voice for that. The child doesn't know how to voice that. The only thing that that the child feels is, say, this anger, this energy that's coming out, and the only way that he or she knows a way to voice that is to say, "I hate you," or to hit you. Now, is that exactly what the child wants to express? No. So the art of it is not really the hitting or the words or the vehicle of it. The art is that essence that carries it. Yes, and what is being communicated. So it is just as much of an art form for us to understand how to perceive art. So when you're listening to a song, I've had this many times where I've watched a movie 5, 6, 7 times, and then all of a sudden somebody says, "Oh yeah, I love that film because it kind of touches upon this." And then I'll go back and I'll watch it and be like, "I love this film now." Why? Not because the film changed, but because I perceived it differently. Now, where was the art? What happened with the art? The art changed to me. So that was me. My art was a discovery. The film is art, yes, and other people take it the way they do, but I realize that if I'm constantly challenging my beliefs, if I'm constantly looking at it the way I choose to look at it, in every single moment, being perfectly aware of the fact that it doesn't matter if somebody wants to harm me, it matters if I choose to accept that harm or not. If somebody wants to say a harsh word towards me, do I choose to accept that? Do I choose to allow that to be a part of the way that I'm going to react? And how do I react? And there's no right or wrong answer to say react this way, react that way. It's all self-expression, and that's why the Alpha and Omega art is really exactly what we choose it to be. And I think that's what all this is about. We are choosing how we want to express ourselves now. Post 9/11, 10 years later, look at how beautiful it is to have so many people coming together. This wasn't really possible pre-9/11 because everybody was so comfortable in exactly the state that they were. And exactly, and the catalyst wasn't there. Now, if it wasn't 9/11, it would have been something, because all that it is a message trying to make its way to the people from our, if you want to say it's our higher self, to our lower self, or if you want to say there's different chambers of our intelligence that are trying to communicate within us, and the only way to do it collectively is to have a large catalyst for it to say, okay, this gives me a voice. Okay, the Zeitgeist film gives me a voice for something that I've already been feeling. The music that we do is really a permission that opens up within people to make them, or to allow them, gives them permission to be more of what they already are and what they've been wanting to say, but they didn't have a conduit, a vehicle, a voice for it. And that's what art is, a voice.
Perfect, man. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, very good talking to you. Keep doing what you're doing.
How we doing, ladies and gentlemen? We good? Well, thank you, everyone, for attending. This is going to be an awesome day that we have for you today. First, I just want to say thank you to Rick, Ingrid, and Max. I'm sure we're all here to see Rick and Max over here, so they have something really special prepared for today. I was kind of thrown onto this last minute, so what I'm going to be speaking about today is a little bit different than what this tour has been for me. I've been speaking about art and culture and the importance of art and culture and how it systematically has been removed from society via the educational system that we have today. So I'm going to get into that a little bit today. But first and foremost, And just in case some of you aren't aware of the films that I've done in the past, I got into these 3 films, Esoteric Agenda, Chimatica, and Ungrip. I started making come 2008. Esoteric Agenda came out. And this was right about the time that I got out of the military. I was in the military for 6 years, and I was recognizing that our mission in the military was psychological warfare. And psychological warfare was, we were the unit that would go in before invading a country. We would send in our planes and we would jam the radio and the television signals of the country that we were entering into to tell those people, we're here in peace, we're here to try to restore democracy, when that was the farthest from the truth. We were there for resources, we were there for land, and I started realizing the greater purpose of what I was serving in the military was something I did not believe in. So I had a choice come 2006 of whether I wanted to keep a cushy job, stay in the military, get my pension after 20 years, or leave and become a musician, which is one of the hardest positions to actually find some type of a future in. So obviously I decided to take the more difficult route. I didn't want to know how my future was going to be planned out for me, because in the military I wasn't allowed to speak out against or speak out for what I believe in. I had to keep all of my opinions underground. I couldn't put them publicly on MySpace or social networking, because that's just how the military is. If you're a member of the military, you are not allowed to have a public opinion and give your public opinion, because you are the property of the government and you are representing the government, even if you're not in uniform. So I decided to remove myself from the military and begin speaking out against what I was seeing in the world. And what I was seeing in the world was the fact that, first, when I made Esoteric Agenda, I began realizing that the world was quite a bit different than what I had thought it was. I started recognizing from the military that the military and the government and those in high positions of power did not have my best interest in mind. They did not have the best interest of the people in mind, nor did they care about actually educating our children and bringing up our youth to be a better future generation. I found that it was actually the exact opposite. Most every system that we have in place, whether it be the educational system, the military system, the economic system, or the capitalist system, everything that we have, especially in the West, in the United States where I'm from, is systematic indoctrination into a program, into a way to become highly intellectual, but not to use the right hemisphere of the brain, and not to use the heart, and not to use intuition, which I believe that is what really disconnects us from the other species. Is we have our intuition, we have art, we have those creative abilities within us. But what I started recognizing was, especially having gone through the educational system in the U.S., you can go ahead and switch the slide. We're never really taught about why food is important. We're never really taught about why water is important. And we're not really, other than the fact that we believe that food is here just to maintain the physical body, and it has no medicinal or even a shamanic factor to it. We're simply told that we are dependent upon this stuff. We are dependent upon food to survive. And that is what the program gets locked into our head from a very early age, because as soon as we come out, we're immediately addicted to food and addicted to the water that we drink, thinking that we are completely and utterly dependent upon it. Now, what I'm getting at is the fact that our food, as you can tell, these are half sections of our food, and within there's a geometric pattern. There's a mathematical pattern within our food, and I'm just showing you fruit. And the cross-sections show you what MRIs and what also Kirlian photography will show you about the energetic field of fruit, is that it structures water. All of the food, especially in the plant kingdom, structures the water that eventually goes into our body. So these fibers hold water in a very specific way, because water has memory. and we take that water within, and all of this food, in a sense, is retraining our body how to stay healthy. And that is the main purpose of food, is not a dependence upon food, because there are actually studies that show that our body, our cells do regenerate themselves, but not primarily based upon our food, but based upon a reaction that the food goes through, which is light, a photon reaction that food goes through in the body when food is broken down from complex things into the base hydrogen, the base creating element within it. Now, the reason why I'm showing this, Sasha, because I'm also going to show how our food has been poisoned, mainly in the West, but all the food that we get comes from factories, no longer farms. All the meat that we get comes from factories, no longer farms. And all of the food that we take into our body has gone through a process that is not natural to the earth. Therefore, when we are putting that food in our body, it is no longer linking us with the earth. It is separating us from the earth energetically. And our drinking water is another story, because especially in major cities where most people flock to, in our major cities, our drinking water is passed through filthy tubes with 90-degree angles, which is not natural to the earth. So our drinking water is also poisoned with industrial wastes that all municipal water treatment centers have, whether it be fluoride, aluminum. You'll even find lithium and Prozac products in our drinking water. Now, some of this is basically because we don't know how to truly treat our water. We don't know what clean drinking water is. We've been cut off from what clean drinking water can do for us. Plus, there's so much industrial waste and runoff that there's no other place to put it but then in the drinking water of towns. And what a lot of these chemicals are doing in our water is calcifying the pineal gland and putting sediment into our body that doesn't know how to remove itself, because these are unnatural byproducts in our drinking water. So it systematically, and this is going to be the title of the talk today, through our food being poisoned and through our water being poisoned, and I'll get into the educational system and how that's been poisoned, our intelligence has been systematically shut down for at least the past few hundred years, but I would actually gather to say that over the past few thousand years, our intelligence has been systematically shut down by culture and society. And this is just a real quick image of health. You'll see these on ambulances today. The serpents wrapping around a staff. And what that represents is something within the physical body. This central staff right here, that central column is the central nervous system, the equilibrating force in our body. The two serpents are the masculine and the feminine, the giving and the receiving force, active and passive within electricity. And those two serpents are represented in the body by our parasympathetic nervous system and our grand sympathetic. So we have the masculine, the feminine, and the equilibrating forces all inherent within our body. But what I'm going to show is that in our society, we are highly masculine, patriarchal, highly masculine energy with very little feminine energy. And this is why women for thousands of years, specifically through the use of religion, have been suppressed. And the feminine power has been suppressed in our culture. So we come into the world as a child, and the very first thing that we are exposed to are these plastic gloves, these people draped in plastic, not to touch skin, because that's in our current way of looking at the health system is physical contact, skin to skin, is the quickest way to transmit a disease. However, I maintain that through that plastic and through the use of completely separating that child from any physical contact for the first few minutes of his life, is immediately cutting itself off from the connection that a child has with its mother through physical contact. Now, the first thing we see when we come into the world, again, is this separation. The next thing that happens is we begin being penetrated by these needles. So these same doctors are then filling us with serums and different chemicals that go into our body, and they have the body create antibodies, meaning it is infecting our body with a small amount of virus, so our body will then start producing antibodies. And we do this with children, but as you can see, the reason why I chose these two images is because, especially at such an early age, this begins to traumatize children, not having any understanding of why they are being penetrated, why their physical body is being penetrated, and these chemicals that they are highly unaware of are being pumped into our children. Now, this is happening by the millions. Every child that is born in the United States has to get vaccinations if they want to go to public school. And that's the next thing that happens in our childhood. Immediately we're thrown into the world, we have this separation, there's no physical contact. And then we start being pumped with vaccines and antibiotics and things that start to affect our hormones, start to affect the physiology of our body. And then we start getting sent on these buses to these schools. And I'm going to get into what a school actually looks like to a child. We sit children in a square room, and then there's one person at the head of the room with a two-dimensional backdrop, and they're writing these little squiggles, words, numbers. They're giving factual information, intellectual information that has nothing to do with the right hemisphere. It's all the left hemisphere, and it has nothing to do with emotions, something that children know very well, but when they're not taught about emotions and they're not taught about art or any of the right hemisphere capacities within human intelligence, what you'll find is that children are being entrained, they're being programmed. So by the millions, children are sat into these rooms, and they're taught to pay attention to one person, the teacher. Now the teacher is giving a bunch of information and saying, take that information in and organize it somehow. And then next week, you don't raise your hand and say, oh, but I disagree with that fact, or why would Columbus have arrived in 1492? I thought there were natives in that country earlier. No. You're not to question the information. You're to take it in, organize it, and then next week when we have a quiz, you hit the print button and you regurgitate everything that you learned last week. So this is not educating the children. This is not allowing the children to explore their individuality. This is programming the mind, because they're not taught to question the information. They're taught simply to take the information in and then to regurgitate that information back out. That's the same thing that we do with computers. Two different types of intelligence. Computers take data in, they organize it, and then on command you can hit the print button and it'll regurgitate all that information that you put in. But that's not real intelligence. When I say that human intelligence has been systematically shut down, it is the real human intelligence, which is the right hemisphere, the artistic capacity of humanity. But we sit children in these rooms and we indoctrinate them, we program them into one way of thinking. And then we send them on to a higher level of education, college. Well, only the ones that go on to higher education are the ones that were programmed well in school. So the ones that became the good computer then can go on to these schools because they had good enough grades in grade school. So then we're put into this other system. If you're a good computer, you can go to higher learning, and you can start learning some of the higher, more blue-collar jobs to grind the gears of society once you leave school. However, I never see people this happy about school unless it's their graduation day. Usually it's typically this look on kids' faces. and this look on the college students' faces. Because this form of education is not natural to the human body. Music, that's something that a child can understand right away what it's telling them. A child immediately can get into art. A child immediately understands creativity. However, you have to send a child to 12 to 15, 16 years of school to program the mind to be like a computer. Because the definition of education is to educe. It comes from educare, to draw out of a child, meaning to take the individual and allow them to express their individuality. That's art. School is nothing like that. School actually does not educate children. School indoctrinates or programs children. So instead of exploring a child's individuality, you're smashing the individuality and telling the child, you have to conform to this program, this way of thinking. And if you don't get the grades, and you don't get to go on to college, and you don't get to go get the higher paying jobs, because we're all after that almighty dollar, because that's what we're taught. We're doing all of this so we can get a reward at the end, like animals. And these are the uniforms we get to wear. The interesting thing about the uniforms, when we're thrown into the workforce, typically you'll see a few of these where, there's uniformity. Everybody at a certain workspace wears the same uniform. They're conforming to one way of thinking. And now you see in modern society, this is beautifully brought out by a guy from England called Darren Diogi. We have cuffs and ties. If it's not training the mind enough, because we don't look at symbolism like this, but if it's not training the mind enough, if you go to college and you get a good job, then you get to wear these and go to work. You have cuffs and ties. Cuffs and ties. Who else wears cuffs and ties or things around their neck? Cuffs and ties. Slaves and animals. Right? It's this constant training. Throwing the tie around the neck. Having the cuff sleeves. Because that's what the workforce is. When we move on from our educational system, meaning our programming system, we get to go into the workforce and grind the gears of society. But what are we putting our energy towards? When I was in the military, I had to ask, what was the greater purpose I was serving by being in the military? Sure, I was making pretty good money. I loved the people that I was working with. I got to travel. But what was I doing when I was traveling in the military? I wasn't allowed to know what we were doing in those countries. All I was allowed to do was fix the plane that would then fly over another country and jam their radio and television signals to then broadcast a message that is completely counterintuitive to what freedom should be. We are supposedly in these countries for freedom, spreading democracy, but we're not. That's not what I was giving my energy towards. So when we send our children by the millions to this educational system, what we're doing is sending them inside of a factory. Now, the General Education Board, the U.S. Department of Education, was actually set up and highly funded by John D. Rockefeller, the Rockefellers. And I'm not going to get into why the Rockefellers. I'm pretty sure most of us, if you're aware of Max's work, I'm pretty sure most of us here understand why the Rockefeller Institute is an interesting institute to look into when it comes to how people are being led. So one of the best ways to control a society specifically is going for the youth. You hook them young, in the same way that tobacco commercials, especially Joe Camel, was aimed to hook children before they came to the age of reason on the idea of smoking. And it's the same thing in all of our societies. Today we have the General Education Board, which is the same not just in the States, but almost everywhere you go in the world nowadays. There is nothing artistic being taught in schools. Art is being completely removed from culture, society, and our schooling system. And the one thing that you have to look at is what we call the industry of art, meaning the music industry or the movie industry. That's not art because they're all also controlled by the same hands that controls our General Education Board. All of those institutions, all of the movie commercials you see, there's probably only 4 or 5 different companies that all of that information is coming from. And most of them are funded in part by the Rockefeller Institute. But this is what our modern educational system is, sending children inside a factory to become programmed, to become computerized, so when they get out into the workforce, they're not asking questions anymore. They're not asking, why am I doing this? They're simply on that hamster wheel. And they're grinding the gears of society, completely unaware of what they're doing. Now, that is a blanket statement because people are waking up today en masse, thanks to people like Max, Rick Simpson. Art, through the internet, is waking people up. However, most of the time, millions of children are not seeing any of the authentic art because they are completely indoctrinated 8 hours a day from age 5 all the way until they retire from school. So again, this is one more way of looking at it. For a child being a raw material, sent into a factory, this schooling system, turned into a resource, and then made functional. That's exactly what we do with our children. We send them into a factory as raw materials, beautiful raw materials, but then we program them, we refine them into something that will have a function in society. That is what is happening with our children today. They are being molded into something that they are not. And it's the same thing with the military. Because I have personal experience with the military has to take hundreds of thousands of people every single year and in 8 to 9 weeks completely break down their previous programming and reprogram them in 8 weeks. And they do this very successfully. But they're programming children based upon an idea of not connecting with human beings, but completely detaching with human beings. Therefore, you're not going to ask a question before you pull the trigger on the battlefield. This is the type of training that I had gone through. So in the same way that we send our children on the bus to school, to that factory, we're sending people who get out of high school to another factory, into the military. And what the military does is, within 8 weeks, the first week they call it Hell Week. They break you down until you have absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. They break you down and make you feel like you are a piece of dirt. And then the second week, they start programming you because you have nowhere else to turn. So they begin to program you to be a machine. You wake up in the morning, you fold your clothes, you make your bed, you eat your meals within 5 minutes, and then you're back out on the tarmac, ready to march for 2-3 hours. Then you go eat another meal. Then you go exercise. Then you march. Then you eat again. Then you go back to your dorm, you fold your clothes, and you get into bed. Every single day. And the routine goes on and on and on until they put a gun in your hand and they have you crawling through a field and completely detaching yourself from anybody that is not on your side. They turn everybody that is going to eventually get a gun in the military into a hired killer. And this is a factory that over 50%, 50 to 60% of every nation's wealth goes towards military, weaponry, defense, how to kill and how to keep from being killed. That's where all of our money in our nation is going. So think of this. We send our children to a factory to go out into the workforce to make money, to be taxed, to eventually go to this factory, to take more of our youth, to send them into other countries to invade these other countries. But I can attest that these children, these kids, 18, 19 years old, that are invading other countries, are completely unaware of what they're doing. They're not in their heart, they're in their intellect, where their programming is. They're like a computer. But we're completely cut off from the heart, and we're completely cut off from the right hemisphere of the brain due to the poisoning of our food, the poisoning of our water, the poisoning of our educational system, and our higher education. Because make no mistake about it, this is just college. Some people go into the factories, some people go off to be doctors after high school, some people go off to be hired killers, completely sanctioned by their government, by their nation, to invade other countries without having any idea of why we're going into those countries and invading them. So that leads me into the final part of the talk. If you were to take an entire nation, or every nation at that, children, generation after generation after generation, becoming more intellectual, more computerized, eventually you can make a set of laws, not laws actually, but statutes and regulations, and you can call them laws, and set them up in a society to where people don't question why there is a law against, or supposedly a law against driving without a driver's license, why there are laws that govern what kind of medical plants we can put into our body, okay? And Rick's going to get into hemp a little bit today and hemp oil. But there are all these laws that tell us how we are to live our lives, completely computerizing and programming us. So all these laws that we see in our world today, they're not really laws. We are not actually governed by these laws. There are only 3 laws that we are typically governed by nature, that we cannot escape. And these are the laws of the heart, because societies break down without the laws of the heart. And that is, do no harm to others, do not damage property, and do not get in the way of people's pursuit to their own happiness. Meaning, everybody was born on this earth to walk their own path, to explore, to learn what they're supposed to learn on this planet. However, now we have all of these statutes and regulations that tell us how we can go about living our lives on this planet. And we've given that authority to the lawmakers, to the government. We've given them the authority to make a system, or another program, if you will, that we can live within. But this isn't living. When we're sent out into the world and we're governed by statutes and regulations, that's not really living anymore. We're in a maze, a labyrinth, a rat race, much like the intellect being programmed. So, to lead into Rick's talk, and to lead into Mac's talk, I wanted to end on this to show that the laws that we have today only govern us because we agree, we give consent to being governed by the laws. Every nation in the world recognizes something that comes all the way back from biblical law, which is that you cannot govern those who do not consent to be governed. But this comes to the most important and fascinating part of all of this, is you have to one day wake up from all the programming, all of the indoctrination that we've learned through the first 15, 20, 30 years of our lives. We have to wake up from all of that and recognize that the system that we are living in is the very system that is destroying this planet and is destroying art in our culture. It is also destroying what we call love, the connection that we have with our fellow man. We are destroying love by squashing individuality in our school system, poisoning our food, poisoning our water, calcifying the pineal gland, calcifying all of the endocrine glands, completely cutting ourselves off from other people in our community. That's why we do not see community anymore. We see everybody wants to stick to themselves. better locks on the doors, more tint on the windows, more security on our homes, keeping others out and keeping ourselves locked away. That's what this society is. So to wake up and to recognize that none of the laws that we see today telling us what kind of food we can put into our body, what medicinal plants we can put into our body, where we can travel on this planet, and how to be an individual, all of these laws are complete crap. None of them. None of them have anything to do with individuality. And our laws today is the final frontier in destroying art in our society. And I'll end with this. Art, the reason why art is the most important frontier for humanity to move into is because art is not necessarily dancing, sculpting, architecture, music, painting. Those are all reflections of art. Art is that thing within us, the voice within us that wants to be heard. But when we completely cut ourselves off from other people, we are not being heard anymore. Our heart is not being heard. Art is a way for our heart to truly speak with our community. But it's being completely wiped out. And the industry of our art is not artistic whatsoever. Britney Spears, Maroon 5, all these bands that are put together, Jay-Z, a lot of the hip-hop that we see today is completely degenerative of the mind. And it shuts down systematically our intelligence. It leaves no room for individuality. We end up glorifying people in the movie industry and the music industry and putting them up on a pedestal, meaning we wish that we could be them because we're not good enough, because we're cut off from our own individuality. So I would hazard to say that our justice today is blind. As you see the blindfold up there, when we say justice is blind, we typically think that's here to set up equality between all of us. All of us are treated the same under the same laws. However, everybody goes through their life and makes certain decisions based upon how they were raised. And if we treat everybody according to one manner of justice, we're blind to the fact that there are individuals out there that are led to making decisions in ways that others were led by other decisions. Meaning, we're completely removing all individuality, even within the justice system. We're punishing people for being individuals. So this is pretty much the end of the talk. And I just want to say, from this point forward, not just looking at art, not just looking at the food that you're putting into your body or the water that you're drinking or the educational system that you're in or any of that type of programming, all of that could be washed away in a second by doing one thing: appreciating what you have, appreciating the food that you're putting in your body, appreciating the water that you drink, because we're poisoning it at such a fast rate that in the next 10 to 15 years, we may not have clean drinking water. We may not have any clean or good, healthy food to eat. Appreciating it now and teaching our children how to appreciate that food and teaching our children how to appreciate their relationships, not just with their families, but with themselves and with their community. Getting our children and our youth to open up their heart and to recognize that they are individuals and that they are all artists and that they could be the most beautiful them because they don't need to be somebody else. All of that programming could be washed out in one move by recognizing that right now, today, as we go through this whole talk today and as we go home and you go back out into your communities, back to your families, back to your loved ones, remember that the only thing that keeps communities and societies together is cooperation and compassion, opening the heart and being together with individuals. Because everything else makes us feel like we are a raw material in a factory, completely segregated and separated from human contact. So the point of today is, what will you do from this point forward? Will you keep following the programs that you've been led into your entire life? Or will you wake up and recognize that every single one of us is a part of a global community, and in the next 10 to 15 years, we're going to start recognizing that our global community is the steward of this earth. And we are not doing a good enough job, because in 10 to 15 years, the way that our laws are cracking down on us, the way that our food, water, and our air is being poisoned, we're not going to last much longer. The only way to last is by recognizing where the problem originated. And the problem didn't originate with some elite cabal in Italy. It didn't start with some elite faction somewhere. It started within the corruption of the heart. Cutting ourselves off from our heart and resting our entire lives completely in the intellect, completely removed from anything artistic and anything heartfelt. So thank you guys. I hope you enjoy the rest of the talks. We have Yindrik, we have Rick Simpson, we have Max Egan, and they're going to be carrying on from what I've hopefully set up for you. So we're going to take about a 5-minute break and come back, and then we'll get into it with Yindrik. Thank you guys so much.
My name is Shauna Banda, and I was diagnosed with Crohn's disease about 9 years ago, and had every condition that you can think of I've endured. I went through the beginning stages of the disease, where I was having strictures or blockages in my bowels. With surgeries and drugs to fix that, all the way to the terminal stages of the disease, where I was losing weight quite drastically, and my body was starving, because any food that I ate was gone within minutes, and my body just wasn't able to absorb any of the nutrition that I was trying to give it. I was so sick for just so long that as soon as I tried the oil and started feeling way better, that there was no turning back. That was it. That was it. No medication that any doctor had ever given me had worked that well for any reason. I had watched Rick Simpson's movie, and I was in Kansas, and you need a whole pound of it to make the 2 ounces to cure you, and I cried. And I was like, there's no way. And I instantly found out how to do it with a little $50 Gladstone vaporizer and a $5 spatula. Scrape that stuff out and scoop it into a pill and eat it 3 times a day. And it's just amazing. It really is. I really was on my deathbed, laying there in my bed, just waiting. Because, I was in and out of the hospital so much, and then out of the emergency room, that the last couple of times I had went in, there's nothing that we could do for you. And I'd gotten to the point where I didn't want to be a burden, didn't want to do anything, so I was just literally waiting to die. And that's when I accidentally found the oil. And really, within 3 days, I was able to no longer need the use of my cane. I could stand upright, and that was it. My life changed forever.
Hello. My name is Indrich Bayer, and I will try to read to you my epilogue to the Rick Simpson story, to the book we did together with Rick, or that Rick wrote. And after that, I'll explain to you how to make the oil, and we'll start a small questions and answers. So if there's anything you would like to ask us about, get your questions ready. I first tried and then started using hemp on a daily basis when I celebrated my 20th birthday at the end of 1992. It was after several years of heavy peer pressure from my best friends Jan Pospíšil and Miloš Dolinsky. Being a well-educated teacher's child, of course I thought twice about all those individuals we called hippies who were smoking marijuana and talking about conspiracies and the system. I kind of liked the hippie way of life and their music, and I felt attached to them, even though I more or less only knew of them from books and movies. Since I was raised at the end of the communist era, I liked my beer and not their high, and as I did not hesitate to express many times. Still, I always thought there must be a different way to live than what the small Moravian town of Vidnava, where I grew up, had to offer. My dad used to teach civil rights, music, English, Czech and history classes, and then he became a school principal a few years after the Velvet Revolution took place. I was trained to focus on evidence and to disregard anything that was not based on science as nonsense or conspiracy. I must admit there is something to this approach, but still, as we have seen in this book, it is not always reliable information which we can put our faith in. My life regarding the field of drugs began in 1994 after I returned from a one-year student exchange program between Palacký University in Olomouc and Mount Mercy College in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. I started translating for the newly organized drug department of the Czech government and helped develop Czech terminology for this area of evidence-based research into drug addictions. I must admit, I found it rather strange to translate and interpret for the government, when in reality, my goal was to see that hemp was made legal again. I did not believe in the strategies they were using to fight drug abuse and addictions. Instead, I considered the job I was doing as an opportunity to get close to those in power and explain to them what hemp was really about. In 2001, I translated the book Marijuana Myths, Marijuana Facts by Lynn Zimmer and John P. Morgan into Czech. It is a review of scientific studies about hemp, and it debunks many of the most popular myths regarding this plant. What interested me most was that it showed how the studies were performed and what was done to keep the use of this plant restricted. In 2005, Milan Romzi needed a job, and I was tired of lending him money, so I gave him a box of hemp leaves and told him, "Make salves from it, sell them, and there's your job." With my investment, know-how, and support, he started a hemp cosmetics company and kept it going for 3 years. I saw the great potential these cosmetics had and the conditions people managed to heal with their use, and I felt somewhat responsible for the outcome. I was also fed up with translating poorly written text on what they call drug prevention, So I decided to end my career as a translator. On May 20th, 2008, Bayer and Ramsey hemp cosmetic products came onto the market. I was looking for textual content for our website and found a great interview with Lumir Hanush. He is a prominent and often quoted Czech biochemist and hemp researcher, and he currently works with Raphael Meshulem at Hebrew University in Jerusalem, Israel. I asked him if he would permit us to post a link to it on our site, and he agreed. We exchanged several emails in which I tried to describe the many miracles we have seen with the use of our products, and he was happy to hear about them. He used to make hemp salves and tinctures himself when he was still in the Czech Republic, so he had a good idea what they could accomplish. In my excitement, I sent him an email in which I said, "Just wait, one day they will find out that hemp can cure cancer, AIDS, and everything else we deem incurable now." He replied that some research about hemp and cancer had been done, and it looked promising. I immediately contacted Tomáš Zábranský and asked him what he knew about it. He studied to be a doctor, and he was the head of research at the Center for Addictology of Charles University in Prague. With his background, I thought he could save me some time in finding out more about the subject. His answer was quite vague, but he did admit some studies had been done with good results. Also, I was informed there are no human studies available and that I should not get excited. I was depressed for quite some time after Tomáš had dampened my spirits by telling me he did not think hemp would ever become completely legal. At the time, it surely looked as if he was right. Still, I took his reply as a challenge and tried to find out more about it. I set my Google to 50 results per page and found the first mention of Rick Simpson on page 8. When I watched Run from the Cure for the first time, I could not help but do an ancient Moravian ritual dance and felt as if I had won the Olympics in all disciplines in one day. The way I looked at it, all those government experts and officials could no longer avoid looking into this, and there was no way this medicine could remain illegal. My mom died from the effects of chemotherapy that was used to treat her lung cancer in 1998. From information I found in Jack Harris' book, The Emperor Wears No Clothes, I knew cannabis hemp could have a positive effect on my mother's condition, but we did not know the proper way to do this, and of course, no studies were available. I tried to talk her into eating hemp resin instead of going through those brutal treatments, but she decided to put her trust in the medical system. Chemo does not work on small cell lung cancer. Even the doctor admitted it. A 2 to 5% survival rate after 5 years, and they call that deadly poisoning treatment. I have seen with my own eyes what this poison therapy does, and the danger it presents when someone has to go through it. My mother went down to 27 kilos, about half her original weight, before beginning a new and what they said to be promising chemotherapy treatment. No matter how you look at it, chemo is poison, and no one should administer poison to a living creature and expect good results. When my mother was given no hope by the medical system and was sent home to die, I was the first one to give her morphine. She knew what it meant when this substance is given to patients. It was one of the strangest experiences of my life. We just looked at each other, shrugged our shoulders, and bit our lips in silence. Her death was a very traumatic experience for my whole family. It turned everything upside down, and nothing made sense for many years to come. The medical experts gave her 4 rounds of chemo, even though they knew she would not make it as soon as they started giving her the second round. Still, they continued, since it appears they needed more data about this new chemo. After what my mom went through, I avoided the topic of cancer as much as I could. I would usually just walk away when someone brought it up in conversation. The wound was still wide open, and without hemp oil, it did not heal. Then, 10 years later, there comes this Canadian guy saying pretty loudly what I had sort of already known for years. Obviously, this was the beginning of something big, but I never thought about how big it would become. I told Milan about it the next day, and we then informed all the other Czech activists we knew and people from government circles as well. To my knowledge, Milan was the first to make the Rick Simpson oil in the Czech Republic. Since he did not follow Rick's instructions and had neglected to use a fan, he had a mishap. Waiting for the naphtha to boil off is boring, and often it can take quite some time. So he started testing with his lighter to see if the vapors would really ignite. All of a sudden, a 2-meter flame shot upwards from the rice cooker. He took a deep swimmer's breath and tried to blow the fire out, but instead he blew the burning solvent right back in his own face. Fortunately, he had our hemp seed massage oil canol, so he covered his face with it and had no burns that were visible the next morning. His eyebrows were a bit scorched, but that's all. That is why the Czech subtitles of Run from the Cure contain an extra warning that no one should spark a lighter when making the oil. To learn as much about this as I could, I did an extensive written interview with Rick and then invited him to do the Czech tour. I wanted to get him away from Canada and provide him with some well-deserved rest and a change of scenery here in Europe. I sensed he needed it. He must have had just about all he could take there in Canada. We thought that with the information that Rick Simpson, Jack Harrer, and Lumir Hanush could provide, it would open the doors for the medicinal use of the oil in the Czech Republic immediately. Little did we know at the time that to those in power, salaries and egos are more important than patients. I had no idea at that point Rick and I would spend the following 3 years together trying to have the use of this medicine recognized. It's hard to describe briefly what I went through with him and how it changed me and the way I see the world. As I said, both my parents were teachers, so it's easy to imagine how I felt about what I considered to be conspiracy theories that he was talking about. I knew a bit about British and American history from my studies, but I must admit I had to review and reconsider it. I'm grateful I did, for it's better to live with one's eyes open instead of blindly going along with what we have been told. There really was a great deal of truth in what Rick was saying. If you get into the facts, what he has been telling the world about this medicine and why it was restricted is irrefutable. Money changers have been around for thousands of years. Does anyone think they will ever stop wanting to make at least the same profits or more than they have in the past? Why would they? I spent about 5 years studying 9/11, and it only confirmed what I felt from the first day when I saw the controlled demolition of the Twin Towers on Czech TV. European TV channels did not even bother to show us the 6.5-second collapse of the 190-meter-high building number 7, which suffered no structural damage from the planes. I had been in the Twin Towers myself when I visited New York at the end of 1993, and I never really thought that those massive steel pylons and hundreds of tons of concrete would be affected too much by an airplane crash and the resulting kerosene fire, which is the fuel these aircraft use. When Rick arrived in the Czech Republic and started raging about politics, big money, and medicine, I admit I thought he was crazy. Then he went on about his theory about depopulation with the use of vaccines, and I thought, if he ever mentions this to a Czech doctor, we will be shown the door, and it will be the end of the story. They may swallow the fact that hemp oil cures cancer, but if he tells them he calls this medicine a cure-all, which it appears to be, they would probably try to send us straight to a mental institution. At that time, I was about 50 kilos overweight. I smoked tobacco like a chimney. I liked my beer, slivovitz, and fat pork, and there was a history of cancer and strokes in my family. The outlook for my continued existence was not good. I had also suffered from carpal tunnel syndrome in both hands for about 8 years. It hurt most of the time and did not let me do much that I had enjoyed in the past. In reality, this condition more or less crippled me. Often I could not even play my guitar or hold a book in my hands, and lifting or carrying anything was out of the question. When I read about people losing weight on the oil, I must admit I did not believe it. I thought there was no way I could lose my well-protected investment in my belly without diet and exercise. I told Rick, look, I'm a good example of someone badly overweight, you crazy Canadian, and I'm gonna disprove you. I will eat the oil and maintain my weight. You'll see. He replied, "Just get on the oil. It will take care of your Czech carpal tunnels and other health problems too." Over the years, I had tried almost everything I could think of on my wrists to ease the pain from the carpal tunnel inflammation. So please do not think for a minute I really trusted his advice at the time. Or let me put it more precisely. It's not that I did not trust him. It was because what he was telling me exceeded the limits of what I was able to grasp. Doctors said there is little that can be done, and Rick stated it would go away in no time. Oh, yeah, right. How could this oil really work on everything he mentioned? I could only assume that he must be exaggerating somewhat. Still, no matter how hard I tried to disprove him, the carpal tunnel issues disappeared and I lost weight. Without a drop of sweat and with no purposeful changes in my diet, I went down from 120 kilos to a minimum of 75 in the coming months at a very natural pace. After some time on the oil, it was as if it were telling me what to eat and do. This substance reduced my calorie intake, and I stopped eating spam and junk food. In most cases now, I would rather starve than eat something like that. Even if I tried to eat it, I would usually stop because the taste no longer appealed to me. I felt there was something unnatural about such foods, and I no longer wanted them in my body. Our first cancer patient spent 3 weeks going to dealers and grow shops in Prague, hoping to get help and advice regarding where he could acquire the oil or the material to make it. Suppliers on the street were shocked to see a prostate cancer patient in his 60s looking for half a kilo of hemp, and they kept turning him down. Luckily for him, a young man who worked in the oldest Czech grow shop picked up the phone and called me and asked if I could help. He inquired if we could produce the oil for him, since the patient did not feel capable of producing it himself. What were we to do? We produced and supplied it, and the paranoia and sleepless nights started. Is the oil going to work? Is he going to survive? What if it kills him? What if the police go after him? Which of his friends is going to turn us in? Who is he going to talk to? Who is listening to our phone calls? How many years in jail could we expect? Why does the starting material have to cost so much money? Why can't we do this legally? The patient emailed us 3 months later and reported that he was cancer-free. He was also willing to speak about it to the press. The biggest Czech newspaper did an interview with him, but never published it. Doctors looked at his documentation and afterwards said it was anecdotal and did not prove anything. The patient was now cancer-free, but doctors refused to acknowledge that it was the oil that had brought this about. Before I learned about the oil, I had previous experiences with cannabis edibles. Years ago, I made about 200 space cakes for a wedding party. We told everyone to eat 1 or 2, but not more than that, since the cakes were quite strong. One girl named Alžběta showed up late, and she was hungry. Nobody told her what they contained, and she ate about 16 of them before I stopped her. Watching her going through that uncontrollable and unstoppable sativa trip was a chin-scratching experience for me. Not knowing much about eating hemp then, I was glad she survived. I did not know if consuming that many could do her harm. Luckily, we found out that all those space cakes caused no ill effects, but she did remain high for quite a few days. Slowly, I came to realize hemp was not at all like other drugs and chemicals commonly in use for recreational purposes. It did not present a danger to the user or an addiction like other substances that were in use caused, and it did not put anyone in a grave before their time. Still, I really had a hard time imagining that someone could eat a gram of this oil and still suffer no ill effects. But in a short time, it became clear that most could do just that without any major difficulties if they simply followed Rick Simpson's instructions. Our first experiments with the oil were rather wild. Being ready for adventure at any time, we took the oil to the Metro bar in Olomouc and gave everyone a little to try. Taller people got more. Not much alcohol was sold that night, and they were all dropping like flies. It is not a good idea to give the oil to drunk people, unless your aim is to put them to sleep. Rick covered his ears in disbelief when we told him about our experiments on people and how much we gave them. Yes, he did call us several bad names, pointed to cultural and other differences between Czechs and Canadians, and explicitly highlighted our failure to observe his protocol. One does not have to start testing the oil on something serious. For instance, I once suggested that Rick should put hemp oil on his bald spot to see if it could regrow some of his hair, where none had been visible for a very long time. He replied that he already knew the oil could regrow hair and stated it was too precious to waste on something of so little importance, but in the end I convinced him. We only applied oil to his head for about a week, and a short time later it was more than apparent new hair was present. More importantly, I was the first to give Rick a hemp oil suppository. It was a great sight to watch the founding father of hemp medicine use his invention this way. Don't think for a second he wanted to believe me when I told him it's the best and most pleasant way of using the oil, especially for beginners. Using the oil in suppository form is effective in the treatment of many conditions, from migraines, Crohn's, hemorrhoids, to high blood pressure, angina pectoris, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, COPD, psoriasis, sleeping problems, cancer, etc. Still, we consider them something additional to the standard protocol. Suppositories do not replace the oral way of using the oil for some conditions. As we always want to get the oil as close to the affected area as possible, Rick feels that mouth and throat cancers, etc., could be treated more effectively if the oil was taken orally. Still, Suppositories are an excellent way to start the treatment for a beginner, and their doses can be measured very accurately, which will help prevent the patient from becoming high. Most people do not realize how many people have intestinal or anal problems and how unsuccessful and painful conventional treatments are. How would you like your bowel cancer treated? Would you rather use a suppository 3 times a day and enjoy life, or would you like to have a foot of your intestines removed every 6 months? When Rick overcame his hesitations and inserted his first suppository, I told him to watch how his lungs would respond and that he will find it easier to breathe. In about 20 minutes, the inventor of a way to cure or control practically every disease that I know of said, "Oh my, I wish everyone with asthma and other breathing problems could get this effect. They would love it." Getting to know this man has highlighted to me the way he feels about this medicine and his patients. Rick Simpson wants the oil made available to everyone as soon as possible at little or no cost. With the help of local activists and friends from around my home village of Vidnava, we grew dozens of hectares of industrial hemp in the Czech Republic, so I know how little it costs to grow hemp on a larger scale. If Rick's ideas for growing and producing this medication were implemented, I have little doubt he could supply the oil in a very cheap manner indeed. Just as he has always stated, good medicine on a donation basis. And for those who are under financial strain, it could even be supplied at no cost. For countless people who are suffering, Rick's plan would be a dream come true. Have I seen the miracles this natural oil can work? You bet I have. As far as I know, everything Rick has told us about the use of this medication is true. Basically, no matter what condition people are suffering from, in the vast majority of cases, all you have to do is follow his instructions and use high-quality oil produced from very sedative hemp buds and watch the magic happen. If the oil does not heal you, it only tells me that you have not followed his instructions properly, because between internal use, topical use, vaporizing, and suppositories, and then later injections maybe, there is usually a way to help the patient recover or live a decent quality of life. Not to mention what the medical system will be able to do once doctors start injecting the oil directly into the tumors, or what the oil will do in very high doses, which will put the patient in a controlled coma, etc. A treatment like this might even be beneficial to someone suffering from conditions such as rabies. This is a hypothesis on our part yet, because we have nowhere to test it. But from what we know, a controlled coma is the only thing that helped patients in late stages of this dreadful illness. And what better coma can you imagine than the one induced by high-grade oil that will be specially designed for such purposes? Do we have medical studies to back up each and every one of our claims about the effects of the RSO? Of course not. Considering the zero official and financial support we have had, there is no way we could afford to carry out the studies that would be required. Moreover, isn't it funny that the medical system would ask a translator and a power engineer to supply studies that should have been carried out by them decades ago? Of course, not every one of those that we treated with the oil or advised over the years is still alive. A few people started the treatment way too late, while others had been too badly damaged by previous medical treatments to effect a cure. Let us maintain a reasonable approach. We cannot guarantee 100% miracles always. In addition, I cannot be held responsible for the behavior and health of those who do not do as instructed. I did what I could for them at the time, and believe me, I was always crushed when I lost a patient. For me, it was as if a family member had died. It is very frustrating to watch someone die knowing that if they had taken the treatment properly or they had started a bit earlier, there's a good chance they would have survived. Years ago, my idea and a little money had brought 4 hemp cosmetics companies into being in the Czech Republic, and they have inspired many others. Over the years, these companies have sold or given out at no cost more than 2 million items. The products have helped customers with countless conditions, and the results were astounding. Most people did not buy what we were producing because they liked the packaging. Instead, they purchased what we produced because other products they had tried from the pharmacy did not work. We have treated hundreds of different conditions with our cosmetic products, from diabetic ulcers, eczema, herpes, rashes, and toothaches, to serious back, joint, and muscle pains, etc. Women simply loved what the products did for their complexion and how they made them look so much younger, not to mention the relief they got from them when their days came. Many have told us they felt no need to use anything other than what we produced from hemp to improve their appearance, and some even said that all they have at home is our products. It is bitter for me to see that we can no longer produce these products in the Czech Republic because of Czech, European, and UN legislation. It took the authorities 6 years, but after we were reported in 2011, they finally discovered that cannabis oil and THC is not listed as a cosmetic ingredient and therefore cannot be used in cosmetics. So we were forced to stop making our products, and our customers were left to suffer because of legislation, which is supposed to serve the best interests of Czech citizens. However, from what I have seen, apparently it does not. Contrary to popular belief, according to laws, we cannot even touch the buds of industrial hemp, and making cannabis extracts is prohibited by the United Nations almost anywhere on the planet. I feel bad about all those people that came to rely on what we used to provide. Often it was whole families or even hospital departments that used our hemp products. Skin specialists told us they could use our products in all cases for which they would normally prescribe corticoid-based creams. For all of them. The only positive thing, which honestly pleases me, is the fact that we will not have to pay taxes to those who did not let us do what we can do best. If anyone thinks I will pay the state a cent in any special tax for hemp, they are wrong. Even sales tax is much more than they deserve, considering how they treated us, our patients, and this issue. I hope the great number of people our products and oil have helped will now get up and help us. We need to get this medicine back into mainstream use. I need it, you need it, he needs it, she needs it, we all need it. The Rick Simpson hemp oil is an essential every home should have. In a short time, everyone will want to have it at home in an unlimited quantity. When people learn what it can really do, hemp's medicinal use will no longer be restricted in any way. Its benefits to our health are undeniable. We have been criticized for calling this oil a cure-all. But what else could you call a substance that can be used successfully to treat so many medical problems? Some seem to think the words cure-all means that this oil will provide everlasting life, but that was not Rick's intent. Certainly, this medication can extend your life, and you may live a great deal longer with its use. Of that, there is little doubt. Still, this does not mean that it will provide eternal life. This oil is still not legally available to most, and so it will take a very long time to determine how many added years it can provide. As yet, we do not look at this medication as being an elixir of immortality, and we firmly believe it does not make you bulletproof. Still, as Rick says, if we ever find the key to immortality, he is sure that hemp will be a major ingredient. Please do not think that when you're using the oil that you cannot contract a virus. You may still catch such things as the flu, but its effects can be greatly diminished and you will recover much more quickly. In the event a pandemic or some such thing, if you ingest or you are already ingesting the wonderful oil this plant can provide, your chance of survival would definitely be greatly increased. Thank you, Rick. Mission accomplished. Now the emperor truly does wear no clothes, and the system is upside down. The age of reason is upon us, and thanks to you and Jack Harrer, we now have a blueprint to follow that will ensure our continued existence. What do we do next? Thank you. And now we will do a little presentation on how to produce the oil correctly. And I think it would be best if I asked Rick if he would do it for us. We will play the slideshows and he will explain how to produce it. Rick Simpson. Yeah, I'll bring it to you. Like we said, after we're done with the speeches, at about 8 o'clock, there will be a large 2-hour questions and answers periods. So if there's anything you would like to ask us about, you can ask us later. Okay?
Okay. Well, that's me bent over a bucket full of buds. And that's really, I mean, it's so simple that, literally anyone can do this at home. So, as you can see, the buds are put in the bucket. Oh, just 1 second.
The cameras are only taking this part, so they would not see him on live stream.
Okay, you can let it roll, Sasha. All right, the bucket's got the buds in it. Now, what I do, all I do, I simply dampen the buds with the solvent that's going to be used. And then once the buds have become dampened, I'll put enough, I'll crush the bud up with something such as a stick, which you can see there. And once it's crushed up, I then put enough solvent in to just so it covers the plant material. Looks good enough to eat, doesn't it? Actually, and it is. All right. Now, once the solvent has been added, I then use something as simple as a stick to all I'm doing, I'm just working the plant material within the solvent to wash off the resins that the plant material contains. Now, I prefer to use pure naphtha, or what it's often called benzene or benzene here in Croatia. And I found that this solvent works very, very well. But other substances, such as pure alcohol or even ether is a wonderful solvent also. So there are several different solvents that can be used. But I always found that naphtha was one of the better ones because it was usually very easy to get, and the expense was very low. So overall, naphtha is one of my favorite solvents. Now there you can see me draining the wash, what happens, your solvent is clear. It looks like water. But with the oil that it has been washed off into it, it turns the solvent into a substance that looks similar to gasoline. And if you get your hands in it, your fingers will tend to stick together. Now, what I do is I wash the material twice. The first wash takes off about 90%, or about 75 to 80% of the available resins. Then the second wash takes off basically everything that's left. Once you have the two washes ready, then you put them through a device like this, just a funnel with a coffee filter, and that filters out all the plant material. All right, once it's been filtered out, you then add it to your rice cooker. You only fill the rice cooker about 3/4 full to allow room for expansion. You don't want the substance to be boiling over. And always use a fan, because the fumes from the solvents go down. And if they get down around the bottom of the cooker, there is a little vent there, and if the fumes get inside, they could ignite. But if you use a fan, that cannot happen. Now you can see the material there boiling, and as it comes down, you'll see that when you do it yourself, you will see something similar to this. Okay. All right, now the oil is coming down to almost the finished state there. Now you can see it's still bubbling, and usually I add a little bit of water, a few drops. And what the water does, it helps the solvent residues release. And it also protects the oil somewhat from burning. Now this is the way I usually test it. I just put a stick in the oil, like a fudge stick. And then I pick it up, and watch it for about 30 seconds, and 30 to 45 seconds. The oil should harden up to the state of just about the same as a thick grease. And this is what you see here. It's not dripping off the stick, it's a thick grease, because now it's back to room temperature. Now this is how I draw it up into the syringes, while it's still hot. You draw it up into the syringes, then place the syringes somewhere and let them cool, and when it goes to room temperature, the oil will be the consistency of a thick grease. Now there's at least one cancer treatment. Looks like maybe two or more. But it depends on the quality of the material that you're working with, as to how much oil you will get, per kilo. But usually 1 kilo should produce at least 2 full cancer treatments, 2 60-gram treatments, and you may even get more. Now you can see the consistency of the oil here. It's just a beautiful golden color. And if the oil that you purchase or produce does not have that color, then it hasn't been produced properly. And that's the oil in the syringe. And something I should mention too, like some resins off of different strains will be so thick that when they cool to room temperature, the only way you can squeeze it out of the tube would be to put the syringe in hot water for a few minutes. And then you can squeeze out your dose easily because it warms up the oil. But in most cases, you don't need to do that. But don't be surprised if you happen to run across such a thing. Now, I'm not sure what this is. The plunger's out, and you can see that, there's a dab of oil there, but I really don't know what that pitcher is doing there. And as you can see, too, sometimes you can squeeze out like a strip this long, and and it doesn't drip. Well, it would if you let it go long enough, I guess. Now this is a field, I guess, of industrial hemp. Well, there's somebody that's put it on a burn. And I really don't know of any substance on this planet that's more effective in the treatment of severe burns. I know I burnt my hand one time very badly. And as a matter of fact, about 3/4 of my hand had melted. And it was just hanging in gobs. Within 11 days, my hand completely healed, and it never left a scar. Even the hair follicles grew back. So after witnessing, what this oil did for my hand, to me it begs the question, if you had a child that had been through a house fire and they had been severely burned, say, to the face, could you regrow their face? From what I've seen with this oil, I really do believe it's possible, because this oil is a natural antibiotic, and it's a natural anesthetic. So when you put this oil on a severe burn, almost immediately the pain is gone. And with its antibiotic effects and its amazing healing abilities, in no time the patient can be healed. Now when you think of people that have had severe burns and what they have to go through in these burn units, months and months of skin grafts and operations. And during all of this period of time, they're subject to infections, and many problems can arise. So to me, the only sensible thing for these burn units to be doing would be to treat their patients with this oil and heal them the way they should be healed. Well, they're going through the pictures pretty quickly here, but as you can see, it heals. There's no question about that. And it's as I told people right from the beginning. The way I look at high-quality hemp oil, if you have any condition, if this substance cannot help you, I don't think you will ever find anything that can. It is truly the most medicinal substance on this planet. And I don't know of anything that has anywhere near the healing abilities that this plant and its oils can provide. This is a picture of a gentleman in the Czech Republic. He was much like me, the big bald spot, but his hair grew in too, and of course I didn't continue the treatment. I only did it for a week, but there is definitely new hair where none had been before. Although I really don't consider baldness to be of all that great of importance, but still it's a nice thing to know. And another quality that the ladies in this audience would be quite interested in, this oil, if it's used and mixed with your your favorite skin creams and things of that nature, it can do amazing things for your complexion. And it literally makes you look years younger. I know I went through this experience myself back around 2004. I added some oil to a face cream we have in Canada called Noxzema. And so one night I sat there and I gave myself a facial. I washed my face, completely, and then I applied the oil and rubbed it in. And I actually got some in my eyes when I was doing it, and it burns a little bit because the cannabinoids will burn. But after I'd rubbed it all in, I went to bed. And when I got up in the morning, I went to the bathroom, and my face was as smooth as a baby's behind. But being a man, I just looked at it and I thought, well, that's nice. But to me, it wasn't important. So about an hour later, I was over at my neighbor's house, and his wife, she kept looking at me very strangely. And this went on for probably about a better part of an hour. And then finally, she walks over to me, and she said, "Rick, did you have a facelift?" So I told her what I'd done, and we all had a pretty good laugh about it. But it really does do remarkable things for your complexion, and it certainly can make you look a great deal younger. And then just a couple days after this had happened, I was sitting on my deck looking out across the valley. Now, the other side of the valley that I live in is about 600 yards away, about 600 meters away. Now, all my life, I could never see in the distance. Something that was 400, 500 meters away, I could see a tree, but I couldn't see the limbs on it, and that type of thing. So, about 2 days after I had got this substance in my eyes, I was sitting on the deck, and suddenly, when I lifted my eyes and looked across the valley, I could see the limbs on the trees, which just blew my mind. So the simple truth is, I'm going to be 63 at the end of November, and I can see better now in the distance than I could when I was 20 years old. And many, many people who have taken this treatment had the same results. Many had to go back and have their glasses changed because now their prescriptions were too strong. Their eyesight had improved that much. And I would like to tell people that, I'm not a religious person, but I do believe that if there was a man named Jesus Christ walking the face of this earth 2,000 years ago, and he was working all these medical miracles, I have to believe that he was using the hemp plant to do it. And of course, they decorated it by giving it the name the Holy Anointing Oil. But back in that era, what they did, they simply took olive oil, which is still produced everywhere today, and add hemp buds to olive oil. Heat the olive oil up, the resins off the plant material goes off into the oil, and guess what? You've got the Holy Anointing Oil. So, to me, there's just no end to what this medicine can do for all of us. And I know that, I see it coming more and more every day because people worldwide are reporting openly now what this medication is doing for them. And I think in a very short time, once we get the attentions of our governments, that we will all be free to use this substance the way it should be used. And I think it's just about time that our governments started reacting to our needs. Now, I think I'll get Yindra back up here, if he's still in the building. Okay. And I'm going to speak, I believe it's 5:15 that I begin, and then once I'm done, I will have a question and answer period then. And then after Max Egan is done speaking, we'll have another question and answer period. But so we can take some, so that we'll be able to take care of some of these questions more rapidly. I would like for the next few minutes just to answer any questions you may have. And I have a lovely lady here named Maya Totolovich. Where is Maya? Oh, there she is. No, excuse me. I don't know. Oh, okay. Now, we'll get Maya to go around with the microphone, and, because sometimes, the people that are asking the questions, I have a hard time understanding them because they can't speak English that well. But Maya can speak English very well, so she will be the middleman during this question and answer period. So if you could join us, Maya, we would certainly appreciate it. Yes. Yes. Where's the portable mic at? You don't have a portable? Yeah, but that's not portable, I don't think. Unless, oh. Oh, okay.
Okay. He wants to know how you started with all this treatment and how you actually came to the formula, how to use it and how it's applied.
Well, in 1997, I suffered a severe head injury at work. And after 5 years of going through the medical system, everything they gave me simply made me worse. So I really had nowhere to turn. In 2001, the medical system cut me loose. They told me that they had given me everything that they knew that might help me, and nothing had worked. So now I was on my own. So given no other choice, I turned to the hemp plant. And basically, it saved my life. There's no question. It helps me deal with the head injury that I have. It controls my blood pressure. It cured my arthritis. It cured my cancer. It healed this horrible burn I had. And so, I tried to discuss it with my family doctor, but they wouldn't even talk to me about this. The minute I said hemp oil, they wouldn't go there. So I just continued to supply the oil to people that I knew that had different conditions, skin conditions, things of that nature. And then after doing that for about a year, around 2004, I started supplying it to people for internal conditions like cancer and, chronic pain, multiple sclerosis, all of these horrible so-called incurable diseases. And the results that we achieved were just amazing. I had thousands of people come to me when I was back in Canada. And they came to me with a wide variety of conditions. In fact, many of these people would have 4 or 5 different things that were wrong with them. I remember one lady, she had a cyst on her ovaries, she had arthritis in the back, she had gallbladder problems, she had a terrible problem with allergies, and let me think, there was more. But anyway, she had 4 or 5 different things wrong with her. Oh, and she had polyps in the bowel. And she was on the oil for about 6 weeks. And she was scheduled to have these polyps removed. And her husband, he went with her to the hospital. And he asked the doctors to do another scope before they operated. And of course, the doctor said that, well, we've already done that, so there's no need. We're just going to go ahead and operate. So he stopped them. He told them right there, he said, if you don't do another scope, you're not going to operate. When they went in and did the second scope, when the doctor came back out, he had to tell my friend that his wife had no polyps whatsoever. So over a period of 3 months, this amazing oil healed every condition that she had. Now, in the beginning, this lady did not believe in this substance. But I can tell you right now, if you tried to take that oil from her today, she would claw your eyes out. So she has become a very, very strong supporter. All right, do we have...
Yeah, I have another question. Okay, I will address you in English. I hope the others will get the translation. In the Netherlands, since recently there is an official state office for cannabis. And they're surveilling the appliance of cannabis in the Netherlands and the medical purpose. And they're allowing pharmacy and doctors to apply medical cannabis to patients. Are you aware of it? And what kind of medical cannabis is it? Because it's not the oil you are producing.
Well, the last time I was in Amsterdam was in 2009. And at that time, the oil was not available. Now, what they're doing today, I'm not really sure. The problem right now is that there's thousands of people all over the world, and there's many right there in the Netherlands, that are saying they are supplying the Rick Simpson oil. But from the complaints that I've received about some of these oils that they sold people, I can tell you from firsthand experience, they are not selling my oil. And that's the reason I tell everyone, at present, there are no rules or regulations, and there's no standards in place to protect the people that are buying the oil. So in reality, you have no idea what you're getting. You know, a drug dealer can sell you oil to a beginner, and how would you know if it's high quality or not? So unfortunately at present, until our governments open the door so we can do the simple research that's required, I think it's best at present to simply go out and produce your own medicine. Because that way, at least you know what you will have.
Okay, there is also another question from this gentleman. How is actually oil used in diabetes type 2?
Well, diabetes type 2, type 1, it really doesn't make any difference. You know, I mean, we've had many reports from people that had diabetes of both types. Now, most of them said that the oil treated them very successfully, and they were able to stop using insulin entirely. But in some cases, there were some patients that had to continue using insulin, but they used a much smaller amount. But the simple truth is, if you have diabetes, now diabetics, they have problems with circulation and all these other horrible things that this disease does to their bodies. So, you know, like that's half the battle with diabetes, is trying to, you know, to have maintain good circulation so you don't get an infection. And if you do get an infection, you can heal because your circulation allows it. But with the use of this wonderful oil, you can both control the disease, and also if you happen to have something like a diabetic ulcer, or you know someone that has such a thing, and I can tell you from firsthand experience that the medical system cannot heal a diabetic ulcer. All you have to do is simply put that oil on topically, apply a bandage, and watch what happens. You know, in no time it can be healed. So to me, this is the ultimate medicine for diabetics. And I would encourage anybody that has this illness to get on the oil as quickly as possible.
Okay, this lady here wants to know about multiple sclerosis, how it's actually can be treated in that for that condition.
Well, MS is more or less the same. I mean, it depends in a situation like with MS. A lot depends on how long the patient has had the disease and how extensive the damage, you know, to the body that, you know, that the disease has caused, and also some of the medications that the medical system had given them. That these things all do damage. So a lot depends just on that. But there was a man back in Canada that lived in Yarmouth, Nova Scotia. And he came to me because his 23-year-old son could no longer work on the fishing boats anymore. You know, he had MS, and he couldn't walk properly. So therefore, he could no longer work. Now, he just had he'd only had the disease for a fairly short time. But in 6 weeks, he was back to work on the boats. So if you have MS, get on the oil, and do it now.
Do you have any information about treatment of neural disorders such as Tourette syndrome with the oil?
Neural disorders such as what?
Tourette syndrome.
Threat syndrome?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, what we've had, I mean, I have to go by the reports and things that I've received, like through emails and communications on Facebook. But, I mean, threat syndrome, any condition at all, we've had wonderful results with it. So, it's like I said, it's the ultimate medicine for any medical situation as far as I'm concerned.
What are the indications or contraindications when you use the oil, and for example, radiation or what else? Or when you use the oil, you drink different kind of teas or something like that.
Well, I'm in favor of anything natural. You can take anything natural along with the oil. But to be honest, you know, for anyone to take chemo or radiation, I think they have to be insane to do so. And I think these doctors have to be insane to be using these horrible treatments. Because, I mean, they openly admit chemo and radiation are carcinogenic. That means they cause cancer. So they're giving, now, you're suffering with cancer. Now, they're going to give you a treatment that causes it to treat it. You know, if that's not insanity, I don't know what is. So, to me, I mean, anybody that has cancer, the first line of defense is the oil. And as horrible as it sounds, back in Canada, the first thing I would tell people when they came to me, that, you know, people, especially people that had been badly damaged by the medical system, I had to tell them to stay away from the doctors before they killed them. And believe me, the ones that did stay away from their doctors and avoided the medical system, they did a lot better than the ones who didn't.
Okay, here is a question about using an oil on the patients that have dementia or they have some potential psychological problems like schizophrenia or something like that.
Well, I've had wonderful results with schizophrenia and this new disease that we have now called Alzheimer's, which actually I think has a lot to do with the chemicals that doctors continue to feed, continue to feed us as we age. But I had a lady in Beverly Hills, California. Her 82-year-old father was suffering from dementia caused from Alzheimer's. It was less than a month. He was back to normal and selling real estate again. So it's very effective for the treatment of anything like this. Like I said, cure all.
Okay, we can ask.
Okay, there's a lady here too.
Yeah. I believe that there are a lot of questions. I have many in my hand, so maybe these ones are going to be for later.
Well, some of them we'll have to deal with later, yes. We only have 5 more minutes.
Later, but there are some also people here. Okay. One question you said, okay, how much hemp do you need for hemp oil for that one dosage when you produce it?
Well, again, usually if you have a pound or 500 grams of high-grade hemp bud, it will usually produce 60 grams of oil, like a full cancer treatment. But it depends on what strain, that you've acquired. Some strains will produce less oil, and some strains will produce more. So this is where we need the simple research done to determine which strains produce the most and which strains have the most beneficial oils. If the governments would just let us do this in no time, we would know, much more about this medication.
And what about using the oil on animals and their medical problems?
Well, Animals have become my favorite subjects. Back home, I treated many dogs and different animals with this substance. And see, animals, they all have an endocannabinoid system, the same as we do. They are literally designed to take this oil. So it's not unusual. Every week, actually, we get reports back from people that had dogs that, say, had terminal cancer. Usually in a week to a week and a half, these animals are cured, because a dog's metabolism is much more quick than a human's, so that therefore they heal that much faster. It's, as I said, there's no treatment on this earth that is better suited to treat any animal or any form of animal. This is the ultimate medicine, because we are designed to use this medicine.
And what about scars or stretch marks? Can it be used like in cream or something?
Yes, the oil can be used very effectively to completely prevent stretch marks. If you take some of this high-quality oil and mix it with hemp seed oil, then, say, a woman that's pregnant could rub it on her belly. And we've seen quite a few examples of people that had no stretch marks at all afterwards. And people that have had complexion problems and have a lot of scar tissue, the oil is also very beneficial in bringing back their complexions. One gentleman I have to mention, up in the Czech Republic, I met him, and he had a scar that started up here in his forehead and went right down his cheek. It looked like somebody had cut him with a saber. Now, the first time I met him, there was this big white scar, about a quarter of an inch or more wide, right down. And I think it was about 3 months later when he came back to the house, he walked in, and I looked at him, and I knew it was the same guy, but I couldn't see the scar. So I got right up close to him, and when I got up, about a half a meter away, I could still just vaguely see where the scar had been. But it was well over 90%, over 95% of it was completely gone. So there is nothing better to treat scar tissue that I know of.
So does that apply also to cirrhosis, the skin condition? And what would be the treatment for it also?
Well, psoriasis, I've treated a lot of people with psoriasis. And you can treat psoriasis topically. But psoriasis comes from within. So, if you have a severe case of psoriasis, it's better to ingest the oil and use it topically at the same time. And we've had dramatic results. I remember one gentleman, he got psoriasis when he was 16 years old. And when I met him, he was 57. And he came to me because he had chronic pain with a neck condition. And I seen the psoriasis. It was all over him. And I told him, I said, once you get on this oil, it'll kill the pain, from your neck condition, but it'll also go to work on your psoriasis. Well, about 2 weeks, I guess about two and a half weeks later, he came back to my house, and he was very, very angry. And he told me, he said, Rick, he said, I feel like going and killing these doctors. He said, when I was 16, that's when I got this disease. And he said, it has literally ruined my life. And he said, then I come and see you, and in 2 weeks, then he opened his shirt up, he said, look. And it was almost completely gone. So it's the ultimate treatment for psoriasis also. I'm sorry, folks, but I guess we have to end it here. We're going to have a supper break, and then I'll be back to make more noise. Thank you.
How about your panic attacks?
Well, back in 1987, I was gunshot 5 times, and as a result of that, I've had post-traumatic stress syndrome. Adding to that, I had since about the 1990s as well, problems with malaria. I have the worst type of malaria you can have. I have that. So the two of them combined with the post-traumatic stress syndrome and the malaria has created these panic attacks. What was really happening, I would just get this sensation and just wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning. I mean, I would wake up in the morning, I could just time I've been to hospitals, I've had CAT scans, I've had everything you can do, and they're like, we can't find anything wrong. It's some kind of, post-traumatic stress syndrome. But the way it was affecting me, it was like it didn't seem right. It was like, I understand post-traumatic stress syndrome, but not with me. I just didn't buy it that, I would have these uncontrollable fits. Heart racing, blood pressure going skyrocketing. I'm thinking, I'm going to die. And, I'm this guy that's been living in the jungle for half my life. And, and I'm having like these, seemed like I was possessed by demons. But it seems what's going on now with the oil, I won't lie. I went to a doctor, and I was talking to him about these symptoms I was having. And when I started talking about waking up at 2 o'clock in the morning, he was like, what? I said, yeah, I just wake up 2 o'clock in the morning, I look over, it's 2 o'clock, like I knew it was going to be. And then immediately, as soon as I'm awake, within 30 seconds, I feel like this wave, and the heart takes off, and the blood pressure rises, and there we go, full-blown panic attack. But the doctor, his name is Dr. Campo, his opinion was, it's not, I don't believe it's so much this post-traumatic stress syndrome with the gunshot thing. Have you had malaria? I said, hell yeah, I've had malaria back in 1990. He goes, that's what it is. Because the malaria mimics all these other post-traumatic stress syndrome symptoms, almost identical. It's a mirror. So I was like, okay, then what do I do now? Because I don't want to be taking chemicals for the rest of my life. Now this is where the oil steps in a second. First, I got on the internet and I said, okay, if I need something to treat the liver, I want something natural. I found that cinnamon, honey oil, regular oil, bee oil from bees, and black pepper, works. So I started taking that, and it seemed like it relieved the symptoms to a bit. But around the same time, I started taking the oil. Actually, this is going back starting in May, before Rick got here. And I have to say now, immediately taking oil, I slept. I haven't slept that well in a long time. Because, again, what happens when you have these panic attacks in the middle of the night, it's kind of like it creates trauma. Apart from post-traumatic stress syndrome trauma. It's like you have a couple traumas going because you're afraid that you're going to get a panic attack. And you try to go to sleep and you feel a little something and you get a little antsy. And it just sets a chain reaction off. But I immediately found taking the oil, what happens is I definitely went to sleep. The best sleep I've had in a long time. Haven't had any of those little heebie-jeebies, we call them, like the sensations I'm going to have a panic attack, they're gone. I haven't been taking any of the cinnamon and bee oil, honey oil, and black pepper mix. That's long gone. I don't take that anymore. Just taking the oil. But it's had a phenomenal change. Taking the oil as far as affecting the post-traumatic stress syndrome, as far as controlling the effects from the malaria. Because those nights wake up looking up at 2 o'clock in the morning at a clock, they're gone. That's gone. I don't have to do it anymore. And it was very interesting because when I started researching the oil, they started talking about that they've been using oil to treat war veterans soldiers coming back from fighting in Iraq or Afghanistan. And that the oil is also helping in a huge way post-traumatic stress syndrome victims. So yes, it does work as far as that. So again, thanks guys.
Okay, tell me about your back pain.
No, I was just saying to Jindrik that I broke my tailbone back, I guess in the late 70s, and in a skiing accident in North Carolina. And it's been bothering me ever since then, especially about in the last 10 years. It's been very hard for me even to put a pair of socks on in the morning, to put my shoes on. And Rick and Jindrik have been talking the qualities of the oil. And they said that would definitely stop the back pains. Well, within the first week of taking the oil, it's like the sharp, bad, like knife stabbing pains that I had. I couldn't bend over. I had to kind of like walk, stiff. They're gone. I still have an awareness that there was an injury there. But the real bad injury, before, doing this, standing, bending over, picking something up, and all this stuff was like, there's no way. There was no way. So I know I needed to increase my dosage each day to make the pain the lingering little sensations, the sensation that I have, I know I need to do a little bit more, take a little bit more during the night. But, you know, big difference. I also have a problem with my shoulder. I've torn the shoulder out several times. And, you know, that's feeling much better as well. So, you know, does the oil take away pain? Yes. I've been living with pain for my lower back for over 30 years, and it's almost gone. So it's quite amazing. And it does. It's just one less thing that's not taxing on me. It's one less thing I'm not worried about. It's one less thing that's not creating stress or tension in my body as it was before. So it's a big help. Thank you, guys.
Sativa strains produce an oil that is a very good antidepressant and tends to energize a person. But most of the hemp oil I produce comes from indica strains. Indica strains tend to relax a person and give them more sleep. Rest and sleep are part of the healing process. Place the starting material, preferably good bud, in a plastic container. Dampen the bud material in the container with the solvent you are using. Then crush the bud material. After the bud has been crushed, add more solvent until the material is completely covered. I generally use pure naphtha, but 99% isopropyl alcohol also works well as a solvent, as do many other substances. Work and stir the contents to let the THC dissolve into the solvent. This process takes 2 to 3 minutes. Drain the solvent from the starting material and put it through a coffee filter. The solvent now resembles the color of gasoline due to the presence of the hemp oil in the solvent. Make sure the area where you are going to boil the solvent off is very well ventilated. The idea is to carry the fumes away from the boiling solvent to reduce the danger of an explosion or fire. Special care must be taken to avoid red-hot elements or a spark of any kind that could ignite the fumes from the solvent. I have found that an electric rice cooker boils the solvent off very effectively. Bring the solvent oil mix in the rice cooker to a boil. Use a fan to carry the fumes from the solvent away. As the solvent boils off, continue adding more solvent oil mix until it is gone. As the level in the boiling pot comes down for the last time, add 8 to 10 drops of water. Since the boiling point of water is much higher than the boiling point of the solvent used, this water that was added allows the solvent to be released as the oil thickens. As the last of the solvent is being released, it is a good idea to lift the rice cooker and keep the contents in the cooker moving. This helps release any remaining solvent and also protects the oil from too much heat. At no time should the temperature of the oil go over 290 degrees Fahrenheit. Gently pour the oil from the rice cooker into a small metal container. Put this container with the oil into a dehydrator, or put the container on a gentle heating device such as a coffee warmer. It may take a few hours to evaporate the water off the oil. In the end, there should be no bubbling or other activity on the surface of the oil. When the oil is hot, it is quite runny, but as it cools, the oil takes on the consistency of a thick grease. Generally, a pound of good hemp bud will produce about 2 ounces of high-grade oil. Ingesting this amount of oil over a 2 to 3 month period is enough to cure most serious cancers.
We're here at Cannabis Camp. In front of me is Amy Clark. She's up from, where are you from?
Chesterfield.
From Chesterfield Township. She's going to tell us a little bit about herself and her story and what Rick Simpson Oil's done for her. Go ahead.
Tell you?
Huh?
Done for me because I've changed my life. Well, about 6 years ago I was in a really bad accident and I ended up having a multitude of surgeries to put in metal parts and change my life drastically. I ended up in a wheelchair and lost my job and lost a whole lot of things, including myself. A couple years ago, I wasn't feeling so well, and I went to the doctor and gave him a brief rundown of what my symptoms were, and the doctor looked on his little tablet, and he's like, well, I think I know what's wrong with you. And I was like, well, what do you mean, what's wrong with me? He's like, well, I think you might have a tumor on your brain located in between your pituitary and your optic nerve. And I was like, well, how can you tell me I have a tumor if you haven't even seen it yet? And he's like, well, based on your symptoms. So I went for some testing, and sure enough, I had a tumor in my brain. So I had started treatment. I went right away. They were on top of it. I was in treatment for about 8 months. Lost a lot of hair, lost a lot of weight. Stayed in bed quite a bit. Wasn't feeling myself. About 8 months later, they said it had shrunk down in size, and then I was going for retesting and stuff. About 2 months ago, I started to not feel good again, and I subsequently had some seizures and ended up in the hospital, and here I am now, today. And just a couple weeks ago, I was stuck in a wheelchair and feeling like my world was ending, and now I feel like my life is beginning. All thanks to Simpson oil.
What can you do now that you couldn't do before you started taking the Simpson oil?
Sleep at night. I can actually eat food, not just snack things or like real food, like real meals, like clear my plate kind of thing. Because I was addicted to painkillers and pharmaceutical drugs for years, I was able to quit cold turkey and not have any symptoms of withdrawals or feeling sick or wanting to continue to take those drugs.
Wow.
Physically, I am mobile. I got out of my wheelchair, and of course I can't do jumping jacks yet, but that will happen one day. I had surgery on my arm, and it left me with only 20% used of my arm. And in the last couple of weeks, since I had the Simpson oil kick in, I have been using my arm more and more, and I can actually raise it up the roof both times, not just one time. Awesome.
That's awesome. Will you make a muscle for us, Amy? When Amy first got to camp, she was so happy because she was able to make a muscle for the first time in years. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your story, Amy. All right, we're here at Cannabis Camp. In front of me is Joe Crow. He's a cancer survivor. Joe, just introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about yourself and your story, if you would.
My name is Joe. I've had cancer for probably 12 years, from start to finish. I've been through all the chemos, all the bone marrow transplants. I've been through a lot of different deals, and I spent 12 years trying to wait for something to save my life, and the doctors just couldn't do it in that amount of time. But it just seems that when I found out about this Rick Simpson oil 5 months later, I'm talking to you guys right now.
What kind of cancer did you have, Joe?
Hodgkin's lymphoma.
And where was your tumor located?
Up here by my throat.
How big was it?
About the size of my fist coming off.
And from the time you started taking the Rick Simpson oil, how soon did you start noticing that tumor reducing in size?
Probably a good 3 months.
And how long before it was gone 100%?
5 months.
And has it returned since?
No.
Are you 100% cancer-free today?
Yes.
And do you give Rick Simpson oil the credit for that?
Yes, I do.
That's awesome. God bless you. This is Fang here. Once again, we're here at Cannabis Camp. Fang, if you don't mind introducing yourself, telling us a little bit about your health issues and what Rick Simpson oil has done for you.
Yeah, my name is Fang.
My parents named me William. I get tired of the Bill thing, so I changed it. But my doctors told me a while ago that due to the 4 clogged veins in my lung, it was only pumping out 25, or my heart, I'm sorry. It was only pumping out 25% of what it's supposed to be pumping because of clogged veins. And I had a year to live. They had me on a life vest that if I was having a heart attack, it would save me, or if I didn't have a heart attack and went up, it would kill me. But I started taking their pills, and I went and asked the Clare County Compassion Club about the Richard Simpson's oil, and I said, does it work with heart problems? And they said, well, yeah, they'd known about the heart problem help before they knew they'd help for cancer. So I talked to my Compassion Club, and I had my Compassion Club donate, my caregiver donated some Richard Simpson's oil. I waited 2.5 or 3 months, and I went back, had the same test done. And the doctor said my heart is pumping close to normal. What had happened? And I told him, you guys gave me medication to thin my blood. I took Richard Simpson's oil, and it took away the clogs. And they still don't understand what I'm talking about, and I do. I've lost weight. I'm a musician. This is the first time in 10 years I've been able to play, and my hands haven't gone numb. And I'm so glad to have met these people, and if you know anybody, legalize it. Let us all help everybody. That's what we're here for.
What fancy piece of jewelry did you get to leave at home today, Frank?
Oh, my life vest. I used to wear it all the time, and I have to take part of it, set it on my amp when I was playing, but I don't wear that anymore because not only have I lost weight, I don't need the tool.
Amen, brother. Amen. Thank you.
Brother.
I'm sitting here in my home with my good friend Joel Knorr. We're going to do a short interview about how our coconut cannabis oil has helped Joel. Joel, how you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good.
Could you tell us a little bit about what cannabis oil's done for you?
I have had many back problems. I injured my back when I was 21 years old. Had surgery, been on Vicodin for years and years and years. Started getting into the coconut oil a little bit, and I'm totally off Vicodin now. I can move if I'm hurting at all. Before I'd be hunched over all day long, I'd take a couple of the coconut oil capsules, and within a half an hour, 45 minutes, I'm able to move. And the best part about the capsules is I don't care if you take 10 of them. 10 of them is easier on your body than even one Tylenol. It's just amazing the therapeutic effects of cannabis on the body and health. I recommend it to anybody that's even taking Tylenol.
Are there any negative effects from the capsules for you?
The only negative effect I have from the capsule is about a half an hour after I take a capsule, I might have 1 or 2 belches that taste a little bit raunchy, but that is the only negative effect I ever get from them and ever have.
And have you seen? I know that you know a lot of other patients that have received a lot of benefits from our capsules. What kind of patients have you seen receive benefits from these capsules?
There's a young lady in her late 30s that has lymphatic cancer, breast cancer, and she started taking cannabis-infused coconut oil. Within 5 months, not lymphatic cancer, thyroid cancer. Within 5 months, they imaged her thyroid. She had a 5-millimeter tumor on her thyroid. They could not even detect the tumor on her thyroid at all. And the lump in her breast has decreased by almost half its size. And that is with no radiation, no chemo, no nothing, just coconut oil.
Do you believe that cannabis can cure cancer by itself?
Absolutely.
Have you seen it with your own eyes?
Yes, I have.
Amen. Thank you.
Tuesday calls him up and say, where's your proof? Leave our law alone. Leave sick people alone. The next person that I want to introduce you to is really cool, okay? Now, you find out you've got a really good thing, okay? And people start getting cured of cancer, and they get up out of their wheelchairs, and they walk, and, all sorts of diseases start going into remission, and Jesus is not on the premises. You have to look at what else is going on. And what we have is Simpson oil. It's something that God gave us. It's been used for 7,000 years, and been used successfully for 7,000 years. And all of a sudden, since J. Randolph Hearst had a partnership interest in hemp, it's gone away, and it's become devil weed. Well, this gentleman I'm fixing to introduce to you, he decided that there has to be a better way to get it out to the people. So he created a community that meets on the weekends, where people get together and they share knowledge, they share a cure, they introduce sick people to that cure, and they create an action plan for these people. That is amazing work. That's the kind of work that we need in our community. We need to get the cure out to the people. Now this gentleman, he just doesn't work on the cure side. He's an activist. He believes what he believes. He believes in protecting patients. He believes in patients being able to afford their medications. He believes in law for patients. And that's what we all have to believe in. Because this is a healthcare issue, it's not a criminal issue like the government would have us believe. So we're taking care of sick people, and this guy excels at that. Uncle Pete, come up and talk to these folks, please.
Thanks a lot, John. My name's Uncle Pete from Cannabis Camp. Medical marijuana made my life better today. I started my journey into medical marijuana like a lot of people. I was just happy I wouldn't have to go to fucking jail anymore. That didn't work so well. First month I had my card, I got pulled over in Bay County. I picked up a couple felonies there. We beat that. We went on to Roscommon County, decided to raid my home. We beat those cases as well. As a result of these cases, I became an activist. I started going to rallies. I started a local compassion club, and I also started an event called Cannabis Camp. After throwing several parties and having a whole hell of a lot of fun, we learned a little something about Rick Simpson oil and the powerful qualities of the marijuana plant. Myself, I was diagnosed with diabetes and hepatitis C within a matter of a couple days. I had several trips to the hospital before I was diagnosed. Once I got that diagnosis, I was also given a treatment plan that I wasn't real happy with. So it was out of this desperation that I went and started looking into Rick Simpson oil from a whole new perspective. Memorial Day weekend of this summer was the first time I ever made Rick Simpson oil. I made that batch of oil for myself and this beautiful lady back here, Amy Clark. The day that I made that oil, I wasn't in real good health. I was taking 3-4 naps a day. My diabetes had been kicking my ass for a couple of years. I had no idea, no clue. The short of it is, within 60 days, my diabetes was gone, and it hasn't been back since. My liver's gone down to its normal size. My liver enzymes are normal. All my blood counts look well. I find out next week about my viral load. But to say the least, the Simpson oil saved my ass. When I met Amy, my sister-in-law was actually a home nurse that was visiting her. She had been through quite a lot for over 7 years. She couldn't lift her right arm over her head. She was bound to a wheelchair quite a bit. We had given her a 5-day supply of oil, I think, before I had met her. I'd gotten it to her through a third party. And already within 5 days of coming to camp, the first time I actually laid eyes on her, she got up out of her wheelchair, was walking 10, 15 feet, something she hadn't done. I don't want to get too far into her story. I want to give her a chance to come up here and tell her a little bit about herself. Without further ado, here's Amy Clark.
Hi, everybody. Sitting right up in the mic for me.
Sorry. I don't really know what to say. It's weird. Well, I'm standing, which is a really beautiful thing. I've had a hard time doing that for a while. But I've had harder times with harder things, like lumps in my head. I don't know why they're there, because the doctors can't explain why they're there to me. They just know they want to get rid of them all the time. And it came back again, which is a scary thing, because when you're young and healthy and somebody tells you that you have this thing in your head that could possibly kill you one day, but they're not really sure if it will or not, but we're going to give you this medicine and make you feel better. So you take all that medicine, it makes you feel better, and then they tell you, well, you got to go and have all these tests, and it may or may not come back, and if it does, these are the things that we're going to do all over again, and so on and so forth. And the second time it came back, it was really scary, because it was only a year from the day for the first time that I was told that I had it in the first place, which is kind of a silly irony, don't you think? Seizures are a scary thing too, which I've experienced since I've had a brain tumor. I'm not an epileptic, I'm not diabetic, I don't have hepatitis, I don't have AIDS or HIV or anything chronic that would destroy the person that I am, but just hearing the words, you have something in your head that could kill you, and even if you don't hear the word cancer and they tell you you have a tumor in your brain and they can't tell you that it's cancer, that's a scary thing. And they treat it like it's cancer, but they don't tell you that it's cancer. That's what doctors do. I have only had my medical ID since this March. I've never really smoked marijuana before, so I'm not a big smoker, but I eat it, and I put my faith in this man. I never even knew him. I talked to him on Facebook. So I put my faith in a perfect stranger that said, I'll give you this medicine from this plant that will get you really high. It's a prediction sometimes. You never know. Out-of-body experiences. You just don't know those things. But I saw this thing on Facebook a couple of weeks ago. We put our trust in physicians when we ourselves can take care of our own bodies. We're giving gifts to take care of ourselves. Having marijuana is a gift. It's not just a plant, it is a gift because it's created smart people like Rick Simpson who developed this idea of putting a plant and some naphtha in a rice cooker and rubbed it on some guy who had melanoma, and a few weeks later the guy's cured. I mean, isn't that amazing? And then other people started putting it on other things and had other ailments, and now, what do you know? All these people are cured of all these things, and here I am standing here, and that's a great thing, but scary as it sounds, I trusted this man, and I took this medicine that tasted horrible. By the way, it was horrible. It's like eating a plant. Who wants to eat twigs? And I literally said at camp one time, I want to eat twigs and berries. Who wants to really eat twigs and berries? Because they're really horrible. But I want to eat twigs and berries because twigs and berries make me feel better. They really do. I've had abnormal blood work for 2 years. I had my blood drawn a few weeks ago at the doctor, and I didn't tell anybody. I didn't even tell Sonny. I wanted to surprise him. But my blood work is normal.
100% normal in every category. Red cells, blood cells, white blood cells, normal hormone levels, no cancer markers, normal potassium. We're talking perfect blood work, people.
I didn't take any of the medications that the doctors had given me at all. I actually stopped every single prescribed drug that the doctors had me on the day I started taking Simpson oil. And I've been taking opiates for 7 years because I've been battling issues from several surgeries I had from a horrible accident. And that's a killer. It's a bitch to be addicted to fucking opiates. And it's because of the government we're addicted to that crap. They tell you, here, take this, it'll make you feel better. And you take it, and you're like, okay, well, it'll make me feel better. It does make you feel better, but then you keep taking it, and then I can't say I never abused them, like, took a whole lot of them all at once. I never really did that. But I continuously took them for a very long period of time, and it took a toll on my health. And I can honestly tell anybody out there that if you take pain medications or anti-seizure medications, any kind of medications you take, and you want to take Simpson oil and stop taking those. If you get sick from taking the Simpson oil because you're taking prescription drugs, it's because you're taking prescription drugs, and the Simpson oil is telling your body, get that shit out of your system. Excuse my French, but we're in a bar. But needless to say, that's great news about Uncle Pete too, and it's great news about anybody that you hear that has this brilliant medicine and this weed to smoke or eat in coconut capsules. I don't know if anybody's ever had those before, but I started taking those too, and I have a spinal injury that I should have surgery on, but I'm never going to have surgery on it because I would rather live with this little bit of pain that I have now than have another surgery and have to deal with doctors and all that all over again. So if sometimes I can't walk, don't fret. It's just because my back hurts and it's raining outside. A few weeks ago, I will tell you though, I didn't feel very well. And I don't know if anybody has ever felt the way I felt before, but I have faced death quite a few times in my life. And I'm young. I'm only 38 years old, and I just turned 38 on the 12th of September. So I consider myself a young lady. Happy birthday, Amy! Thank you. Thank you. Maybe water.
Side effects.
Good side effects.
The Simpson oil kind of gives you a sort of awakening, I suppose. I've always been an individual that has been aware of who I am and what I am in life, but the Simpson oil makes you a little bit more aware of what your body is and what it is capable of doing. We can heal ourselves. We really can. It's not just with the plant, but in Uncle Pete, and people have prayed for me, and people have sent me energies and Reiki healing, and anything that they have done. People I don't know have been doing things for me to make me feel better. And a few weeks ago, I can honestly tell you that I'm not sure if I would really want to be here anymore. Like, just the way I felt, because when you hear the word cancer and then it comes back to you again, it's a scary thing. People who have ever known anybody who has ever had a brain tumor, can anybody tell me that they still know that person today? Most people who get brain tumors die. They don't live. So having a brain tumor come back the second time is a scary thing, because people don't normally survive this. So for my blood work to be normal and to feel the way I felt a few weeks ago, it's amazing for me to be standing here talking to you guys to tell you that my blood work is normal, because that's a brilliant thing. And it's only because I took Simpson oil, and that's it. I didn't take any other drugs. I didn't do anything else. I just followed some diets. This fabulous man over here, Joel, has drove hundreds of miles for me just to get me Simpson oil because I was running out. I mean, who does that? Who does that for people?
Joel does.
Yes, he does. And Uncle Pete, he has donated Simpson oil to me for the last 4 months. 4 months. to return the favor to somebody and other people who need it too, because that's what we want to do, because I am a living, walking testament in front of all you people today that marijuana is not a very bad thing at all. I never really did think it was a bad thing, but it's not at all a bad thing. It's actually a really good thing. And you should try it if you haven't.
It's amazing what you can accomplish with a little bit of weed, ain't it? I've met two brand new patients in the last 24 hours, both of them stage 4 terminal. I'd be lying if I said that doesn't get a little emotional, a little old sometimes. But then I show up somewhere like this, and my very first patient's got perfectly good blood. I mean, perfect blood work. I can't even describe the roller coaster ride that we've been on since we started making Rick Simpson oil. I'm gonna get off here, but before I go, if you don't leave here with anything else, please do us all a favor. Find a couple people that don't know about Rick Simpson oil, that don't know about the healing powers of cannabis, and tell them about it. Whether you know them or not, whether they're strangers or not. Don't be shy, it's just a plant. Thank you.
Hi, I'm here today to talk to you about RSO. It's commonly called the Rick Simpson Oil Cancer Cure. Last January, and that would be January 2011, I was stage 4 cancer. I was completely paralyzed on the left side from the jaw to the waist and in and out of consciousness. They predicted days, weeks at the most. I was pretty far gone. A complete stranger found out how ill I was and got me the Rick Simpson oil. I took massive doses of it for 5 days, and for the first time in a month was able to get out of bed, walk, talk, think clearly. The lupus symptoms started to disappear the more I took the RSO for the cancer. The tumors started to shrink and disappear. I started to feel better. I stopped vomiting all the time. A lot of lupus symptoms started to just go away. Fibromyalgia, chronic fatigue I'm still dealing with, but the fibromyalgia is mostly gone. The chronic pain is mostly gone. As you probably know, cancer is the silent disease. You don't feel the pain unless it's somewhere where it's pressing on a nerve. I had tumors in my spine. I had tumors throughout my body. I'm supposed to be dead, people. I'm here because complete strangers were willing to buck the system and share the truth. And the true reality is, while my sister was going through 2 rounds of chemo and having both of her breasts removed, and the doctors feel sure the cancer will come back yet a 3rd time, without a doctor, without surgery, without chemotherapy, I am not only beating cancer, but I'm retrieving my life that was stolen by lupus. I've had over 40 mini strokes because of lupus. I've had a heart attack, and I'm prone to seizures. I should be dead. I'm not because of the kindness of strangers. I'm not because there is an herb that you can actually grow, and it will cure you. And you don't have to go through great lengths to do anything to it to get it to cure you. This is the simplest, easiest method of curing cancer. My family has it going through it like wildfire. I have taken care of my grandmother, my aunts, my sisters through cancer. It's not easy. Those of you who are dealing with it now, I beg of you, look into RSO. It's the cure, and it's an easy cure. It makes chemo look like what it is, toxic poison. It makes surgery look like what it is, the barbaric removal of your breasts and genitals. If you're fighting prostate cancer, if you're fighting stage 4 cancer, whatever they tell you it is, RSO is your best shot. I was days from dying. I hadn't been out of bed in a month. 5 days on RSO, and I got my life back. The tumors are almost gone, and I had 12 of them before it was all said and done, and I'm down to 4. And they're shrinking, they're not spreading. My blood is clearer and cleaner. My body is healthier than it has been in 2 decades because the lupus symptoms are being removed as well as the cancer. I beg of you, for your own peace of mind, know that I am just like you. I did not want to be part of this culture. I did not want this to be the medicine. I looked for any other alternative, and I simply wasn't strong enough to survive the chemo and the surgery. And it was God's great gift that I was in a town where complete strangers cared whether or not an old woman died. And I beg of you, research this online. If you don't have a computer, go to your public library and use their computer. Look up Rick Simpson oil.
And so did he, and he, and she as well, and this guy too. They all healed themselves using cannabis oil, just like I did. This is my story. In 2009, I was diagnosed with skin cancer. The doctor gave me a prescription for a chemotherapy cream. He told me to put it on my face and neck. He also suggested I wait until after the holidays, because there could be some redness. I did a Google search and found some photojournals of people who had used the cream. This is just some of what I found. The photos, as you can see, are quite alarming. After seeing the results of what the chemotherapy cream can do, I decided to look into alternatives. A friend of mine had sent me Christian Rhett's video called Run from the Cure about Rick Simpson curing cancer using cannabis oil. So I decided to start there. After I watched Run from the Cure, I began to do some searches. I was quite surprised at the amount of information I was able to find. These are a few of the videos I found.
Breast cancer kills more than 41,000 American women every year. Researchers in the San Francisco lab are working to shrink that number, and they're doing it with an unusual weapon, marijuana.
It's not just THC. These trichomes contain CBD, another valuable chemical.
We're fascinated by this stuff.
And what we found is that this compound called cannabidiol was particularly effective at inhibiting aggressive breast cancer.
I discovered that despite my training in medicine and science, I had been brainwashed with this substance, marijuana, that in fact it's remarkably non-toxic. There's never been a death from it. And I went from there, and that started me on a long interest in researching this substance.
Marijuana may actually help reduce the risk of certain types of cancer. A new Brown University study found long-term pot users are 62% less likely to develop head and neck cancers. This includes cancers of the mouth, tongue, nose, sinus, throat, and lymph nodes.
Breast cancer, prostate cancer, pheochromocytoma, lymphoma, leukemia, skin cancer, a whole variety of cancers that in experimental situations, meaning in tissue culture or in animal models, you can in fact show that cannabinoids kill these cancers.
Into its bloodstream and was carried to its brain. There it met the cannabinoid receptor evolved so many millions of years earlier in the humble sea squirt. And it just so happened to fit, like a key in a lock.
Researchers suggest chemicals found in pot called cannabinoids can have an anti-tumor effect.
A lot of people are quite excited about the ability of these cannabinoids to kill cancer cells.
After a few more searches and watching a few more videos, I decided it was time to get myself some cannabis oil. Because I live in California, I was able to go to one of the dispensaries and pick up some cannabis oil. It's also referred to as hash oil or honey oil. I used the oil for 3 to 4 weeks before I saw any results. Then the results were dramatic. Not only was the oil healing my nose, but it was bringing cancer to the surface that I wasn't even aware was there. Here are the pictures of my nose being healed with cannabis extract. As you just saw for yourself, the cancer was pulled to the surface and healed. Here's another view of my nose being healed. In this side view, you can clearly see the cancer being pulled to the surface and healed. The greenish brown stuff you see is the oil. Once I realized that the cannabis oil cured my cancer, I began to ask myself questions. Why hadn't my doctor heard about this? Why hadn't I heard about this? And if cannabis cures cancer, why would it be illegal? As I did more research, I began to realize it's about profit and politics.
Ready to rock and roll. Well, it's great to be back here in Croatia with all you wonderful people. And I hope you can bear with me through this lecture. I had planned to go over it during the break, but I didn't have time. So anyway, let's get the show on the road. From 2003 onward, when I first started supplying this medication produced from the cannabis hemp plant, its use has exploded worldwide and continues to be recognized more and more every day by those who are sick and suffering everywhere. But our trusted medical and political systems thus far have refused to react to our needs as they should. One second. Computers don't like me. One of the main excuses we often hear governments use is that the United Nations has regulations in place which keeps this plant's medicinal use prohibited. If there really were a sensible reason as to why the UN put these regulations in place, we would have little to complain about. But judging from the truth of the matter, it seems obvious to me that the regulations which the UN initiated were certainly not put in force to ease human suffering or help us in any way. The UN is controlled by big money concerns, and in reality have done little or nothing to really help the advancement of the human race. As far as I'm concerned, if those who represent us were truly working on our behalf, they would no longer allow organizations such as the United Nations to continue to perpetrate these crimes against humanity. I am a firm believer in law and order, but when the public is subjected to regulations such as this, which are obviously doing so much harm, I think it's just about time the citizens of all countries got together and demanded that governments begin to react to their needs. At present, most who are using the essential oil of this plant to heal themselves are classified as criminals due to the corrupted laws which have been put in place to restrict this plant's medicinal use. Does it seem sensible to you that we have laws in effect which prevents us from having the right to heal ourselves with a natural, harmless, non-addictive oil produced from the hemp plant? I don't know about you, but to me, this all reads much like a script which was written for a bad science fiction movie. And since in reality this has all taken place, it appears that we are living in little more than the Twilight Zone. How could a situation like this have ever occurred? And why are we not doing more to put an end to this travesty? Put simply, our world is being run by overly rich and powerful individuals who wish to dominate our existence while generating huge profits for themselves and their investors. Decades ago, their money and influence corrupted governments almost everywhere into having this wonderful plant outlawed without just cause. They were able to accomplish all this by renaming cannabis hemp marijuana, which is simply one of hundreds of slang terms that I consider to be derogatory, which are used worldwide to describe this plant. For the most part, back when all of this came about, the public had no idea what marijuana even was, and they had no knowledge that what their trusted governments were really outlawing was indeed a plant which had been used in medicine with good effect for thousands of years. This is why I can openly state that there has never been a real law against this plant's growing and use. The restrictions we currently have the restrictions we currently have in place are all based in corruption, which was spawned by the wealthy elite to achieve their aims. There is not now, nor has there ever been, any rational reason as to why this plant's medicinal use was ever restricted. It was greed and the lust for more power by those who are the richest among us that has brought this all about. Mankind has been suffering at the hands of these sick-minded individuals for far too long, and I, for one, feel it's just about time that we all endeavor to free ourselves from their manipulation. Not only have they been tampering with our health by denying this medicine's use, which has brought about the suffering and death of countless numbers, we also have to look at the damage those with vast amounts of money and resources have done to our earth. Two glaring examples of the horrible consequences these uncaring individuals have caused would be the Gulf oil spill and the Fukushima nuclear disaster, both of which should never have happened, since there are much more sensible and harmless ways to solve our energy requirements. Unfortunately, the list of horrific events which the twisted thinking of the mega-rich have caused is almost endless. Everywhere, it seems, death and destruction is the order of the day, and the inhumanity of those who are causing all this appears to have no bounds. Events like those currently being perpetrated by Israel against the Palestinian people prove what a sick world we currently inhabit. But are we really supposed to allow this to continue? Should we all just stand by and do nothing while innocent people are slaughtered in vast numbers all over the globe and our world is being torn asunder right before our very eyes? If so, then we should all get out our picks and shovels and begin digging our own graves, because in the near future we will likely have a great need for them. When you awaken to the reality of what is truly happening, it seems inconceivable, and it's enough to make any sensible person scream, "Stop the world and let me off." Surely by this time, the human race is coming to realize that something must be done, and the time to do it is now, if we are to indeed provide ourselves and our loved ones with a decent future. To avoid destruction, To avoid the destruction of our earth and the different forms of life it supports, we must all begin to think a bit more rationally. Since the hemp plant can furnish us with just about everything we need to sustain our existence, I see no option other than to grow this plant freely everywhere and use it in every possible way. If we are truly serious about detoxifying this earth and saving ourselves, there is nothing else on this planet which can perform this task other than the cannabis hemp plant. Food, fuel, medicine, and just about everything else we use in our day-to-day lives can be manufactured from hemp. Whatever we are now producing from petroleum can also be manufactured from cannabis hemp in a much more earth-friendly and sustainable manner. So in the future, there should be no reason to continue fighting these senseless wars over petroleum and other resources when there are much more sensible ways to deal with our energy problems. We do not need more oil wells and petroleum or nuclear energy. We need more cannabis hemp and people with the backbone to make it so. Truly, it can only be said that our governments are not representing the best interests of their people by allowing this plant's growing and use to remain restricted. In truth, it has become more than obvious that most governments are behaving in a criminal fashion towards our overall health and well-being. This is not the role our elected officials are supposed to be playing. And if they are unwilling to represent us honestly, then in reality, what right do they have to call themselves our governments? My good friend Max Egan has devised a very simple method in which we should be able to have governments respond to the needs of their citizens. If they refuse to comply with the will of the people, then they are then in breach of trust and have proven themselves to be unworthy of representing us. Max is proposing that we present governments with a people's mandate, and I think what he has in mind could have a very beneficial effect upon our future. I will not try to go any deeper into this subject because Max is here today to explain the concept himself. So when he gives his lecture, please listen carefully, and I think you will agree that what he is saying just makes good sense. Now I will get back to a subject in which I have a bit more expertise. The use of the term drugs is used in the field of medicine, and it is also used on the street to describe dangerous substances that people commonly use to become intoxicated from their effects. The use of most of these substances obviously does present a danger, because many are addictive and deadly, and there is no question that this is so. Since cannabis hemp is neither addictive nor dangerous, why are so many people calling it a drug? To me, cannabis is simply a medicine that can be used with good effect, either recreationally or otherwise. Even the smoking aspect of this plant has medicinal benefits, but the real medical miracles that cannabis can provide will only be found in the proper use of the essential oils produced from the buds of strong medicinal strains. What do we perceive as being medicine? And what do we base our perceptions on? The Hippocratic Oath exposes the way medicine should be practiced. Yet for the most part, doctors do not follow their own oath. The wording of this oath states, "First, do no harm." But medical professionals use chemicals, poison, radiation, and such things as CAT scanners, CT scans, which expose their patients to even more radiation on a regular basis. Could what doctors have been doing actually be called the practice of medicine? At the present time, judging by the methods they employ to treat their patients, it certainly does not sound that way to me. In reality, history shows us that this profession has always taken a rather strange approach to the art of healing. which for some reason seems to be largely forgotten today, but I do think it bears reminder. Not so long ago, doctors often employed the use of such things as bloodletting and mercury to treat the sick and suffering, and this type of thing went on for an enormous length of time. Today, we all know the effects of such so-called treatments, and it only makes one wonder why doctors in years gone by would employ their use for such a long period of time. How many deaths would one have to witness before they would finally realize that the treatments themselves, which they had provided, were probably responsible for the patient's demise? With this in mind, it becomes quite clear that even way back then, doctors were very good at rejecting the simple truth, which was staring them in the face every time one of their so-called treatments killed someone. Sadly for us all, doctors of today are a little different. If the patient dies, it is never their fault. The medical condition they suffered from caused them to pass on, or God was calling them home. This is the type of nonsense grieving families and friends are told by their trusted physicians and clergymen. Yet sadly, one only has to look at the substances and treatments which the medical system currently employs to learn the truth about such deaths. Chemicals, poison, and radiation do not heal, and are things that should be avoided if we wish to see those who are ill survive. Even most 10-year-old children know this to be true. So why do our trusted doctors seem unable to accept what even a young child can understand? In reality, it's all about the money, folks. And in truth, our governments and medical systems have proven that they have no concern at all for our health and well-being. They are using our healthcare systems to feed the greed of the rich and powerful which they serve. Since this is obviously what has been taking place, one can only surmise that they are all working in league with the devil, and they could care less about how many of us are killed needlessly, as long as they themselves are prospering. Why would our trusted political and medical systems want to use natural, harmless, and effective medications produced from the hemp plant to help the sick and suffering, when so much revenue can be generated for their rich masters by continuing to harm the public with chemicals and poisons? There are no big profits to be found in providing natural medications that really do heal, for then there would be little return business to keep the coffers of drug companies overflowing. It's best for the bottom line of these big drug firms if they can continue to have us use their products, which will keep us all sick and suffering while remaining at their mercy. I don't know how any logical person could consider what we are being subjected to by our doctors as being medicine. Often we are told that doctors must follow regulations and only use substances which are allowed. But this is just simply a very lame excuse that has been used far too often for what is currently taking place. A doctor's first concern must be the health and well-being of their patients. If one is truly to call themselves a doctor, they would have to ensure that their patients received the safest and most sensible medications or treatments available. If they were to do so, they would be following their own Hippocratic oath, and they would also have to be using extracts produced from hemp and other harmless medicinal plants to fulfill that oath. Since what I'm describing is obviously true, but still our medical systems refuse to use hemp and other healing medicinal plants properly, could someone please tell me where I can find a real doctor? I think you have to admit that when an ordinary person can take a rice cooker, some solvent, and hemp bud, then produce a medicine themselves that is far superior to anything the medical system offers, then indeed it could only be said that we have little or no medical systems at all. Would what is going on become more apparent to the masses if we simply started calling what they are doing to us by its proper term, which would be the programmed demolition of our bodies and health? I, for one, refuse to allow those in white coats to do such things to me, and every day more and more individuals are coming to feel the same. Enough with all the false statements and lies. We are now aware of what doctors have been doing to us, and with the use of hemp and other harmless natural healing substances, in a short time we can provide ourselves with medicines that really do work. As an added bonus, often we will no longer even be compelled to seek the advice of a doctor, for in most cases there will be little need to do so. Now, with the proper use of hemp extracts, most patients can become their own physicians. If any of us were to become afflicted with a serious medical condition, it's far better at present to rely on medications we can produce ourselves. Medications which we are aware have been proven to work, instead of putting our faith in a medical system we know to be badly flawed due to greed and corruption. Our bodies belong to us, and if we choose to treat ourselves with harmless natural medications, who has the right to say it is not allowed? As far as I'm concerned, the show is over for Big Pharma, along with those in control of these companies, and all who have been supporting them. Now we have a sensible answer to most of our health problems, and no power on this earth is going to keep it from us. Why should we obey their corrupted laws, rules, and regulations in regards to the medicinal use of cannabis hemp? If you or someone you care about is in need of treatment, acquire or grow the proper material to produce this medication. It can mean the difference between life and death. Then let your trusted governments know that you are no longer willing to abide by their absurd laws regarding this plant's medicinal restrictions. Historically, cannabis hemp produced man's oldest known and safest medications. Also, it was noted that cannabis is non-addictive, and not one death has ever been attributed to its medicinal use. What other medications, which are currently employed by our doctors, can even make such a claim? Practically every so-called medical substance we are provided with is known to do some harm to the body, and often their effects can be very deadly. Even simple off-the-shelf items like aspirin and other seemingly harmless so-called medicinal substances, which are supplied by the big drug firms, are causing tens of thousands of deaths each year worldwide. Thousands of years before the time of Jesus, hemp was being employed for medicinal purposes, and I strongly suspect that Christ himself made good use of its healing virtues. If the greatest healers in history did not hesitate to employ hemp to aid in their patients' recoveries, why do we allow its use to be prohibited today? Oils produced from this plant have already proven themselves to be effective in the treatment or control of practically every human malady. And in all honesty, I cannot name a disease upon which this wonder of nature is not of benefit in treating. Therefore, I cannot help but feel that there is no longer a need for any further controversy over this subject. If this plant and the oil it produces cannot be considered medicine, then what else on this earth could be? What I am saying has been proven countless times by vast numbers of people worldwide. Just look at the information and testimonials available on the internet. If all this were not true, then why would so many people now be coming forward? Since our trusted news media is controlled by the same individuals and their friends who wish to keep this plant's use restricted, Today, the only place the truth can be found is on the internet. And that truth is literally screaming that something must be done. The medical system keeps telling us that cannabis needs more study before its medicinal use can be recognized. What they are stating is only a stalling tactic, which the rich and powerful have been employing for years to maintain control. To me, listening to such nonsense is becoming rather tiresome, and I think by now that it should be having about the same effect on all of us. Have we not already listened to enough of this unsubstantiated double talk? And how many people have to die needlessly before all this type of misleading rhetoric comes to an end? Not everyone will fail to remember those who are responsible for this situation. And it is the continuing manipulation of these individuals that is causing so many at present to suffer. I don't care how you look at it. Those who are responsible for these deeds are committing outright murder. And no matter if they are willing to admit it to themselves or not, nevertheless, when they expose us to chemicals and poisons disguised as medicine, then restrict us from the use of natural, harmless medicinal substances which can save our lives, this is called genocide. How could depriving vast numbers of those who are suffering from the medications they require to heal properly be looked at in any other way? Yet individuals who blindly support the restriction of this plant's medicinal use go on uttering the same lame-brained excuses without even considering the harm and devastation these bogus statements are causing to people who need this medicine most. If those with substandard intelligence choose to support the use of what the medical system supplies today, it is their right. But do not think for a second that those among us with a brain that still functions will feel compelled to do the same. If you want to allow yourself to be harmed or even killed by those we call doctors today, then by all means, please do so. But as for those of us with reasoning abilities, we will take a much more sensible approach to healing ourselves. I know these are strong statements to be coming from someone such as myself, but they are all based in fact. If they were not, what I have been saying publicly would have been debunked by medical professionals a long time ago. The reason they have avoided trying to do so is simple. They cannot disprove a thing I have stated, and they know it. But I can expose them for what they are to the public in the blink of an eye. To those of you who are not familiar with this subject, you may find my attitude towards politicians and the medical system, etc., to be somewhat extreme. But for the last decade, I have been doing everything in my power to bring this to the attention of physicians and those who are supposed to represent our needs in government circles. But as yet, my efforts have been futile. There is as yet no law against being misinformed or ignorant about a subject. But when the actions of those in political and medical circles show a total disregard for reality and are causing hundreds of millions of needless deaths every year, I think it's time for us all to begin to place our trust elsewhere. It really makes one wonder what is wrong with our society when countless doctors have watched their own patients heal themselves with the use of this natural substance, and yet still they remain quiet. I have also witnessed those involved in politics and the legal profession who were well aware of this medication's effectiveness refuse to lift a finger. Could these really be considered individuals in which we are supposed to put our trust? Watching well-educated and supposedly intelligent people who are in positions of trust turn their backs on such a simple truth for this length of time can be somewhat frustrating. For years now, these individuals have expressed no interest, so I am no longer willing to waste my time trying to convince those in political and medical circles to act. Since everyone in authority I have come into contact with thus far have made it clear that they are behaving in a criminal fashion towards those they are supposed to serve, I could care less about what they think or say. My mission now is to provide the truth to everyone possible, so together we can effect change. And through our website and the information we distribute, now almost everyone can produce their own medication to heal themselves. I openly challenge any doctor to appear with me before a live audience, or better yet, why don't we do this right over national television stations? Let's see whose statements the viewing audience will accept about what is medicine and what is not. In addition, I would like the medical system to show us any medication commonly in use for any condition that would be more harmless or effective to ease a patient's suffering than properly produced hemp oil. Unfortunately, I doubt very strongly that such an event will ever occur. For if it did, the whole medical system would be exposed. And this is not something that the powers that be would like to see take place before the general public. High-grade hemp oil is a substance that all medications deemed fit for human consumption should be measured against. Why do drug companies use placebos in their so-called studies to determine what they intend to sell the public is safe and effective in solving their medical issues? If those in charge of drug companies really wanted to know the truth about the medications they are trying to sell and shove down our throats, why are the concoctions they produce not measured against hemp oil to determine how safe and effective they really are? The reason they do not is quite clear, since it would prove the substances they manufacture and distribute do present a danger to the public, and in comparison with what nature can provide, are much less medicinally active and safe. Therefore, it begs the question as to why any highly trained medical professional would try to use these chemicals and poisons and expect them to help someone regain their health. Excuse me. Practically everything pharmaceutical companies tell us about the medical virtues of their products is a hoax that has been perpetrated against us by both drug companies and the FDA to instill confidence in that which they wish the public to use as medicines. To those who seem to lack any moral responsibility for what they are doing, this all might be looked at as being good business. But every day, for many of us, their lies and manipulation can cause untold suffering and put vast numbers of those who could have been healed in an early grave. I am not just some guy who is telling you all this so I can mislead you and fill my pockets. If you've seen how badly my bank account has been overdrawn for the past few years, no doubt that would be all the proof you would need. When I started doing this, my aim was simply to help the human race by providing them with medicine and information that can ease their suffering and save their lives. We were able to accomplish this by putting all the information needed to produce this medicine yourself and how to use it properly up on our website, phoenixtears.ca. Then Christian Lorette, a very talented young man from Amherst, Nova Scotia, produced and released our documentary, Run from the Cure, in early 2008. By that time, I had supplied this oil to countless individuals with cancer and many other types of medical problems. The effectiveness of this oil in the treatment of practically all medical difficulties was truly astounding. To combat this, the Canadian government has given me a criminal record, and they have done everything short of shooting me to prevent my message of hope from reaching the masses. In addition, just recently we published my book, Phoenix Tears, The Rick Simpson Story, and at present it is available as an e-book at phoenixtears.ca. Even though my book has been available for the last few months and the facts have been laid bare for all to see, still nothing has been done. If you want to learn the ugly truth about the world in which we live, you will find it between the covers of this book. After reading it, I'm sure you will feel the same disgust that I do for those who have caused all this to take place. That is why I am here in Europe, hoping to find a country which is run a bit more honestly, in which this life-saving medication can be openly produced. Many who attend the events at which I appear are trying to acquire some oil to help themselves or a loved one. But sadly, due to the laws which are in place, I have very few contacts in Europe who can supply the proper material needed to produce this substance. So please do not vent your anger on me, because I cannot supply the medication you require. I am not among those who are trying to deny its use. If you are looking to blame someone, look no further than your trusted governments, for they were the ones who put these so-called laws in place. Back in Canada, I knew many individuals that were growing the right strains required to produce this medication properly on a fairly large scale. Still, due to demand for this substance, in a very short time, I would usually exhaust their supply. But over here in Europe, I cannot speak the different languages, and I don't have the contacts to even supply my own needs on a steady basis. Plus, many growers in Europe do not as yet grow the most potent and sedative indica and indica-dominant strains that I recommend. These absurd laws, which are currently in place, are keeping the price of good medicinal bud very high. And even if patients can find the needed material, often they cannot afford to purchase it. If this plant were allowed to be grown properly, without interference from governments and police, you could buy a kilo of high-grade medicinal bud for practically nothing to solve your medical issues. I am more than willing to prove everything I'm saying. All I need is a government somewhere that will give me the okay. If there is a country anywhere which is willing to turn me loose and let me show them what I can do, in no time they will have more proof than they know what to do with. I have been traveling now for 3 years, and I can tell you from personal experience that living out of a suitcase for an extended period of time is not an experience which one enjoys. I feel now that my time could be better spent staying in one place for a while, so I can get on with my research and begin taking the medication I require on a more steady basis. If there is an honest government out there that really has the best interests of their people at heart, please contact me, and I'm sure we can work something out. The truth in what I'm saying is plastered all over the internet, and there is no shortage of testimonials or scientific evidence to back up everything that this amazing medication can do for the human race. Since the use of cannabis has now been decriminalized in so many countries, surely there is some place which would welcome my expertise in the production of this medication. If we work together, it would not only help your people, but in the end, such a country would be setting an example for the rest of the world to follow. I am not looking for a revolution. My only goal is to see change, and to accomplish this, we must go about it in the proper way. Should we seek retribution? No, we should not. I do not want to hear about anyone carrying out acts of violence against their doctors and elected officials. After all, they are no different than most of us, and they too were fed the same unfounded propaganda about this plant which we were. Unlike many of us, sadly it seems that most of these individuals are unable to come to terms with the simple truth which is now before them, and are only capable of regurgitating the falsehoods they were told in the past. But even though those in positions of authority have been more than a bit slow to act in doing anything positive about this situation, I still feel that no harm should be directed towards them. I also do not wish to see violence carried out against the rich elite who have been giving the human race so much grief. But to put a stop to their activities, I do feel that they must be dealt with in a sensible manner. The fortunes these mega-rich individuals and families have amassed is in reality the proceeds from the crimes they have committed against us all. When criminals are caught, the funds their crimes have generated are confiscated. Since it is a well-known fact how many mega-rich families like the Rothschilds and Rockefellers, etc., came by their fortunes, should we not take what they have stolen from us back and put these resources in the hands of individuals who will do something good for this world? Instead of regulating and taxing cannabis, as some so-called hemp activists have suggested, why do we simply not get together and bring those who have been harming us to justice? I think this could be accomplished if we were to bring these individuals into a real common law court, then confront them with all the evidence of their crimes until they admit their guilt, after which they should be stripped of their money and power so they can do no further damage. Since the rich elite have never been subjected to the hard work that many of us have, I doubt that most of them could even function well in the real world. It may be too generous on my part, but after admitting their guilt, I feel that they should be set free and left with enough so they can live out the rest of their lives in at least some comfort. In truth, these individuals have committed many sinister deeds, and there is no question that their thinking and reasoning is of a psychopathic nature. But still, I cannot help but look at them all as simply being people who are suffering with mental issues, and I'm sure the oil would help many of them think a bit more clearly. What I am suggesting may sound irrational to some, but what other sensible solution is there to the dilemma which we currently face? Should we just stand by and watch the rich elite finish destroying our planet? Or be content to see our governments continue to misrepresent our needs and deny us from the right to use this God-given plant to heal ourselves? I can only hope that we will not allow this to take place. All we have to do is unite, and governments will soon come around to our way of thinking if they wish to remain in office. For in reality, the people are the power, and if we stand as one, it would be very foolhardy for any government to continue ignoring our wishes. We all bear the responsibility for what is to transpire in the future, and in truth, our actions govern what will come to pass. If you want to see your children and coming generations, if you want to see that your children and coming generations are given the opportunity to live in freedom and be afforded the right to heal themselves naturally, please join with me, and together we can give our planet a new lease on life, and not to mention save ourselves in the process. By freeing the cannabis hemp plant, we will in turn free ourselves, and when this occurs, it will be a new day for mankind. So let us act as one, and soon we will find the better world for which we have all been searching. The time to act is now, and if most refuse to do so, then it can only be said that indeed we have become the authors of our own destruction. Surely one would expect that whoever or whatever created our species had something more sensible and meaningful planned for our future than just suffering and death. So I beseech all who hear my words today to help spread this message of hope so we can evolve more rapidly to a much higher level of consciousness. When this comes about, we should be able to live in freedom and plenty, while indeed remaining in good health during our journey through life. And this will finally allow us to fulfill the role for which mankind was created. We were not put here to destroy this earth by being reckless and fighting over its resources. The true function which we are supposed to be performing is to act as shepherds that will manage this planet properly. And very soon now, for our own sake, I hope we will begin to do just that. Can we do better? You bet we can. And now, all we have to do is find the resolve to bring it about. My name is Rick Simpson. Thank you very much. Okay, now we can get back to those questions and answers. During the break, during the supper break, there was plenty of people came to me, but okay, I guess we're going to take a few minutes break, and then I'll come back with the questions and answers. 5 minutes. 5 minutes always turns into 10, but in a few minutes. Okay.
You should all be really proud of yourselves, To introduce myself, my name is Clark, Clark French. I am a medicinal cannabis user. I have an illness called MS. There's been a few mentions of that earlier. I believe Howard mentioned it, Pinky mentioned it. MS is a neurological condition where the immune system, for some reason, no one knows why, but for some reason it turns around and it starts attacking the nervous system and destroying the nerves. So, your nervous system obviously is really important in everything that you do. To do anything, to move, to talk, to anything, you use your nervous system. MS can put holes in the nervous system, called lesions. I've had a brain scan, and I've got like hundreds of holes in my brain, which I'm quite proud of actually. I'm still stood here, so fuck it, you know? Thank you. I want to tell you a little bit about what happened to me last year and where I went and what I did and how much it made a massive difference to my life and to my quality of life. I was lucky enough to spend 4.5 months of last year in the state of California in America, and I got myself a medical marijuana what's it called?
License.
A license, I guess. A card, whatever you want to call it. I got a prescription from a recommendation from a doctor that says, Clark French, you can go to a dispensary, you can use cannabis as medicine. I was lucky enough to know a lot of people out there who helped me, and again, it's been mentioned earlier, the Rick Simpson oil, which cured Pinky's cancer. I used it. Before I went, I used the walking stick. I haven't needed it since. Cannabis is medicine. Cannabis is medicine, and it needs to be out. It needs to be there. How many people are destroyed by prescription drugs? How many people are pushed on antidepressants by their doctor? I was told for a year before I was diagnosed with MS, oh no, it's in your head. It's all in your head. You need these antidepressants. You need these antidepressants. You need this drug. You need that drug. I've never been worse, and I've never been more ill than when I was on those drugs. I couldn't walk. I could barely talk. Some of my friends here will know how bad I was. It was horrible. But cannabis has basically cured me. Cannabis has changed my life. It's incredible, and I wanted to share that story with you here, so that maybe next time, thank you, next time cannabis is bad, go, well, actually, no. Cannabis isn't bad. I know a guy, he went to California, he couldn't fucking walk before he went. he got there in a wheelchair, wheeled in a wheelchair through the airport. Yeah? Because I couldn't walk. And now, I just walk like 2 miles. What? I've got MS, I shouldn't be able to do this. The only reason I can is because of medicine. This medicine, which is cannabis. And Google any illness, yeah? Put cannabis and this illness, and I guarantee you there will be at least anecdotal evidence of it being medicine. And that's not even all. Guess what? Yeah? Cannabis is actually good for you, even if you don't have an illness. It actually reduces your chances of getting ear, nose and throat cancer. Did you know that? It's true. Google it. It's true. So actually, you're all medical users. You just don't know it. That's what I'd say. I'm here with loads of my friends there. I run the Berkshire Cannabis Community. We are part of the UK CSC movement, and I would encourage all of you to join up with the Welsh Cannabis Club. They're part of the movement, and we're hoping to make a change, because it's been too long that we've been, we are not bad people. We're here. Look, has there been any trouble? No, we're all just having a good time, smoking up with our friends. What's wrong with that? What is that? It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. Join the cannabis community, help out. Normal UK's just started up. I'm a lot of people here are involved in that. I'm really proud to be a part of it, and Normal is a great organisation in the States. If you haven't heard of it, it's 25,000 members, is it not, Greg? Something like that. It's huge. They're a big force in America. There's chapters in New Zealand, Australia, Canada, loads of places, and now the UK has one. And anyone that wants to get involved, get in contact with me, get in contact with Greg, get in contact with Stan, Deb. We're all in it. We're all in it together. So I just wanted to share my story with you and tell you just how effective cannabis is as medicine, and hopefully you guys can share that with people you know, and we can make a change, because it's going to happen from the grassroots, the ground down. That's where we're looking for. We need everyone to get behind this, because prohibition is evil, prohibition is wrong, and it's about time that it ended, basically. Thank you.
It's Ken O'Keefe in Gaza. In this Orwellian world of ours, it's also nice to have some refreshing honesty, and, we were watching something really quite interesting yesterday, me and Max.
When I saw this clip yesterday, I thought it was comedy. We all know that there's been false flag events staged right throughout history. It's been replete throughout history. We've had the Lusitania, we've had Gulf of Tonkin, we've had the Maine. These go way back as far as Nero burning Rome. But sometimes you see something and it just boggles the mind. And as I was saying, when I first saw this clip, I had to recheck it actually 3 times just to make sure that it wasn't comedy. I thought I was watching The Onion or something like that. I saw it and I thought, there's no way this can be real. But it turns out that it is real, and we're going to show you this clip and see what you think about this.
I frankly think that crisis initiation is really tough. And it's very hard for me to see how the United States president can get us to war with Iran. Which leads me to conclude that if, in fact, compromise is not coming, that the traditional way of America gets to war is what would be best for U.S. interests. Some people might think that Mr. Roosevelt wanted to get us into World War II, as David mentioned. You may recall we had to wait for Pearl Harbor. Some people might think Mr. Wilson wanted to get us into World War I. You may recall he had to wait for the Lusitania episode. Some people might think that Mr. Johnson wanted to send troops to Vietnam. You may recall he had to wait for the Gulf of Tonkin episode. We didn't go to war with Spain until the USS, until the Maine exploded. And may I point out that Mr. Lincoln did not feel he could call out the Federal Army until Fort Sumter was attacked, which is why he ordered the commander at Fort Sumter to do exactly that thing which the South Carolinians had said would cause an attack. So if, in fact, the Iranians aren't going to compromise, it would be best if somebody else started the war. One can combine other means of pressure with sanctions. I mentioned that explosion on August 17th. We could step up the pressure. I mean, look, people, Iranian submarines periodically go down. Someday one of them might not come up. Who would know why? We can do a variety of things if we wish to increase the pressure. I'm not advocating that, but I'm just suggesting that this is not a either-or proposition. It's just sanctions has to succeed or other things. We are in the game of using covert means against the Iranians. We could get nastier at that. I frankly think that crisis initiation is really tough.
Crisis initiation? We're trying to initiate crisis?
And it's very hard for me to see how the United States president can get us to war with Iran.
My heart breaks. I know we all want war, and my heart breaks. The president can't get us to war.
Which leads me to conclude that if, in fact, compromise is not coming, that the traditional way of America gets to war is what would be best for U.S. interests.
I don't know. I thought peace and prosperity was good for U.S. interests. Perhaps I'm old-fashioned.
Some people might think that Mr. Roosevelt wanted to get us into World War II.
Yeah, I thought that. What about you, Ken? Did you think that? Yeah, I thought that too. Is that why Roosevelt sent all the valuable ships to the West Coast and left all the crappy ones in Pearl Harbor and sacrificed all those sailors?
Oh, that's it.
As David mentioned, you may recall we had to wait for Pearl Harbor. Some people might think Mr. Wilson wanted to get us into World War I. You may recall he had to wait for the Lusitania episode.
So I guess that's why they sent the Lusitania, which was a passenger ship, into a war zone, packed the hull with explosives, even after they had warnings from the Germans not to send it in there.
Some people might think that Mr. Johnson wanted to send troops to Vietnam. You may recall he had to wait for the Gulf of Tonkin episode.
Gulf of Tonkin, they made that one up. It didn't even exist. It was just complete fabrication.
We didn't go to war with Spain until the USS, until the Maine exploded.
So it wasn't the Spanish.
And may I point out that Mr. Lincoln did not feel he could call out the Federal Army until Fort Sumter was attacked.
Makes sense.
Yeah, makes sense.
Which is why he ordered the commander at Fort Sumter to do exactly that thing which the South Carolinians had said would cause an attack.
As you would. I mean, of course, it supports U.S. policy, doesn't it?
So if, in fact, the Iranians aren't going to compromise, it would be best if somebody else started the war.
Well, after all, war with Iran is in the American interest, so I think Israel should help us out, eh?
One can combine other means of pressure with sanctions. I mentioned that explosion on August 17th. We could step up the pressure. I mean, look, people, Iranian submarines periodically go down. Someday one of them might not come up. Who would know why? We can do a variety of things if we wish to increase the pressure. I'm not advocating that.
I'm not advocating that. Would you advocate that, Max?
I would never advocate that. Of course, that's probably why they mentioned it.
We wouldn't advocate that.
No, never.
But I'm just suggesting that this is not a either-or proposition. It's just sanctions has to succeed or other things.
Other things? Like everything you just talked about?
We are in the game of using covert means against the Iranians.
It's like chess. It's just like a game of chess.
Absolutely, that's all it is.
You know, I mean, it's just all life on planet Earth, like, a game of chess.
Yeah, you make a move, that's it.
That's all it is. That's all it is.
We could get nastier at that.
Yeah, you... Nasty? No, we've only just begun. 9/11, that's just an appetizer.
We're just getting warmed up.
Just getting warmed up.
So, folks, what do you say to a clip like that? Like I said, when I first saw that, I thought it was a comedy routine. I can't believe that they're just out there saying that. They're saying, look, folks, and bear in mind that everything that he just mentioned was a false flag attack. We had to do all of these things, and now we're having lobbies where we're filming it in public and we're telling you what we're going to do. We're saying we're going to stage false flag attacks, folks, and you're not even going to notice because that's what we do now, and you don't notice anyway. So, I mean, it just boggles the mind.
Yeah, you know, Max, and you know, it's like a game, isn't it? It's Zbigniew Brzezinski's grand chessboard. It's just like these people are playing around with us like we're little pawns on a chessboard or something. This is not a game. It is as serious as it gets, and yet these assholes get up as if they own the world, as if we're some inconsequential, non-existent fucking robotic slave class that's just there for, you know, window dressing.
Well, yeah, exactly, window dressing. But the thing that really blows me out is that they're just telling us about it so blatantly. And look, folks, everything they're doing, I mean, the only way it's going to stop is if we do something about it. We have to pay attention to what's going on. We've got to pay attention to what's being said to us. People just aren't paying attention to what's happening in the world. They're not paying attention to what the media is telling them. They're not paying attention to what the politicians are telling them. They're not paying attention to themselves, and they're certainly not paying attention to Gaza. And that's something that very much needs to change.
And let's look at these guys, the Near East studies. Now, if this was just a bunch of, you know, jerk-offs running around with their mouth, you know, then that would be one thing. But these so-called think tanks basically are the formers of policy. Well, let's remember the Project for a New American Century. What did the Project for a New American Century say? They said that ultimately the American people were too fucking stupid to support a global fucking war that would effectively win the empire complete total domination, full spectrum dominance, as they said. That the American people were too stupid, so therefore we needed a, quote, new Pearl Harbor in order for the American people to be whipped up into a policy that would allow us to invade Iraq, invade Afghanistan, and also start a bunch of wars in the Middle East to be able to create that clash of civilization, so whereby we could use all of those billions and billions and billions that we spend on weapons of mass destruction all around the world. Because, hey, you know, if those things are just sitting in a warehouse collecting dust, that's not very good, is it? We got to use those things, don't we?
Yeah, mate, they all cost money. And as I've said so many times before, what we're seeing here, folks, is a breach of trust. Every government in the world is in breach of trust. Every government that supports this is breach of trust. And what we've got to understand is what our relationship with government is, and that is one of fiduciary trust. These are simply trustees that we employ to do a job for us. We employ these people to manage our infrastructure and to ensure that we have peace and prosperity. And here they are saying it's in America's best interests to create war. So what's going on here? What is going on with our system? What is going on is breach of trust. These people are simply public trustees, and they're going to continue doing what they do until we wake up to the power that we have and wake up to what our actual position is in the social hierarchy. Things have to change, and it has to be implemented by us.
Well, that's just it, isn't it, Max? I mean, we talk about breach of trust. This is gross breach of trust, and it's been going on for decades. Actually, it's been going on for centuries, to be honest. Actually, it's been going on even longer than that. These people don't represent our interests. As he says, the American interest, what is the American interest to the Near East Studies Institute? What is the American interest to Project for a New American Century? Is that your interest? Is it my interest? Is it the interest of the working class people who are busting their butts so they can bail out the fucking bankers? Is that the American interest? I don't think so. Again, they're mocking us. And Americans, red-blooded American patriots, think about it. That little podunk country in the Middle East called Israel is our master at this point. America is Israel's bitch, and we're doing basically whatever they want. And only because more Americans are becoming dialed in and becoming a little bit too ashamed of the fact that some little country in the Middle East is telling them what to do. And hopefully the leaders, many of the leaders within the Pentagon and the higher-ups in the military are not down with the program. This is important. If you're a red-blooded American patriot, you better start doing the right thing for the real American interest.
Very true. It has to be looked at, and people have to start paying attention. My friend Ken gets quite angry about this issue, and that isn't surprising. He has a Palestinian wife. He's been to Gaza 3 times, and he's seen the situation that the people are in here. And seeing this clip, they're virtually mocking us, folks. They're just telling us what they're going to do. I mean, hey, I'm not advocating that we do this. I'm just going to come out here as a lobbyist and mention that these are all the things that we have done. Perhaps we can do it again. But, of course, I'm not advocating it. It's about time we wake up to what's going on here, folks. We need to take the power back, and it has to come from the people. It's the only place it can come. There's no good petitioning these people. There's no good lobbying government. There's no good signing forms and voting people in and voting people out. We have to realise where we sit in the food chain. God created man and gave man dominion over the earth. We are mankind. We have dominion over the earth. Governments are our servants, and it's about time we wake up and realise that.
Well, that's right. There is no savior, man. You know, who's the savior? We're the savior. Take a look in the mirror. That's the savior. There's no one coming to save us. Now, let's understand this. This is not a joke. The stakes could not be any higher. This little game with Iran, I think, personally, that the war with Iran would have happened by now. Let us not underestimate the consciousness of humanity is rising. I believe they've done their focus groups. By they, I mean the powers that be. They've done their focus groups, and they realize that people in high ranks may very well break those ranks. And if that happens and the first domino falls, those who are really in power, the ones behind the puppets they put in front of us, that they're going to be the ones who are going to be hanging from lampposts as soon as those people break ranks. So they're afraid. But at the same time, they're afraid and they're dangerous. And let us make no mistake. If you don't know what the Simpson option is, I want you to go Google Simpson option. The Simpson option is what Israel has said publicly on more than one occasion, with the full backing of America, no less. All of those weapons of mass destruction, hundreds of nuclear weapons at Israel's disposal. Israel has said openly that if its existence is threatened, that it will take the whole world down with it, that it will attack Europe, that it will attack the world with nuclear weapons. Now think about it. If they attack Iran and Iran fights back, what are the odds that Iran won't fight back? Of course they will. And when they fight back, they have weapons that can hurt Israel and kill a lot of people. What is Israel going to do then? Is it going to exercise the Simpson option? It might very well do that. This could be the end of the world as we know it. It's time to take our heads out of the sand, stop being the proverbial ostrich, and seriously wake up. This is for our children and future generations, that we stop pretending as if we don't live in a world in which we threaten our own existence. We are all one family. We need to start treating each other like brothers and sisters. And those brothers and sisters in our family who are acting like psychopaths and endangering all of us, we need to deal with them. And hopefully we can bring them around. But if they can't be brought around, then they certainly need to be taken out of their positions of power now.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here. Can you all hear me okay? So something I think is important to know about our society today is that, well, we're in a lot of trouble. I think that everybody who's here today probably knows that already. But something else is to understand that what we really know about our society and what we know in the modern world is what we're taught to know. Very often we don't really look for that knowing within ourselves. We look for that knowing within something external to ourselves. Often even what we perceive ourselves to be as a culture is that which we are taught our culture is. It's been very interesting, this trip that I've been taking around the world, because I haven't been doing any speaking engagements. This is only the second speaking engagement that I've done. I didn't come around travelling around the place in order to do any speaking. What I actually came to do was to do a lot of listening. And it was very interesting, because had I been doing speaking engagements around the world, I wouldn't have listened to the things the journey was telling me nearly as closely as I did. And it's culminated in a couple of speaking events here at the end. I don't have any slideshows or anything prepared for you. I've got a few pictures I will show you, but as I said, I didn't come out prepared to really do any speaking. So I don't have any sort of a talk prepared for you, so what I'm really going to do is just share some time with you, share some of my thoughts with you, share some of my journey with you. And what I was saying before is that what I've seen everywhere we go is that we know what we're taught to know. Every culture that I've been to around the world, one of the most noticeable things I've seen with every culture is their need to convey their culture to me. Hey, we're from Croatia, this is where we come from, this is what we do. Hi, we're from Ireland, this is where we come from, this is what we do. In Ireland they had a thing called the Book of Kell. The Book of Kell defines the Celtic lifestyle, defines the Celtic culture. You speak to a person from Ireland and they say this is who we are.
This is what defines the Celticness of ourselves. And they define themselves by the written word, and they define their art by the written word. And it was very interesting what Ben was saying before about how we've had a loss of art in our culture, because really art is culture. But we've been taught that our culture is something more patriotic. Our culture is something more related to our race. That our culture is there to protect our little spot on the world, because our spot in the world is better than every other spot in the world. And we've been drawn away from the art that created that spot and gave that spot its uniqueness, and we've been drawn into our race. We come from within these boundaries, and so we're different from those guys because they have a different book that defines their race, the way we have our book of Kel, or our book of whatever we have in whatever country we're in. And we have this and we define ourselves by the written word, and so we don't know things inside anymore. We know what's written there for us to know, what's given to us to know. So we define ourselves by this written word. And what's the first thing we do when we go to school? We're taught to spell. What are we doing when we're spelling? We're casting spells. We're thinking in language. People would tell me that a spell is a series of words. I would say that a word is a series of spells, because it is that written language that defines our reality. It's our understanding of the language that defines our reality. So again, we know what we're taught to know. You get natural law and you take natural law away from people by writing it down and defining it by the written word. Here it is, this is what it means. This is what freedom means. Freedom means these letters that we wrote on this piece of paper. That's what it means. And so now you can define your freedom by your understanding of those words. But now because we've written those words down, we can just change them a little bit. We can create amendments. We can make it better for you. And we lose the original meaning, the original knowing that you had inside. It's now defined by the written word. And we have whole cultures that are defined by the written word in this way. And so we're always looking externally to find out who and what we are when it's really all inside us. And that's what people say when they look at the world today and they say, well, it's a real mess. And some New Age people will say, well, it's just a reflection. It's a reflection of what's inside you. And other people say, it's New Age, it doesn't make any sense. How can I change that which is external to me by changing what is internal? Well, it's true you can do it, but once you make that change internally, you have to apply it to the external world. That's the thing. We find ourselves in these little spiritual bubbles, but we don't apply it to the world around us because we're taught to know what we're taught to know. We don't know anymore. A lot of the success I've had with the radio shows and the films that I've made is that when I've been speaking to people on the radio, they've said to me, when you speak, it's like I already knew that. It's like you were speaking my own mind. I just didn't know that I knew it, but you reminded me. And that's exactly what it is, because it's a knowing. And it's all there. It's your intuition. It's your higher senses. They're there, but they've been taken away from us. They've been taken away from us by our... We believe that we are our thoughts now. We're not really connected to the field around us. We don't understand what we are. We believe we define ourselves by our thoughts. We define ourselves by our looks, by our physical appearance and by our thoughts. We think this is who we are. But really what we are is infinite consciousness having an experience. Really, if you look at people such as Bruce Lipton, cellular biologists, who's figured out that cells are affected by their environment, that we're all actually downloading ourselves. We're downloading ourselves from the surrounding field. Your consciousness isn't even local to your body. Your body is just a vehicle you use to experience yourself. Yourself doesn't come from you, it comes from out here, the same place as myself comes from. We all come from the same source. Really, there's only one of us here having 7 billion different experiences. You say that to people and they say, well, I hope it's me. I hope I'm the one who's here. But we're all coming from this same source, that's the thing. And we've forgotten that. So we see ourselves as separate from each other. We see ourselves as being imperfect because we're given all these yardsticks to measure ourselves up to by society. We say you have to be perfect, you have to be like this if you're going to be perfect. You have to have this. You have to behave in this way. You have to hang with these people, you have to do these things, have these cars, have this type of lifestyle, and then you will be perfect. But really we're all perfect anyway, because We're all perfect at being ourselves, and that's what we're here to do. Of course you're here to be yourself. That's who you are. What else could you possibly be here for? You're here to experience yourself, and no one can be yourself better than you can. So therefore, you're perfect at being yourself. Why would you consider yourself to be anything but perfect? No one else can be that. No one else can have that perspective. And when you see that in yourself, and you see that perfection in yourself, then you see how it all works, and you start seeing it in other people, and all the barriers break down. You start seeing yourself as equal to everybody, and you start seeing what this system is. Why the world is so messed up. It's because we're disconnected from ourselves. We're always looking forward externally because we're taught what to know rather than knowing what we know. It all comes back to that. I believe a lot of this comes down to a loss of shamanistic traditions. I think this has been a big thing that's really served to enslave humankind. And when you look at the system that we're all fighting against now, we're all seeing a corporate monstrosity. We call it the New World Order. We call it whatever you want to call it. We call it the Illuminati. We give it all sorts of fanciful names. What it really is a global corporation, a global corporate system. This was put in place in its current form back in the 1300s by a pope in the Vatican called Pope Boniface. He created this corporate system, which eventually culminated in the Crown Corporation, the enslavement to debt and central banking that we've seen around the world, the whole monstrosity that we're now facing. This all comes from that corporate system. And one of the biggest threats to this corporate system when it was put in place was the shamanistic culture. This is why the Crown Corporation and the East India Trading Company, the whole European monarchy, all went out of their way to destroy shamanistic culture. Even the knowledge that Rick Simpson's been talking about, the knowledge of the plants, the knowledge of the healing properties of hemp, all of these relate back to shamanistic traditions, and it goes further than that. The knowledge of all plants is remarkable. Most plants we are connected to in many ways, but we just don't know how to connect to them anymore. Most of the other cultures do. Most of the rest of nature does, you'll notice. If there's an earthquake or a tsunami in a particular area, for example, all of the natural creatures will leave the area. All of the tribal cultures, if there's any tribal cultures left, they will also leave the area 2 or 3 days before there's a tsunami. They do so because they can read the energy field. People say, oh, that's their instinct. Their instinct tells them to leave. But what is instinct? Instinct is access to higher senses which allow you to connect with the world around you, allow you to connect with nature, allow you to connect with the Earth Mother. That's what we've lost. That's what we've lost through civilization. We don't have those high connections. Something Ben also talked about in his talk was the shutting down of the pineal gland. This has been one of the reasons why we don't have those high connections anymore. Through the onset of GM food, fluoride in the toothpaste, aerial spraying, all the things that they're doing to keep you shut down, to keep you dormant, to keep this pineal gland closed. They desperately want to have the pineal gland closed. They also do that through the fear vibration. They keep everybody in. This whole system is based on fear. It's all based on fear-based mind control, the whole thing. Even the fact that they've imposed a system of debt slavery upon people, whereby everybody always has to worry about money, always has to worry about supporting the economic model over the needs of the people, puts them into a state of fear-based mind control. You've always got to pay to be alive, and you've always got this fear drifting in the back of your mind. This serves to disrupt your nervous system. It disrupts your energy flows. And all of these things help to shut down your pineal gland. What I experienced at the onset of this trip, actually, when I left Australia, the first thing I did was I went to Peru, and I did some shamanistic ceremonies in Peru, which was quite a mind-expanding experience. It was a real connection with the plants through the songs of the shaman and the knowledge of the plants that they have in Peru. And then after these ceremonies, I went out through Western cultures, and I went out through different societies, culminating in time in London, and then into Ireland, and I went to Newgrange, a place where they believe one of the most ancient ceremonial sites on earth. And I started to piece together how I believe a lot of this has all happened, how these incredible steps have been taken to keep us shut down, and why shamanistic traditions represented such a terrible, terrible threat to the Crown Corporation and such a terrible threat to the control system that's currently in place on the planet. So these shamanistic cultures that connect you to the plants and connect you to nature are profound. And having the experience I had in Peru, I don't know how anybody who had such an experience could ever go and fight a war again. I don't know how anybody could ever hurt anybody again or steal from anybody again or even think to comply with a system such as the one that enslaves us again, had they had those experiences. And you can see why this entire system is designed to disconnect us from nature as much as it has. And what it's seeking to do, this system is seeking to virtually create a form of artificial life. It's like our left brain education. It's like our left brain mind, because we are so lost in mind. We are working to create an artificial culture, an artificial life. This is why we're moving towards transhumanism. This is why we're working towards GM crops. We're thinking we can make seeds better than nature made them, because by manipulating seeds and manipulating the genetics of seeds, we can manipulate the genetics of the races and the animals and the humans who eat the crops that come from these seeds. We're trying to find out how to become God, but we're doing it in a very scientific way. And we're doing it all from a left brain perspective. It's like something has basically taken over the mind of humanity. It's almost like this. It's almost like there is a completely psychopathic and narcissistic side of human consciousness which has taken control and created this type of society. So the question is, where did it come from? Why is it there? Because it is a psychopathic system, folks. If you really look at the system in which we are forced to function and forced to operate, you see that it is a psychopathic system. It's a system that's designed to always support an economic model over the needs of the people within the system. Now, apparently humanity created this system to service our needs, and yet the system is always about supporting the economic model. It's always about eternal capitalism, perpetual growth. You can't have a system of permanent growth on a planet with finite resources. It just doesn't work. It has to collapse sometime. And the more you have this system, the cheaper the goods get, the worse the quality gets, and the more expendable human beings become within the parameters of this system. So what function does this system actually serve? All it serves to do is to degrade the earth to a ridiculous degree, while it's spitting out humanity through the meat grinder and just discarding humanity all along the way. That's the only purpose of this system. So it's essentially a psychopathic system. Now, what happened when we used to have a lot of shaman who were in control of societies, and they were sort of overlooking societies and safeguarding societies, and they were keeping a watch and keeping an eye out on the people. What the shaman used to do, one of their functions, was to watch out for the psychopathic tendencies of people within society. Because you get 1 to 3% of people that are born without empathy. They're born as psychopathic consciousness. And these people will always be very charismatic. They'll always maneuver themselves into positions of power. That's what psychopaths do. They like to control others. And when we started losing our shaman and we started having these schisms within our societies, these psychopaths maneuvered themselves into positions of power. And we do have a psychopathic society. Just the fact that someone can come to your house and say, look, I've got to throw you out of your house because you haven't paid your mortgage to the bank. I feel terrible that you're going to freeze to death out in the cold. It's the middle of winter, and I feel terrible that I have to do it. But I have no choice, because it says here on this piece of paper that I have to throw you out in the cold and let you freeze to death. That's pathological thinking. But we do that because we're trained to do that. We're trained that this is the way we have to operate. You have to work within the parameters of the system. You have to be successful. This is called being successful. If you're able to work within the parameters of the system and you're able to make your little box that you control within society more efficient by maximising profits and using less manpower, then that's called success and will give you more money. Money is just fiction. It just supports the economic model. But we do everything to support this economic model. And so the system makes itself more efficient. So that's the problem. That's the problem, is the system itself. It's the efficiency of the system. The inbuilt need for efficiency of the system. That's how it extracts its energy. That's how it gets energy from us, because we work to make the system more efficient. But really what we're doing is we're just refining our prison, because we've lost our connection to each other, because we've lost our connection to ourselves. So when you see this, and you see that it's simply this corporate system that works to make itself more efficient, and that how it does that is by our participation in the system, then you start to see what the solutions to all these problems are. Because all these problems really are just symptoms. There's really only one problem, and that is the system itself. And all of the problems that we face, the starvation, the homelessness, the wars, the corruption, everything that we face is a result of this system. That is the problem. These are all symptoms of that problem. But that problem only exists because we allow it to exist. We don't know who and what we are in the social hierarchy of the system. Now, even when you look at the legal parameters that this system bases itself on, it's all based on basically ecclesiastic principles. It's all based on the biblical system. It's all based on, apparently, on the laws of God, the laws of the Bible. This is why they make you swear on the Bible when you go to church. So a great analogy that I use with people is that, well, it says in their Bible that they use for their political system and their legal system on the second page that God created man and gave man dominion over the earth. My name is man. We're all man. We are all mankind. We have dominion over the earth. We created government. We created society. Society created government. Government created the legislation that they use to enslave us to debt and to do all the things that they do to us. So that's where the solution lies, is to understand that we're the top of the food chain. We're the top of the social hierarchy. We're the top of the system. We created everything below us. Everything below us is fiction. And what we have in government is a group of public trustees. That's all we have. They're just public trustees, and they get away with what they're doing, and they get away with doing what they're doing to us because we don't know that's all they are. We think that they enslave us. We think that they are our rulers, but really they're not. They're just public trustees. And if anybody in your country is in a state of hardship because of the actions of these people, then really what we're seeing is a breach of trust. So we have to start looking at it that way. But it has to be done in mass. The whole population needs to know this. It's all very well for you to say this and for you to try to stand against the government, but you'll get squashed like a fly, because that's what they do. Because all the people around you don't know this, because they know what they're taught to know. They don't know the freedom they have within themselves. That's what they have to get back. That's what they have to rediscover. So that's what I've been trying to do in a lot of these shows. And civilization itself, I believe civilization is designed to basically create this situation. Civilization to me doesn't seem like anything that we would actually come up with by ourselves. Civilization, again, is an attempt to create artificial life. The current civilization that we have, if you look at it, it's like temporary accommodation. We don't build anything to last. All the buildings that we build in 100 years, 1,000 years, none of these buildings will be here. All that will be here will be the things that we found that were here before we came. The Mayan ruins, the pyramids, all of this really ancient stuff. We don't build things to last. And why do we build things anyway? Because when I was in Peru, when I had this connection to the Earth Mother, I began to wonder why we would ever need to start pulling things out of the earth and turning them into other things. Because ultimately, when I look at our society, and I look at our buildings and I look at our cities, really it's all dead. It's all just dead stuff that we pulled out of the earth and we turned it into something else. But it's dead. It's just dead earth. It doesn't have any life until we actually enter into it and give it life. So what we're doing is we're building dead stuff, and we're attempting to give it life. We're still trying to find the perfection that we've missed in ourselves. That's what I'm seeing in our society. It's like an attempt to imitate that which we already have, because we've forgotten that which we already have. So the question becomes, how? How did this happen? How do we get trapped into this left brain society? How do we get into a state where we're so shut down, where our pineal gland is shut down? 97% of our DNA they call junk DNA. They can't figure out what it does. 3% of reality we're actually experiencing. How do we get into this impaired state? That's the questions that I've been asking through this whole tour. And I really believe that there's some sort of, it's almost like there's been genetic manipulation somewhere along the line. Something's interfered with our ability to be ourselves. Why else would we find ourselves in this impaired state? Even if evolution is correct to a certain degree, which I don't particularly believe it is, but even if it is, how do we get to what is apparently an advanced race, an advanced state, and find ourselves in such a biologically impaired state? It doesn't make sense that we should be in this state if we're supposed to be so advanced. Why are we so impaired? Why don't we have the higher instincts that we're supposed to have? Why is our pineal gland shut down? What does our pineal gland do? What our pineal gland actually does is it releases DMT into the body, so that you should have actually more DMT operating in your body than what you normally do. I'm not saying you should run out and take DMT. It's not like that at all. The thing is that this is a naturally occurring substance that's supposed to be there in your body all the time. And it appears that there is an antenna for this stuff that exists all throughout nature. And it is through that antenna that you're able to communicate with nature. Could this be what instinct is? Could this be why the animals know to leave an area before a tsunami comes? Because they have more active DMT in their body, so they can read the tryptophan that is in all the vegetable life around them, all the life everywhere all around them. They can read, they can interact with this antenna, and they can see that the energy is changing, that things are changing, that they need to move away from the area. Is this the interface? I believe that it is. I believe that that one thing is why shamanistic traditions were such a threat to the system. Because you have to have this shut down in people, because if it isn't, people can read the energy field around them. They can read what's going on around them. And that's where the solution lies. So it all comes down to personal empowerment. You know, we can point the finger at everybody. We can point the finger at the Rothschilds. We can point the finger at the banking system. We can look at how the system functions, and it's very clever, and it is very, very contrived, and it is everything that I see in the world I see to be done on purpose. It all serves an ultimate end. You know, but how do we escape it all? It all has to come from within. It all has to come from people changing their energetic state and applying that to the world around them. Recently I was in Gaza, which was absolutely amazing. I just kind of went there. It was an interesting thing to do. But what I saw there was a real eye-opening experience. I saw people, and just like you, just like people everywhere else, just wonderful people, very friendly people, very warm people, but people that are being used to create a situation whereby what Ken was talking about in that video clip may well come to pass, World War III, war with Iran. The people in Gaza are being used as a political football to enrage the Arab world, to hopefully bring about some sort of conflict. And they're forgotten people. They don't have a country, they can't get a passport, they can't leave. That's what's so disturbing about it, is that they're seen by the world as virtually being nobody. And that's what's so disturbing about Gaza, because with this corporate system that's encroaching, if we don't address the problems that we're facing, then what's happening in Gaza is going to be what ends up happening here in Croatia. It's going to be what happens everywhere. We're going to see a world of dispossessed people. You know, once we get these whole global territories and global unions coming into effect, we've got the EU already. Once we get the African Union, the American Union, and the Asian Union, and we mix them all together, we're going to see a loss of sovereignty all over the world, and we're going to see a world of dispossessed people. And that's what's happening in Gaza right now. And that's what's being used to inflame hatred between the East and the West in order to bring this huge global thing to a head. Even when you look back at the way the system was planned, look back at the words of people such as Adam Weishaupt, who founded the Freemasons and the Illuminati. Basically, not the Freemasons, but the Illuminati. He actually said that they need 3 world wars in order to bring about this system that they want to put into place. And that's what we're seeing in Gaza. We're seeing the fomentation of this 3rd World War. And people need to pay attention to that. I intend to go back there in November because I want to help bring the story out of what's actually going on there. It's absolutely disgraceful. It is a war zone, and it is the world's biggest concentration camp, folks. There's 800,000 children in there as well. And there's no regard for human life. It's shocking what's being done to these people. All the borders are closed. They're not allowed to import. And the problem is, like I said, that they're just people like everybody else. They're people that are the same as everywhere else. And this is what the world will turn into if we don't start paying attention. So, again, how we pay attention is we have to understand what our relationship with these people is, because it's a trust agreement. It's all based on fiduciary trust. And where they're taking us is into a system of complete lockdown, a system of complete control. I don't know if any of you have looked into the transhumanist agenda, but there is a very large transhumanist agenda going on as well. The chemtrails, the GM food, the smart meters, all of the electromagnetic grid that they're setting up, all points to transhumanism. There's actually a report that I recently looked at that said that they've been injecting nanoparticulates into rats and mice, and they're finding that they can switch the genes of rats and mice by applying electromagnetic frequencies to these animals once they've injected them with nanoparticulates. So they're able to switch genes, folks, with radio waves and nanoparticulates. They can do this in mice now. They're telling you in mainstream news sites. And what we're finding in the chemtrails and the spraying that's going on all over the planet, if you haven't seen it, there was some shots that were up there before of chemtrails. And these things are going on everywhere, folks, and we've done analysis of what's coming down in these things. They contain barium, strontium, aluminium, all sorts of dioxides and heavy metals, but they also seem to contain nanoparticulates that you can grow in a petri dish. You can actually get some culture, you can get some blood samples, you can get tissue samples, you can culture them in a dish, and you can grow what looks like morgellons. It looks like fibres that grow in a petri dish outside the human body. We're getting them from urine samples, like I said, soil samples, water samples, leaf samples, tissue samples, blood samples. We're getting them from everywhere, and it's happening all around the world. So you can try it yourself and see if you get any results with this. But these things appear to be growing in everything. So the question is, what are they? They appear to be nanoparticulates. They appear to be nanomachines. You can put them in a Bunsen flame. They survive a Bunsen flame. You can freeze them in the freezer. They survive being frozen. These things are appearing everywhere. So what are they? Well, the transhumanist agenda, the merging of man with machine, is something that's very big on the world agenda, on the globalist agenda. And that's what this appears to be. So we ask where they come from. Well, the only place we can figure they must be coming from is from the aerial spraying, because this spraying wasn't happening years ago. When I was a kid, jets did not leave big trails like this across the sky. So why are we finding all of these strange things in the soil and in tissue samples now? What's the common denominator? Well, it's the atmosphere. Everybody's exposed to what's in the atmosphere. So that appears to be what's going on with the chemtrails. And it's also putting large amounts of aluminium in the soil. There's a film that came out recently called What in the World Are They Spraying? Did anybody see that film? That talked about what they are spraying. And there's a new one that's been come out recently, I think, called Why in the World Are They Spraying? I haven't seen that, but I'd like to. But in What in the World Are They Spraying, they show you some quite detailed analysis that show you what is in the soil samples, that show you that they're full of barium and they're full of aluminium in the soil samples. And what this is doing is it's turning the soil neutral. So even people who are growing organic food are having difficulty growing gardens because the soil's becoming neutral. And it's getting to the stage where you're being forced to buy Monsanto genetically modified aluminium-resistant seeds. They just happen to be aluminium-resistant, of course. Just a coincidence, folks. And so this is what's happening. So, again, all of this is going on, and what we're doing is we're going out and protesting. We're going out and protesting the GM foods. We're going out and protesting the whaling. We're protesting the homelessness. We're protesting all of these different things, all of which are symptoms of the one problem, which is the corruption of the system itself that exists because we are not aware of the fiduciary trust agreement that exists between ourselves and government. So that's the problem. That's the solution, is this fiduciary trust agreement. And I've suggested, as Rick mentioned before, I've suggested things like a people's mandate. You know, I mean, I believe, honestly, that what we're living in is what I would term to be a functional rotational dictatorship. We simply elect a new CEO every few years and we think we've got a new government, but we don't. It's theatre for the masses. And we need to call them on it. We need to call them to put the cards on the table. So, okay, if this is a democratic system, if this is truly an elected government of the people, elected by the people and for the people, then we should be able to influence the decisions of our government through a people's mandate, because that's called democracy. In a democracy, 51% of the people have a controlling vote. So if we can get enough people to wake up to the fact that all is not well, that the situation is seriously messed up, and that we have to step up to the plate and take a bit of responsibility, perhaps we can organise something like a people's mandate in each of our countries, whereby 51% of the people can hereby mandate that you, our elected trustees, carry out the following objectives. Failure to do so would indicate that you have abdicated your right to govern, and you will be required to step down to be replaced by a new group of elected trustees. This is regardless of any legislation that you've put in place to protect you from our will, because you only get the power to put that legislation in place from our will. But we need to exercise our will. We all need to do it in each of our countries. That's the thing. That's what freedom is, folks. Freedom is self-responsibility. And unfortunately, that's what most people don't want. They want someone to point the finger at. They want to be able to go and fill out a form or go and do something and pull that person down from being a bad parent and put a new parent up there and say, now you look after my life, because I don't want to do it. I don't want to take responsibility. But we need to take responsibility, because the world is in a pretty bad state. And we are the custodians of life on this planet. Each generation are the custodians of life and custodians of freedom on this planet. We all are. We hold the planet for our children. Not the government, not the people that we vote in to run the roads and run the infrastructure. It's us. It's us. We have that within our hearts if we choose to see it. And when I look at the world, I'd say we're doing a pretty crappy job. We really are, because we've been trained through a government-controlled education system to believe that governments rule us. That's why they took control of the education system, if you haven't figured that out yet. That's why all the education systems are government-controlled, because they don't teach you to be free. They teach you to regurgitate what's in the book, because that book defines your reality, because you're taught what to know, not to know what you know. But if you really look in your heart, you know that you're free. You know that you're free, you know that you're responsible, you know that there's something more than what you're getting. You just don't know what it is. You know, there's an interesting quote by a guy called, I think his name was Martin Heidegger, who said the most thought-provoking thing in our thought-provoking time is that we are still not thinking. And that's very true. We need to start doing some thinking. We really do. Because that's where it's got to come from. It's got to come from us individually. It's got to come from each individual knowing who and what they are and applying it to the world around them. And you're only going to do that when you discover your own perfection. It isn't until you discover that perfection that you can see it in others. And that's what breaks the barriers down. Because the reason we can't act as a community is because we have no common unity in our community. We judge our neighbours by what they wear or what they look like or what their political views are or how much stuff they've got. You know, we don't see that spark of perfection in them. We don't see their view of reality as valid. We only see our own view as being valid. But really, there's a lot more to it than that. You know, because if your view is to invalidate the views of other people, then how valid is your view? If we're all from this one single consciousness experiencing reality as a perspective, then why is anybody more valid than anybody else? Why should anybody need to be controlled by anybody else? Why do we need to be controlled by anybody else? You know, we're educated that we need to be controlled. We're educated that the world's a bad place. We're educated to measure ourselves up to all these yardsticks we're given and to judge the people around us if they don't measure up to the yardsticks we're given about them. You know, it's all completely backwards. It's all upside down, and it all leads us away from ourselves. And this world is a result. And even with medicine, the way we're synthesizing medicine, again, we're trying to create life when we've got perfection there right in front of us. We've got natural medicines that work. The hemp plant, all of the medicines of the plants that have been taken from us, all of the shamanistic cultures and all the shamanistic traditions of these plants that have all been taken from us. These are all these medicines. But again, we find that in a plant, then we try to create a synthetic version of it because we're trying to synthesize life. We're trying to create something better than this perfect biological computer that we inhabit, which is absolutely impossible. We can't improve on this. That's why they've locked us down to 3% of reality to trick us into thinking we can improve on it. But we can't. It's already there. All of the things we need are right there for us. But we just have to know that they're there. So that's what I've been trying to bring to people with these shows. And I think that the problem is that, as I said earlier, we've become locked in mind. We've been moved away from our heart. We've become locked into our mind. We've become locked into a system of mind control whereby we think that we are our thoughts. We think that's who we are. We define ourselves by what we think and what we look like, not what's in our hearts. We have to get that back. That's the only way we can do it. We can't vote people in, vote people out, and even a people's mandate. Ultimately, a people's mandate would serve in helping humanity understand the power that they've got. Would it achieve anything? It might likely not, because if you give it to governments, they're going to say, well, hang on a minute. No, we're not going to do that because now we're going to have to openly declare that you've actually been living in a dictatorship all along. Perhaps that's what it would take to make people stand up in another way. But we have to at least have them declare themselves, because if we were to do a mandate and they were to disobey a mandate or disregard a mandate, then that is what that would be. That would be an open declaration of dictatorship. It really would. So perhaps that's what we need. Perhaps that's the ultimatum that we could give them, because they certainly don't seem to be listening to too much else. But what we do is we go and we protest all the time. We'll go and hold a banner and go down to the street and we'll protest and we'll think that we've done something. I got out there and I shook my fist at the government today. I did my bit to make a better world, but ultimately we haven't done anything. All we've done there is we've gone and let off a little bit of steam. We haven't really done anything because we go home and the system's still in place. Everything's still there. We didn't change a thing. All we did was shake our fist at the world. But we don't have to even do that. What we have to do is empower ourselves and realise that the system's fiction. Everything below man is fiction. And we can step away from it. I've always said global non-compliance is what we need, but it needs to be global. So you need to have the strength of numbers, so you need to have the connection with your neighbours. So again, you need to break down those barriers by finding that perfection in yourself. It always comes back to the same thing. And this is what I've said on so many shows and what I've said on so many films. You've got to find that perfection in yourself and you've got to bring it all back to trust. You've got to realise that it's all just a trust agreement. That's what we're facing with all of our governments. So I was going to, I don't know where to really take it from there, because that's really the whole thing in a nutshell. It's got to come down to each person. I mean, I can tell you all about the system. We could spend hours discussing the whole system that's in place, the Rothschilds, the three city-states, the Vatican system of control, the control of time, the way the whole thing's been put in place. But really, it's just a big program. It's just a big program, and ultimately, all I really know is what I've experienced myself, because most of the rest of it is written in books. And what is written in books? It's history that's very often made up. History is always written by the winners. You ever notice when you read history books and how a place was taken over by a new place, it was always taken over by the good guys? Civilization always improved from that point. Whoever took anything over, if you read history, because it was always written by the guys who won, and they were always the good guys, and of course it was always an improvement from that point, according to their perspective. But there's been whole dynasties, there's been Chinese dynasties that destroyed the whole library before they came because they wanted history to start with them. So history, God knows what it really is. I know what I read in books, but I don't trust it very much because I've travelled a lot. And everywhere I go, I see all these huge piles of stones and all these things that tell me that everything they've told me in books is completely wrong. So I don't trust any of it. What I see, though, is a predicament that humankind is in, and what I've been searching for is a way out of the predicament. I mean, there is any end of speculation as to how we got here. What controls our mind? I mean, David Icke will tell you it's reptilians. John Lamb Lash and the Nakamani writings will tell you it's the archons. There's so many different theories about what is in control, who they are. But what I can understand is the solution. What I see is that once we realize the power that we have and implement the solution, then who they are will become apparent by default. You won't need to go down any rabbit holes. Because honestly, you can look at information, you can find enough stuff to point the finger at the Jesuits, you can point it at the Jews, you can point it at the Illuminati, you can point it at reptilians, you can point it at the Archons, you can say it's so many different things, and you can find evidence to support any one of these claims. But how true is it? You know, what you've really got to do is look for the solution, because I found that after all the rabbit holes that I went down and all of the things that I was researching, what I was ultimately looking for was myself. Once I found the power in myself, I realized how to change it all. And I started applying that to the world around me, and my world changed. And that's why I've been trying to bring this message to people for so long, to simply find yourself, and once you find it, to apply it to the world around you. Don't just think you found yourself and say you've got to sit in this little bubble of love and light and not let any negativity in, because negativity is just light. It's all just light. All information's light. If you can't process the negativity, then it's because you can't process light. It's all just light. You know, as Ben also says in his talks, we're basically prisms that process light. That's what we do. That's what the human body is. It's a prism that processes information. Information streams in the form of light. All information is light. Everything is light. All matter is light. It's all light and sound. Ultimately, when it all comes down to it, that's all reality is. We've just forgotten how to process it properly. So that's about what I have to say, folks. I think, what time is it? How long have I been speaking? I can keep going. Half an hour. Are there any questions for anything that I've been talking about tonight? Does anybody have any questions, anything they'd like to add, anything they'd like to say? What was that? What is the way out? The way out is to find yourself. That's the thing. See, as I said, you know, when you realise that what your relationship with government is fiduciary trust, you can see the way out through that. And as I said, when you find the perfection in yourself and you see it in others, you stop judging other people, the barriers break down between you and other people, and you see how you can put common unity back in community. See, that's what we've lost. People want to go and build alternate communities and all this sort of stuff as well, but really, we already have community. All we have to do is fix the community that we have. We don't need to build an alternate community at all. We just need to fix this one. We can only fix this one if we apply ourselves to ourselves. So we don't do that. We're always looking for the answer externally. People have said to me, how can I help you, Max, in what you do? And I say, by finding yourself, by being yourself and being true to yourself. That's how we change it all. It's an individual thing. Yeah, because once we do that individually, if you can actually do that and lead by example in what you do to your neighbours and the people around you, and the way you interact with people, it rubs off, it changes. It's like dropping a pebble in a pond, it just creates ripples. I believe that's how we have to do it. It's got to come from personal responsibility, self-responsibility, because that's what freedom is. No one will ever be free until they're prepared to take 100% responsibility for every action, every thought that they have. That's what freedom is. It's not being subservient to the nanny state. You know, everything this government does for you, everything everybody wants to do for you, insurance for every single thing you do. I don't want insurance for anything that I do. I don't want anybody to be answerable for my actions. I am quite prepared to be 100% responsible for my actions in everything I say and do. And if you are going to enact a legal system over me where you believe that you have the power to inflict pain and hardship upon me, when I have inflicted pain and hardship upon nobody, then I would suggest that you're in breach of trust, because you only get that power from the power that I give you. And it says in your Bible that you use for your law that God created man and gave man dominion over the earth. So if you're claiming you have dominion over me, you're claiming you're a higher authority than God, and I need proof of claim. I mean, that's my attitude to these people. I'm very polite about it, but that's my attitude. I don't take a backward step to them because I don't hurt people. I don't hurt people because I'm responsible for my actions. I'm responsible for what I say and do. So that's what it's got to come down to. It's got to come down to a personal thing. We can point the finger all we like. It's them, it's them, it's that, it's this. Basically, it's a corporate system that's in place because we allow our governments to have this corporate system in place because we don't realise that our relationship with government is fiduciary trust. That's it. It's as simple as that. People say it's a very simplistic view. Damn right it's a simplistic view because it's a simple situation. It's a very, very simple situation. If it isn't a fiduciary trust agreement that we have with government, then it's an open dictatorship, and let them declare that. If it is, then let them declare it, because then maybe we will have revolution. But if we are going to have revolution, then we have to make sure that we are evolved enough, spiritually evolved enough to deal with having a revolution, because we've had revolutions in the past, but we've never been spiritually evolved enough to deal with freedom, because we've never wanted self-responsibility. And I think now we've got an opportunity to do it, and I think not only is it an opportunity, it's a need, it's a necessity. It's time in human evolution for us to do this. It's time for us to be responsible. It's time for us to grow up now. We don't need parents anymore. We need to find ourselves. Are there any more questions? Over there. I beg your pardon? That fear vibration out of your life. Everything I said about how your body's a biological computer, you download a frequency from the surrounding field that you experience as you. You're eternal. Once you leave that body, it doesn't matter. You still exist. The essence of you still exists. Your body is just what you're experiencing is. So there should be no fear of death. So, and ultimately, fear, it usually comes back to death. Fear of shortage because I won't have enough money to pay the rent and I'll be out in the cold and I'll die. Fear of this, in the end it all comes down to death. It's usually a fear of death. But death is the only part of life that's inevitable. So why would you go through life in fear of death? We're trained to go through life in fear of death, but really it's the only part that's inevitable. So getting rid of that fear vibration is a really important part. And I think you can get rid of that fear vibration by simply understanding how reality works and what you are. You're just a biological computer downloading a frequency that you experience as you. I download a similar frequency from the same field that I experience as me, but ultimately it comes from the same source. If you took a kidney out of my body and put it in your body, you'd start experiencing me. Not because the kidney has memory, but because it's downloading that frequency from the field. So you can see that your consciousness isn't local to your body, so what's the fear? So that gets rid of that. And as far as biologically, I've heard that distilled water helps. I don't know, I haven't investigated it, but I've heard that drinking distilled water helps decalcify your pineal gland. The food that you eat, and even just knowing how reality works. Once you're open to it and you start viewing reality more artistically than analytically, once you stop spelling reality and thinking in words and start thinking more artistically and in pictures and holistically and letting the universe come in and soaking up the universe and experiencing it in that way, you start perceiving things more often. Your intuition's talking to you all the time. Those little things, those little thoughts that you get when you just know you should do something but you don't do it. That's your intuition. That's the field talking to you. And you're talking back to it all the time with emotions. See, your heart is an electromagnetic generator. And when you have a feeling and you imbue that feeling with emotion, a thought with emotion, you create an electromagnetic field and you speak to the electromagnetic field around you, and the field speaks back to you as intuition. But we just often don't listen to it because we train not to hear it. We're kept in this whole left brain reality. There's actually a clip that I featured a little bit of in my latest film, which was called Transformation. There's a clip in there by a lady called Jill Bolte Taylor. Has anybody seen it? It's a clip called My Stroke of Insight. It's about a neurosurgeon, a neuroanatomist who had a stroke and lost the left side of her brain. And suddenly she could only perceive reality from the right side of her brain. And she was suddenly connected to the entire universe. And she started to realize then how disconnected we are from the right-hand side of our brain. We only ever think in language. That's why all of our schools, everything, left brain, left brain, left brain. It's all analytical, it's all geometry, we're even taught that the basic shapes are triangles, squares and circles and stuff, you know. These aren't basic shapes, these are man-made constructs. Basic shapes are spirals and waves. These are basic shapes because they're shapes that exist in nature. But we're not taught that they're basic shapes. It's all left brain. Everything's left brain. So being aware of it is half the battle. Even 80% of the battle is being aware of it. And being aware of your diet, being aware of what things you're putting in there, what's calcifying your glands and where it's going. But being aware that it's closed, I think, is half of it. You know, it isn't just your pineal. Your pineal helps biologically because it puts DMT through your body. You should have more DMT active in your body. Everybody should. We're the only species that doesn't, and that's where I believe instincts come from, is through that. That's how it helps biologically. But like I said, being aware of it is half the battle, and just look after your diet. Get out of the fear too. No fear. Nothing to fear. Any more questions? What I experienced in Peru, no. Are you sure you want me to go there in mixed company? It was profound. I experienced the Earth Mother actually came to me and spoke to me, and I experienced a connection to the jungle in Peru. Literally, the jungle told me its story while I was there. It was absolutely phenomenal. It was like nothing I could possibly imagine. I had the Earth Mother was standing in front of me, as real as you are before me today, like 3D, totally real. I did these little experiments to see if it was real. So I'm thinking, oh, this is an amazing hallucination, and then I'm thinking, well, it looks too real to be a hallucination. And so I closed my eyes, and when I closed my eyes, I started seeing vivid colours and things, and thought, oh, they're hallucinations. And I opened my eyes again, and there was nothing there, just blackness. So then within about 20 seconds, it was all back. She was back. There was a shaman sitting next to her. There were female forms sitting next to her. There was plants. There was a jaguar in the room. There were shaman that were walking in and sitting down at the end of my bed and lying down and communicating with me telepathically. All of this stuff, and it was all like 3D reality. And I'm looking at it going, this is, like I said, a vivid hallucination. So I got the blanket and I pulled the blanket over my head. I thought, if it's a hallucination, because my left brain's saying, you got to figure this out, Max. You know, so rather than just going with it, I'm looking at all these ways. How could this be happening? You know, and once I'd eliminated all this stuff, I pulled the blanket over my head, and suddenly I couldn't see it anymore. I could only see the blanket. And I'm thinking, this is the most incredible blanket I've ever seen. The energy flows of this blanket are spectacular, you know. And I'm thinking, why can't I see the blanket? It's pitch black. And so I pulled the blanket back, and behind the blanket, they were still there, all these people from in the spirit realm. So I thought, okay, well, now I've done all the tests. They're not hallucinations. I'm actually seeing into the spirit world. So now maybe I should listen to what they're trying to tell me. Because left brain, you know, you've got to analyze all this stuff. So. And then I started listening, and what I heard was the story of the jungle. I heard the story of the connection to the Earth Mother. I heard how connected we could be to the Earth, and that we are supposed to be connected to the Earth. We are literally the shepherds of this Earth. We are absolutely one with this Earth. If we have a God, it is this Earth, because this Earth is what gives us life. Without this Earth, we can have no life. And that's what I got. And my concept of God, my concept of God is the consciousness itself from all is created. People would say, I would say I'm not of any religion, but I absolutely believe in God, but I don't believe it's the big man up in the sky with a Ten Commandments. I think the energy itself is conscious. I think the energy field is conscious. I think we extract that consciousness and we make of it reality. We make it ourselves based on our perspective. And this is what I got from this Earth Mother. I got a real connection to this Earth Mother, and I saw the damage that we're doing to this Earth Mother, how disconnected we've become. And I saw why that connection is the biggest threat to this system that exists, which is why they went to such an extraordinary amount of effort to wipe out shamanistic traditions, because it is the biggest threat. I mean, even pointing the finger at the Illuminati and saying, look, we need to have mass arrests, we need to shut down the central banking system, we need to do this, and we need to do that, we need to petition the governments, we even need to have a people's mandate. This is just the tip of the iceberg, because what we've lost, the connection that we have lost to this Earth and this Earth Mother is so profound that it has to come back from an individual level. It really does. People have to find this perfection in themselves. I can't help anyone become enlightened. It has to be done by the individual, and you have to know. The first step is knowing who and what you are. Once you find that and you realize what your connection to this earth is, take your shoes off, get outside, walk through the dirt, go and feel it, lie down in the grass and feel it. Get that connection to the earth back again. It's so important, and it's the biggest threat to this system that the system faces. I recommend that everybody go and do ceremony in South America. I'll tell you right now, everybody should go and do this. It was ayahuasca that I did. The ceremony was ayahuasca, and ayahuasca is not I would not call ayahuasca a psychoactive drug. I would call ayahuasca a medicine that leads you to a connection that you should have with the Earth Mother. It is absolutely a medicine. It is not something that you would do for entertainment. If someone says, hey, here's some ayahuasca, take it when you get home, don't do it. You need a shaman, you need someone there to guide you through this, and it is not a recreational experience. It is a profoundly spiritual experience. And again, it utilizes DMT, which is a substance that you should have more of circulating in your blood system right now. You should have higher senses online right now, but you haven't. And you're taught to believe that all of this sort of stuff is hocus pocus and mumbo jumbo, because the whole education system is designed to only stimulate the left brain. So you're taught, you police yourself. We police ourselves by what we think, because we're not prepared to think anything outside the box. We only think what we're taught to think because we only know what we're taught to know. We don't know anymore. What is knowledge? It's knowing. It's that inner knowing inside you. Someone says something, you just know that it's right. You don't need to investigate it. You just know it. That's what we've lost. Because all of these natural laws and all this trust agreement, all that, you know this. It's knowing. It's knowing the power that you have. But you're taught not to know that. If I'm that powerful, it must say so here in this book somewhere. I better look it up to see if I'm that powerful. No, just know it. You don't have to look anything up. You already know it if you'll just look inside you. Max? How she can help us? Well, she can only help us as... What is she planning to do with all the problems? Well, all the problems are us. All the problems are our failure to know ourselves. So what she's planning to do is for people like us to come out and have discussions like this, so that the people who come to these discussions can know who and what they are, and they can start applying it to themselves. See, it all comes down to an individual. I mean, I can say this, and I can go out and I can say this to people around the world. I can go and talk to the authorities in the way that I do, in the manner that I do. I can work to make my little corner of the world better by my existence in it. I can work to improve reality by my presence in it, but I can't do it for you. You've got to do that yourself. And by letting go of emotional attachment to outcomes, I don't have any emotional attachment to any outcome. I left Australia for 2 weeks. I've been away 3 months now. I didn't plan any of this trip. I'm just out here floating around. I didn't plan any of it. And the way it's happened is because all I've done in the last few years is given. I just give. I give all that I can to everybody that I can. Everybody that I meet, I try to help their life. I try to make their life better because they met me. It was better that they spent time in my company than they didn't. Somehow I improve things for them. I do that with everybody and every person that I do. I try to do it every minute of every day. And it isn't that I try to do it, it's just this habit I've gotten into. And because I live my life in that way, reality just works for me. It's always these synchronicities that put me where I'm supposed to be, where I'm supposed to be there. And the world changes. And I believe that's how you do it. You do it by changing your energetic state. That's what Mother Earth has got planned. Mother Earth has got planned for you to wake up. But it's your choice to do so. It's your choice as to how to apply yourself to the world around you. It's your choice as to whether to view yourself as something above people or below people or equal to people. Your choice as to whether to profit from others. Sure, we need to make money because we have to pay to be alive, but where does it stop? Why do we have to pay to be alive? What happens if we stop complying with that and just start giving to the world around us? How will it change? How will it change the world? It's changed for me. I started doing that and it's changed for me. And so I think that's what it's all about. Consciousness is rising, and the earth does have a shift in store for us, I believe, but we have to participate. You know, you can't just sit waiting back and think, well, everything's going to shift in 2012 and all this stuff's going to happen. It takes participation. We all have to participate. We've got to get rid of the fear in ourselves. We've got to start applying ourselves to the world around us. This system that enslaves us is all based on fear-based mind control, the whole lot. You know, it's a fear of death, it's a fear of shortage, it's artificial scarcity that's imposed upon us through the monetary system, it's the artificial yardsticks that are imposed upon us, the artificial scarcity that we put ourselves in psychologically and physically because we don't measure up to what it says in this magazine. All of this bullshit that we give ourselves to destroy ourselves with. But it's our choice as to whether to do it. It's our choice as to whether to swim in that or to really look inside and see that that's where all the answers lie. Like I said, I've been down so many rabbit holes for so many years, and what I've been looking for the whole time was myself. And it wasn't until I found that everything suddenly became clear.
Mr. Eigen, please, one question. Do you believe it's possible in our lifetime to create a new world without religion, politicians, brain wipe, and pharmaceutical industry, and so all these brain wipe, all these lies in our lifetime? It is not possible to create a new world.
Look, it's possible, but it's a big call. It's a big call to do it in our lifetime. I mean, ultimately, all I can do is hopefully leave behind some sort of legacy that will improve things for those who come after. I know that if I come after myself, if reincarnation is real, when I come back to the world, I'd like to be able to read a book of all the stuff that I said during this life, because it might help me then. And that's why I do what I do. I think ultimately, what we're here to do is improve reality by our presence in it. The difference that you make to the world by your presence in it, that's the legacy that you leave behind. And all we can do is all we can do. It really is. I mean, is it possible for us to change the world in my lifetime? I don't know. I mean, with what I've just seen around the world, the amount of religious division, for example. I mean, and I believe that's the purpose of religion. I believe religion is there specifically to create division. I can't see the good in any religion. I think that all it does is disconnect you from the Creator, disconnect you from your true spiritual power and your true spiritual wealth, and it leads you down the garden path. It leads you into an area where you're divided from other people. You know, I'm sure some people need a God, but I really believe that if they were just taught how reality works, they'd see that God's there right in front of them all the time already. It's just that it isn't veiled in religion. You know, so I mean, I don't know. I've seen a lot of division, but all I can do is lead by example, and that's all any of us can do. You know, if we can lead by example and make a strong enough statement of humanity and a strong enough statement with your heart, by the imprint that you leave on the people that you come in contact with, That's how we can change the world. I believe we can do it. I believe if we all suddenly just did this, if everybody in this room suddenly adopted these principles and started viewing each other as just as valid, everybody is just as valid as yourself, and started knowing that they're speaking the language of feeling emotion with their heart all the time, and knowing what energy fields they're creating all the time, if everybody just started doing it, 3 seconds, we could change the world in 3 seconds. But it's getting the people to do it. And it's what's so difficult is because they're in a state of fear-based mind control, because they're kept there by the system itself. So you can't judge them for it. You can't say, oh, you're a lesser person because you're not awake. You're a lesser person because you're not in a state of positive energy all the time. You're in a state of ego. You're in a state of this or that. Really, you're just being judgmental. I mean, these people are in that state because the system's trained them to be in that state, because that's what the system's designed to do. They're just you know, that's what it's done. There's just some people that break out of it. Some people have that aha moment, and they're able to step away from it. But really, it becomes so clear what the solution is. But it's got to be individual, and that all I can do is say, yes, we can, but you have to participate. You know, we all have to participate. It takes audience participation. We can't sit back and wait for the world to change in December 21st. Not if we don't participate.
Ako imaš pitanja, evo ja ću mikrofon.
Mr. Egan, could you please explain us how did you find that shaman in Peru? Did you just get off the plane and there he was, part of touristic attraction, or?
Well, it was amazing actually. Like
Thank you.
I'd been offered ceremony where I live. I had a DMT experience in 2010, and I met the Earth Mother briefly. It was a very profound experience because I'd had this meditation experience in 2008. It's just a long story, but I had this meditation experience in 2008, and everyone said to me, "Wow, that sounds like a DMT experience." And I just, okay. Well, if it is, well, that just tells me that you don't need DMT, you know. And then eventually I thought, well, I'm going to have to try this stuff. It's a 10-minute journey just to see if that's what it was. So I tried it, and I met this Earth Mother. I had this incredible experience. And what I got told during that experience was that I have to come back. You have to come back because there's more stuff that I need to show you. And I thought, well, the only way to go back really is to do a proper ayahuasca ceremony. And I'd been offered ayahuasca ceremonies where I live in Byron Bay. There'd been myriad of people who come and offered me ceremony, and I just felt, no, it's not right. It doesn't feel right. I don't trust the people that are offering it to me. I don't know what their intention was when they were making the brew. It just doesn't feel right. If I'm ever going to do ceremony, I said to myself, I'll wait until I can go to Peru and do it in the traditional way with the shaman. And I was saying this even though the Earth Mother was calling me, you've got to come and do ceremony. And I'm going, no, I'll do it if I can never go to Peru. So, of course, over Skype, I get a message from one of the listeners of my radio show who happened to live 40 minutes drive from my house and says, Max, unforeseen circumstances, happened to have been stuck with a spare ticket to Peru to go and do a 9-day ayahuasca retreat. Would you like the ticket? And I went, well, of course. I guess the Earth Mother is saying, okay, you want to go to Peru, do you? You want to go and do it the shaman in the traditional way. We're being stubborn, are we? Here is your trip to Peru. Are we heeding the call now? And so I just thought, when this came through on Skype, I thought, what are the chances? What are the chances that one of my radio listeners of an American radio show that I do from here in Byron Bay, Australia, I hook up to a station in Kansas, the show goes out across America. What are the chances that someone who lives 40 minutes from my house in Byron Bay, who doesn't even know whereabouts in Australia that I live, would happen to have a ticket to Peru? So, yeah, that's how that happened. Synchronicity wins every time. It just does. And that's how the whole Peru trip happened. It was just a chance. And then while I was in Peru, another one of my radio listeners said, well, if you're in Peru, I'm in Costa Rica. How about I fly you to Costa Rica? And I really liked, you interviewed Rick Simpson on your show a couple of weeks ago. I really liked what he had to say about hemp, and they're having a global hemp expo in Slovenia. How about I fly you from Peru to Costa Rica, and then we both go to Slovenia to the hemp expo? I went, okay. So then I ended up in Europe, and then I ended up doing all the stuff that I've done. I ended up in Gaza. I ended up in all of these places. I only actually left home for 2 weeks. Synchronicity wins. So that's how that happened, yeah. I didn't plan on it at all. I didn't even have a passport when they offered me to go. I had to go and get a new passport. So, yeah, I mean, I'd said that I'm only going to do it if I go to Peru, knowing that my chances of going to Peru are extraordinarily slim. I will probably never get to Peru, and I don't even have a passport, so why am I even thinking about it? Suddenly I get this thrown in my lap because I was being stubborn. I wasn't heeding the call, so there you go.
Your question here. And so, and in Croatia also, one shaman came a few months ago, and they done for one group of people ayahuasca ritual for 1,600 kuna, I think. It's much cheaper to go than to go there. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, maybe, but I mean, I tell you, the connection I had to the forest in Peru was absolutely phenomenal. I mean, I can't imagine doing it without that shaman around. And I think it's really important as well that people do it in an area where they do get that earth connection. I think that's a big part of it. And the thing is, it came from Peru as well. I mean, that's where the culture was developed, I believe. So I think that's important. But I mean, it'll probably be good anywhere. I mean, anywhere you did it. But that was just my experience. I can't imagine doing it without a shaman because of the information that I got from the shaman's song. It's like the shaman was singing to me, precisely to me, not to anybody else. And I think everybody had that experience with them. And I would highly recommend that everybody do it. Are there any more questions? Collectively? Okay.
I'm going to do this thing separately because I got to answer all these questions.
Evo sljedeću pitanja svima. Oni koji žele mogu se spojiti na nas na Spirit Rijeka, na Facebooku, pa saznat se još šta radimo inače.
I believe now we're going to begin the question and answer period. And I'm sorry, but I have a pile of questions here that need to be answered. So it might be best if anybody has any questions for Max or Ben or Yindrich to ask them first, and then I'll deal with these at the last of the seminar, because this is going to take quite some time. Thank you.
So if there's any questions, is there any? Yeah, I was just kind of totally winging that.
You did good, man. You lasted longer than 25 minutes.
How long did it go for?
I'm not sure. I think you went...
One question to Ben. What you were saying before about the laws, I'd like to, if you can extend about it, like how the regular laws are affecting our daily lives, and who actually the law is applying to. Is it actually applying to us or somebody else?
I think both Max and I could actually respond to that. When I was speaking about laws, first thing we need to understand is most of what we consider to be laws are statutes, regulations, and administrations. So what that means is they're suggestions, they're corporate suggestions from one corporation to another. So you were asking, how do these apply to human beings? And no statute applies to a human being. No regulation applies to a human being. If you need a permit for something, that's asking permission, and children ask permission, not sovereign adults. So if you have a license, such as a driver's license or something, some type of permit, like a building permit, what that represents is that you are going to your, whatever it may be, whether it's parliament or going to your state government, and asking them permission to do something that a human being, a steward of the earth, as Max was saying, is allowed to do. As soon as you apply for a permit, that immediately states that you recognize that you have authority over you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to ask permission, which is all a permit is. It's the same as a driver's license. Human beings do not need permission from the state to operate a vehicle and to travel down the road. But it's word magic. So the way that this is done is everybody who has a license or a birth certificate, all of those are human resource documents or property of the government. You can even look at the back and it'll say property of the government. My driver's license says property of the U.S. government. So what that typically means is that is a corporation set up in your name, with your name, to represent your asking the state for permission, which again is something that only a child would have to do, to ask permission. So the reason why I get into all government is based upon the consent of the governed is you have to have in your lifetime, in some way, shape, or form, given consent to your government, either through your parents giving you a birth certificate and you going through the process of asking for these documents such as driver's licenses, building permits, all of those documents that have your name on it in capital letters. Going through that process, that is you stating that you are giving your consent to your government to have that authority over you. Once children get past the age of 18, 16, differs from country to country. Once you get past the stage and you're legally looked at as an adult, that means that you have the ability to recognize what controls you. And if you don't stand up and actually make a claim and say, I'm sending all of these documents back, if you don't actually stand up and claim your rights, saying, there is no government above me, and even in the Bible it says, have no master over me, because that is having more than one God or more than one ruler. So if we were to look at our government as being an authority or a ruling power above us, then that is having more than one master. And it even states in the Bible that you can only truly step into your power as a human being if you stand and claim the right of a human being, meaning you are making that public claim not just to others but to the world, saying that this is what a human being is entitled to on this planet, and this is what I am claiming. But if you never make that claim, then there's this thing, tacit acceptance. If you keep your mouth shut, then somebody offering you a contract or saying that they have control over you, a government, if you keep your mouth shut, that is tacit acceptance, meaning by not saying anything, you just said yes. So the whole point of a lot of my work and Mac's work is coming into your own power, recognizing that you are an adult and our lives are driven by the choices and decisions that we make in our life. Everything that happens to us typically happens because of a decision that we make or a situation that we put ourselves in. So to actually stand in your power, as Max was saying, you need to find who you are on the inside, find that unique thing about you, and then actually stand up and make a claim. So people actually in the Freeman movement are using two different forms of documents. One is called understanding and intent, and the second one is called the claim of right. And with those two documents, you can claim back all of the rights that the crown or the queen or the pope or any of those corporations, because the crown is a corporation, the pope is a corporation, all of those offices are corporations. So to actually use those two documents, your understanding, the document of the understanding and intent is simply there just to state what you understand about your government and what you intend to do with that understanding. So the letter of understanding and intent that I sent in, basically said, I understand that this government is based upon corporate rule and that all government is based upon the consent of the governed, so I am revoking my consent to being governed, and that is my intention. My intention is to revoke that consent from the government. And the second document, once they spent over 30 days and still didn't get back to me, still didn't refute or rebut anything that I had said, that's tacit acceptance. They kept their mouth shut, and them saying nothing was them saying yes to my terms and conditions. So I sent in a letter or a claim of right, which was exactly how it sounds. I was claiming my right back, the rights that the government had assumed that they had taken to take care of me. So what the government does is the government looks at anybody who does not claim their right as being vulnerable and needing protection. And that's what the government does, is they assume authority over you to protect you from yourselves. And that's why we see all of these ridiculous bylaws and statutes that keep us from looking at natural sites. I was just in England, and you can't get anywhere within 30 feet of Stonehenge, even though that was given to the people, for the people. But they look at it as, it's a natural site, we need to keep it from people. It's for the people, and the only way to keep it safe is to protect it from people, so we need to keep people away from it. It's the stupid lunacy that we see in our system that even Rick was talking about. So the governing system that we have is based upon word magic, looking into the words that the legal system uses, looking into the word person, looking into the word drive, looking into the word domicile, understanding. All of these words have completely different meaning in legal definition. The word person doesn't mean a human being anymore. Person means corporation. So whenever you see that in a document, are you this person, and you sign your name there, you are signing your name as a representative of that corporation. So without going on and on, because that's a huge subject, but I would say the first and foremost, the best thing to do is really to come into an understanding of all of the documents that have your name on it in somebody else's hand. Because that's an agreement between you, a corporation set up in your name, and that company. And when you have any document with parameters and your name on it, what that's doing is that's limiting your freedom. So people in the freedom movement or the Freeman movement who give up those documents, they're literally making a claim by giving those documents up, saying, I no longer am bound by the terms in this contract. So I would say to everybody, definitely look into those contracts that you have and how they govern you.
Okay, da li ima neko još pitanje?
I have a question for Rick.
Air Force. Myself? Yes, Air Force.
Had a contract with them, and now you are free man. What now today would you say about, for example, Julian Assange? Is he a hero or an enemy for you, for your country?
I'm sorry, who?
Mr. Assange, Julian Assange. You know, WikiLeaks.
Oh, with WikiLeaks?
Yes. Is he a hero for the United States or a traitor or an enemy or what?
Well, there's two ways that I look at this, and I think one of the reasons why you'll have half people saying that he's a hero and half people saying that he's a traitor. He did take an oath, and that oath bounded him to a certain type of a contract, regardless of how ridiculous the contract that when you're taking the oath to be in the military, you're really giving up a lot of yourself. But taking an oath is your word. So when you raise your hand and you state that I will uphold everything in this oath, that is your word. And a human really is only as good as their word. The reason why we have contracts is if somebody doesn't hold up to their word. All right? So that's one way of looking at it. So he did take an oath, and he did, in a sense, break that oath, but I still think that what he did was heroic for the same reason why I eventually got out of the military. Now, I did it honorably. I said I was going to commit to 6 years, so I committed to 6 years. But as far as WikiLeaks, I just look at people's merit, their heart, and I believe that Assange, he leaked that information because he believed that it was in the best hands, not being classified and not being kept from people. He believed that that information could help and liberate people. Now, I see that in his heart, he truly meant to do the best thing, and that's why I look at him as a hero. That's the way I look at it. Another question for me,
please.
Go ahead.
Can I have a question for you, Ben, please?
Sure.
Just short, please.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, do you recognize Gavin Sheridan and his Irish site, thestory.ie? Do you know for that site?
Well, I'm sorry, what was the site name?
Thestory.ie. Irish site.
No, I'm not familiar
He
with
make
it.
all the government's documents on the one site. It's official and legal. All documents are in the one big site. Everybody can get information from that site.
Okay.
So I think every country needs some kind of site like that.
Okay, so it's a website with all of the contracts and information about those contracts? Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of... I mean, actually, one of the problems with the internet is actually the fact that it is so packed full of information that it's hard to get, you know, more than the same type of information because usually it's so spread out. But there's a really good website called the Fam Guardian, and that stands for the Family Guardian, but it's thefamguardian.com, and that website has more information on the legal side of things than I've ever seen anywhere else. Plus, the third film that I did was actually all about what I was just speaking about regarding laws and freedom and looking for the source of where freedom is. Because the source of freedom isn't written down on a document. It's in here. So the film that I did, Ungrip, was on this individual up in Canada, Rob and the Paget family, and he had removed himself from the Canadian government to the point where he's driving without a driver's license. He lives on a plot of land, and he built his own house with his family. And many times, agents of the county would come and say, you need to stop building this house, you need to cease and desist until you get a building permit. And he was brought to court many times, driving without a driver's license, building on his land without a building permit, and everything that I've been mentioning, he has lived and he has actually successfully done in the court. And that's what the whole film is about. So he has a website, and I can write this down for anyone who's interested in these websites. ConsciousSelfGovernance.ca is his website, and he has video, he has literature, much more than I could give you in the time frame of these questions and answers. So I can write down the websites, but there's a bunch of very good resources out there online about everything that I was just speaking about. Sure.
There is a question about you being in the military and having that experience for 6 years. What is your opinion about Middle East, and do you see some positive outcome of the situation there?
Wow. Max, again, would be a great person to speak about the Middle East. So the question was me having been in the military and what do I feel about the situation in the Middle East. There was a funny image that I saw on Facebook that has to do with, basically, it was a picture of Iran and some of the surrounding countries and all of the military bases. And the caption was, Iran surely wants war with the U.S. Look how closely they put their country to all of our military bases. Because if you look at all of our military bases, they're everywhere around Iran. You can't tell me that there isn't some foreknowledge of where the next, at least, if not a war, where the next invasion is going to be. And, you know, I saw this all the way back into 9/11. I was actually deployable ready, meaning back from basic training and back from advanced training for 2 days when 9/11 happened. And I was 2.5, 3 hours away from the Twin Towers. So it hit very close to home. And there's people that I know that were there that died in the towers. And so shortly thereafter, I started looking into, okay, this occupation in the Middle East, because it didn't take us more than a month to then enter into Afghanistan. But then the story that we were told, that we were fed, especially among the people in the military, was that we're invading Iraq because of 9/11. And that made absolutely no sense to me. And everybody that I would ask, in or out of the military, was, why are we going into Iraq? Oh, well, they attacked us first. Don't you remember 9/11? Yeah, I surely do remember 9/11. Show me where Iraq attacked us first. But that's as simple as it needs to be. If there is any semblance of an idea as to why we're going into the Middle East, the 300 million Americans don't really care, as long as they can still sit on their sofa and they can watch Jersey Shore, 2.5 Men, whatever it may be. They don't really need to know more than a bite-sized bit of information as to, wait, why are we in Iraq? Oh, that's right, 9/11. Back to our program. Okay? So I can't really say where I believe things are going in the Middle East, because I believe that there is a specific agenda as to why we are in the Middle East, and I think it has a lot less to do with oil and natural resources, and a lot more to do with the culture and the heritage that belongs to that area. I think that is a sacred spot with a lot of history and a lot of culture. And if you look at one of the very first things the U.S. did when we invaded Iraq, was we went straight into areas and destroyed all of the ancient artifacts that we could find. Museums were raided, but they weren't raided or looted by average individuals in those areas. It's very convoluted, and it's very misunderstood why a lot of those ancient artifacts were destroyed and removed from those premises. It couldn't be done without a lot of media coverage if it was done outside of a war context. But if it's done inside of a war context, then all you have to do is say, well, sure, it was attacked in the raid, and then people began looting and started stealing all of these ancient artifacts, a lot of these clues to our ancient history. So that's just a little bit. I can't necessarily say exactly why we're in the Middle East. When I was in the military, there was a need-to-know basis. And I wasn't even allowed to know what message we were broadcasting over Haiti when we were flying, jamming their television and radio signals, and broadcasting our own message saying that we're here because of democracy. I got my hand on one of those DVDs, which was highly classified, highly illegal of me to do. And all the things started clicking into place. Oh, this is what we're doing in these countries. We're not there spreading democracy. We're there taking what we want, what we need, and we're setting up, like on a chessboard, we're setting up our pieces for checkmate. And all I could say is that I believe checkmate happens in the Middle East, and it's going to happen sooner rather than later. But that's just my gut telling me that.
Još neko pitanje možda?
Thank you. This is a question for both of you guys. Do you think that today's human civilization reached a level to be completely free and to use the freedom in the way we should use? Because just imagine example, you, Max, you liked Croatian coast and you want to build a huge skyscraper right next to the sea. Or me, I want to become a pilot today without any knowledge, without getting any license. Just I want to be pilot and fly with 200 people in the plane. I mean, we all have needs and we all have wishes and we all want to exercise ourselves in the biggest capacity of the word human being. But did we reach this level to be completely free? Thank you.
Well, I don't think we've reached it yet. I think possibly some of us has, but it depends on what you call freedom as well. I mean, if you want to suddenly get in a plane and pilot 200 passengers when you don't know how to fly a plane, then I don't think you're going to find 200 people that will get in there with you. I mean, freedom isn't stupidity. I mean, freedom to be ourselves. See, we aren't allowed the freedom to be ourselves until we find ourselves. I don't think we'll want to be free. Until we find ourselves, we're always going to look for parents. We're always going to want someone to govern us. But the thing is about our society is that we don't have the freedom to find ourselves. We don't have the freedom to be ourselves. We're taught who and what we must be. We have to fit inside certain parameters. I think we're reaching a stage now where we have all of the materials available to us. We have all the tools that we need to discover ourselves and to find the power that we have. Once we find that, then true freedom is just a natural progression. It's not something that you have to battle for, but it's something that you're not capable of having until you find yourself, and indeed it's something that you wouldn't want to have until you find yourself. You might think, I want the freedom to go and pilot a plane with 200 people on board, I want the freedom to build a skyscraper down the beach, but if you want to do that, then you haven't found yourself, so you don't really want freedom. You'll still be getting permission to build the skyscraper, you'll still be working within building codes, you'll still not be free. All you're doing is exercising your right to be an arsehole or something. I mean, that's what people call freedom. You know, it says on this piece of paper that I can walk all over anybody I want. That's called freedom. It's not. That's a false freedom. You know, it's about finding your own power. See, that's what real freedom is. Real freedom is knowing yourself. Because once you know yourself, you can take 100% responsibility for yourself. And that is freedom. You know, and freedom and integrity, I mean, integrity has no need of rules. A great man once said that. Integrity has no need of rules. And if you are truly free, it's because you've truly found who and what you are, which means you would be in a state of integrity by default. Otherwise, you wouldn't know who and what you are. You see what I'm getting at? It all goes around in a circle, but ultimately it comes to what's in your heart. So, I mean, saying that's what freedom is, well, that's not freedom. That's just this socially accepted idea of freedom taken to a ridiculous degree. But it still fits within certain parameters that have been constructed for you. It's not freedom, you know. So it depends on what your concept of freedom is.
I agree with Max.
I think we all better.
To Max, what do you think about these subjects brought by David Icke about reptilians, about the harvesting energy from the other entities? Is there any rhyme or reason to it?
Any rhyme or reason to what? The question of the archons or reptilians?
Right.
Well, the archons, I mean, the thought of the archons is tantalizing. It certainly is, because it gives you some sort of an understanding as to why our consciousness may be in a state that it's in. But, you know, again, you've got to look at it and you've got to be careful not to use it as a means of externalizing things as well. You can say, okay, it's the archons. The archons have given us their mind. They're attempting to create a machine society through us, so it's them that's to blame. So I don't have to do anything. I just have to free myself from this mind parasite. That's one way of looking at it. But ultimately, I mean, it's speculation. There's a lot to suggest that there could be something like that at work. This would be where David Icke gets his reptilian stories from. This would be why the stories of the Nagas and the Chitahuri and the Snake Brothers of the American Indians and the snake cultures that exist everywhere. This could be where all of it comes from. It could be related to what the Gnostics call the archons. And that would stand to reason. But again, it's got to come down to what the solution is to free yourself from this. And the solution is to realise that there's a problem, and to realise that all of the problems that exist are symptoms of the one problem, which is your failure to be yourself. You know, our inability to find ourselves. That's why I said, like, after all the rabbit holes I've been down, what I was ultimately looking for was myself. It took me years to find that out. You can point the finger and say it's them, it's that, it's the archons, it's the reptilians, it's ETs, it's the Galactic Federation, it's Satan, it's Lucifer, it's whatever you want to call it. But ultimately, it's my failure to find myself and apply it to the world around me. That's what it all comes down to. It's all got to come to the individual. I've had people write to me and say, Max, I wish I could be as self-enlightened as you are. Could you show me how to be self-enlightened? And I say, well, the key word is self. I can't show you how to be self-enlightened. It's you've got to realize yourself what you are capable of and what you are. So I mean, sure, there might be some truth to the stories of the archons, but it doesn't change what the solution is. And ultimately, all I can do is speculate. I can say, yeah, it stands up to reason, but what does that do? Why would I even look to find someone to point the finger at? Why do we persist in doing that? Why do we have to have someone to blame? When really the solution is what's in here. It's changing what's in here, because once we change that energy that we're in and apply it to the world around us, then the world changes. Once we do it collectively, the world changes. But in order for it to be done collectively, it's got to be done by the individual. Someone's got to take the first step. So you've got to take the first step, and you've got to apply it to the people around you and lead by example for those people, and in the hope that they will still take it on. And you don't go and scream this at people. You lead by example. You be a pleasure to be around. People want to know what makes you so wonderful. Why are you so happy all the time? How come your life is so perfect? What have you changed about yourself that's made your life just work the way it does? So you show people. Just lead by example in all that you do. Hopefully it rubs off. That's the key to the whole thing. And like I said, once we do that, and once we change the direction the ship of state's sailing in by realizing who and what we are, then who they are will become apparent by default. We won't have to speculate on whether it's the Archons or whether it's the Reptilians or whether it's whoever. Because ultimately it's us. Even if it is the Archons through control of our mind, again, it's control of our minds. So it comes down to us. So the solution lies with us. It's always going to come back to us.
Ima li još pitanja?
I want to ask Ben, who is your mission now in the world? Do you still speak around the world and make art, like music and others, and what you make of art? And I have one question for Mr. Rick. Did you have been attacked of drug industry because of the oil and alternative?
Been accused of being in the drug industry or attacked in that way.
No, I'm sure the pharmaceutical industry would love to try to discredit my work, and they have done that in many cases. They're bringing back a lot of the old propaganda that they used years ago to discredit this plant, but they're all based in falsehoods. And as far as myself, I've been doing this now for almost 10 years. Nobody has ever come at me directly and threatened me or anything of that nature. I have had pharmaceutical firms that were interested in having me work with them, but I'm not interested in working with organizations of that nature because I believe this medicine belongs to the people. It doesn't belong to any drug company. So.
If I'm remembering your question, you're saying, what have I been doing lately? Like, what's my mission now? Well, art is definitely it's definitely the number one on my agenda. I started with Esoteric Agenda, and Esoteric Agenda was a film that, I'll tell real quick about how I got into doing Esoteric Agenda. I never planned on ever making a film. It came from the band that I was in. People were asking me what the message of the band was, because I'm the lyricist. So I was voicing a lot of what I had experienced in the military, and people were asking, what's the overall message of the band? So I began working on like a 15-minute documentary describing the message of the band, and I was going to put music and stuff in there from the band. And the film turned out to be a 2-hour documentary having nothing to do with the band whatsoever, so it was just the message. And that was where my inspiration had led me. So I didn't recognize that that was art working within me, because as I was saying before about art, art isn't just the thing that you do. Art is the message that's coming through. A sculptor may sculpt a piece, and that may be called an art piece, but the art is the vision, the thing that wanted to be voiced, the thing that wanted to come through the artist. That's what art truly is, and that's what liberates people. With me, art was my writing of lyrics, speaking my mind of what I was seeing in the world, and my inspiration from that art, from the band, led me into doing films. But the first film was conspiracy after conspiracy after conspiracy. The second film, I began realizing, well, I should give some more solutions. I should give a little bit more idea of where the source of the problem is. So Kymatica was more about going within and recognizing that we are the originators, we are the generators of our own suffering and of the suffering in the world. And then the third film was about a guy who'd actually gone through this process. He saw what was wrong in the world. He went within, he recognized that he was the source of all that suffering, so he decided to make a change. So he walked the walk. He wasn't just talking about change, he actually did it. And that's what an artist does. An artist, I'm a musician, but I wouldn't be able to survive on just thinking of songs in my head. I have to actually do something. I have to vocalize it. Some action must be made. And that's kind of what Max was saying, is we need to apply these principles. We actually need to do something. Now, it doesn't even matter to me what we do as long as we're actually doing it with our heart. Because I believe the heart can work in any form whatsoever. If the politicians in office were actually coming from a place of their heart, the system wouldn't be damaged anymore. The system would be working properly. But the reason why our system isn't working is because it's being worked strictly from the intellect, and there's nothing artistic about it. The only thing artistic about it is how to rob other people of their worth and their value and make them feel that the government is the authority, which it is not. The government is there to serve, to uplift people. And that's what art does. Art uplifts people. Imagine when you see a beautiful painting and some forces start moving on the inside and you recognize, I want to paint, but I don't want to paint that. That is inspiring me to say something that I've always been wanting to say. Or maybe it won't even be a painting. Maybe that reminds me of something that I wanted to get out in my dance. Okay? Now, let's say that it doesn't even come out in an artistic form that the industry would recognize as art. I've seen paintings before, and they've changed me to the core of who I am, and that made me a better lover to my lovers. It made me a better friend to my friends, a better family member. That's what art does. It inspires and lifts people up. Now, religious institutions, because I have to make the distinction between religion and the institution of religion. Religion is religare. It's uniting with that one true divine principle. That's real. Religious institutions are people's concepts and ideas about what the religion is used in a political way. And religion places demands upon people, or religious institutions tend to make demands upon people. You have to do this or else. There's guilt involved. There's sin involved. After you die, this may happen if you don't do this, this, and this in your lifetime. And that, that's how would a child react if you said, you do it or else you're going to get beaten. It would be better to use positive reinforcement like art does and show that there is actually gratification in serving others, doing things for others. That's what love does. Love wants to give itself away as much as possible. When you have love in your heart, it wants to go to other people. It wants to be shared. But when you're in this intellectual idea of my worth is measured in money, then it's external. Which means the more you give away, the less you have for yourself. So you need to grab as much as you possibly can. And that's this mentality that we're living in from strictly the intellect, is the more stuff we have, the more worth we have, the more valuable we are. And why I speak about art, yes, I'm traveling around the world. I've spoken so far just on this trip alone, a month in England, and I was just in Italy before this, and I'll be going back to Amsterdam and back to England to do a few more talks. And what I'm giving, or what I'm offering people, are actually methods to be able to connect with people. And I'll just, before I go to the next question, I'll just give one example. The Sufis, thousands of years ago, used to use this method called the Sufi heart dance. And when a judge couldn't figure out whether a suspect was guilty or not, they would bring in a Sufi master. And that Sufi master, all he would do was sit down, put his left hand on the shoulder of the suspect, his right hand on the heart, and just stare into his eyes silently for about a minute, not even. And the Sufi would be able to recognize, just by looking into that person's eyes, whether they were being truthful or not. So using this method, I say to anyone who has a lover, a friend, or even a stranger that agrees to doing this, I would, not recommend going, on the street and just staring somebody in the eyes. It gets a little intense. But in a workshop setting, people that never even met before got together, hand on shoulder, hand on heart, eye to eye, completely silent for 2, 3, 5 minutes. And just making eye contact with another human being automatically puts us in connection with that person, because it's intense to make eye contact with people, to make physical contact with people. And that's the point I was trying to make, that even physical contact, flesh upon flesh, is very important for a child. Children's self-development, it doesn't happen properly without physical contact and eye contact. And they've actually shown that that's part of what autism is the child not even being able to look in your eyes when you're speaking. They're not looking at your eyes, they're watching your mouth move, because there's a disconnect between that child recognizing that all truth comes from the eyes, not the mouth. And that's what happens in our society. We think that truth is spoken in words. As Max was saying, words tends to cut off things from their real definition and put them down on paper. And the eyes, you can't lie with the eyes. So I would say that's what my mission has been. It's art, because art is giving an authentic voice to people, a way to authentically voice what's within them. Because if there wasn't a word to say how you feel on the inside, then it has to stay in there. It has to be held down there until a word comes about. So that's my mission, art. Thank you. Any more questions?
Pytanie już?
This is one to Ben. So you said our food, water, even air, and education system is being poisoned. How do we stop it? How do we avoid it? And if we can, how do we get away from it?
Well, I think I probably couldn't put it any better than the way Max put it with discovering yourself. But I'll put it in this way. Teaching the youth of of our world, meaning specifically looking at our educational systems and how families raise their children. Now, I'm not saying that we should change or alter how families raise their children, because that's the family's choice. But at least our educational system, I believe, is flawed to the core. Now, whether it was done deliberately, which I think it was, or not, regardless, just looking at the educational system, children, obviously, emotions are a huge driving factor in our youth. Children hardly or scarcely understand what their emotions are doing inside of them. So that's typically why it's easy to get children to disassociate with emotions. But emotions never go away. Now, when emotions come up in school, if somebody's acting out emotionally, they're sent to the office like it's something wrong. So that, again, is a child expressing something, because all children are different. You can't take 30 million children and force them to think in one way like our modern educational system does. So I would say the way out is completely revamping the educational system of our youth today. Having maybe even setting up a whole new educational system for parents to even understand what education is. Because it's not facts, figures, dates, numbers, none of that stuff. In fact, I've even heard General Education Board members say that after 12th grade, they hope children completely remove everything that they've learned, except for the math and some of the simple things, but everything that they've learned in school, it's better that the child completely removes all of that before going into college, because another program, it's kind of like clearing the hard drive and putting another program in. So that goes to show that even General Education Board members don't believe that what's being taught in school is necessary. So you have to look at the fact that it's not what's being taught in our schools that's the problem. It's the fact that it's not critical thinking. And our children are growing up like computers more than they are growing up as artists. Artists are celebrated in their individuality. But in our school systems, we don't celebrate individuality. We squash it. And we send people to the office if they're acting out of their emotions. You can't completely remove emotions, but that's what I believe this presence, this force on this planet that has become highly intellectualized. It uses sexual symbolism for our children. If you look at a lot of the movies today and a lot of even cartoons, there's a lot of sexual symbolism that completely perverts children's understanding of what sex is and makes it seem very taboo and very wrong and very dirty. So sexual education, proper sexual education for children, and just regular actual education. As I said, education is educare, to educe, to bring out the natural, intelligent qualities of a child, not to shove information in and to force them to conform to one way. So, I mean, there's a million things that I could say about, like, our water. Yes, our water is being poisoned. The best thing that I could say is just be very aware of where you get your water from. Maybe get a water purifier or a distiller or reverse osmosis to get all of the chemicals out. Pay attention to the food that you're being fed. Most is genetically modified in the United States, and most of the sugar is not real sugar. It's corn syrup. 95% of everything you'll eat in the States is made from corn, because that's one thing that Monsanto has a monopoly on. So pay attention to where the food is coming from. Grow your own garden. Get into, actually growing your own food, because that's shamanic in and of itself. When I was showing plants and showing how plants structure its own water, it structures that water according to the environment. So if you grow your own garden, your food is going to naturally become medicine for you. But I'll stick to what I originally said. The very first thing that I would say, if I had any sway politically or whatever, the very first thing that I would say is to completely remove the General Education Board and start completely new in figuring out how to actually educate our children, because they're not being educated.
And what is the protection from chemtrails?
What?
From the chemtrails. Protection.
Oh, protection from the chemtrails. You want to feel that one, Max? I didn't.
Protection, mate. It's hard to find any protection. It's very difficult to find protection from chemtrails. I mean, this is something that's in everything. The biggest protection from chemtrails is to stop them spraying. I mean, we're finding barium and strontium and aluminium in soil samples everywhere, and we're finding nanoparticulates in soil samples everywhere. I think it's leading to a higher agenda. I think it's all leading towards a transhumanist agenda. I think the whole electromagnetic grid that's being put in place has a lot to do with it as well. But in regard to any such technology, it's only really as dangerous as those who control the technology. So I think the biggest protection against things such as chemtrails is to prevent the rest of the control grid from being put into place. Things like smart meters, mobile phone technology, all of the wireless technology that we're all subject to all the time. I think this ties in very heavily with the chemtrails. I think that's a big part of it. So again, you've really got to disconnect yourself from the system. These things that are coming up and that are being sprayed into our soil, I mean, they will eventually dissipate. If they stop spraying now, they probably all, another 10 years, we probably wouldn't notice that they're there. But they are there for now. So really, I mean, there's not a lot. I mean, I can't give you any particular drugs or drinks or brews you can brew up to suddenly take some magical formula that's going to make all this stuff go away. What I really think we have to do is prevent the rest of the control grid from being put in place, and that comes from being aware of it, being aware of its existence. Being aware of it is half the battle, folks. So don't accept the smart meters and stay away from wireless technology. Stay away from GM food. As Ben was saying, know what you're putting into your body, because we're very often creating genetic environments within ourselves that will react certain ways once programs are switched on. As I said, there's certain nanoparticulates that they're now using to switch mice genes, turn genes on and off in mice depending on radio wave frequencies. So just be aware of what sort of genetic environment you're setting up. Be aware that these things do exist and take steps to protect yourself from letting it get any further. I think that's the best thing we can do about it.
Just to add to that real quickly, have any of you heard of churches that have some wild practices where the people will walk over hot coals and be completely unharmed? There are some that actually drink hemlock and it doesn't affect them. What I'm getting at with this is the fact that there's a lot of things in our food, a lot of things in our water, a lot of things in our air that can harm us. But the biggest prevention method for now at least is understanding how our body processes any toxicity whatsoever. If you are in good health, meaning in balance, because all health comes from balance, if you are in good health, your body will be able to eliminate toxins. So what they're spraying in the air, as of right now, there's absolutely no way around it. It's there in the air, it's there in the soil, it's there in the water, because it goes absolutely everywhere. One reason why I think yoga is extremely important is because your entire body is a brain, and when you bring yourself into good posture, when you have good posture and you're actually stretching and keeping your body limber, then what's happening is all the energies and the forces in your body are able to move freely. It's only when you stop moving and you become less flexible and you begin to hunch over and your body starts to dry out and become decrepit that energy stops moving. And your breathing slows down and becomes more shallow as you age. So yoga, breathing exercises, and coming into good health will allow your body to process a lot of the toxicity. It's kind of hard to keep the toxicity from going in, because you just stand outside for 10 minutes, you're going to start breathing those nanoparticulates. But one of the best things to do is really just keep yourself in balance. In the same way that people could drink an entire vial of hemlock that would kill a horse or a mule, and they go unscathed, unharmed. That's because they're in the right mind frame, and their body is processing it, but it's letting it just be pissed right back out. So one of the best prevention methods before actually stopping them from spraying is obviously bring yourself back into better health.
One question regarding what you discussed before about children and the educational system. There is in some countries of European Union forbidden to leave small children at home. You are obligated to put them at age 3, 4, 5 in preschooling system. So you don't have control on your children, because system took them away from you and put in some institution where they brainwashed them. That's first thing. But second thing also is that system became a little bit crazy. I don't know if you heard the news. It was a couple of months ago in United States where police arrested a child of 5 or 6 years in one school because she was angry. And they put them cuffs on the hands and throw them in the jail. 6-year-old children.
That's incredible.
So the system is playing very dirty. So should we play nicely?
Well, I'm never a fan of playing too nicely. I like being compassionate with whatever is done, recognizing that no matter what, we're still dealing with human beings, and they're dealing with a heavy amount of insanity or delusion. So when it comes to that and them playing dirty, I wasn't aware that in the EU, it stands to reason, but I wasn't aware that in the EU, you said at the age of 3, 4, in some countries it's mandatory that you put your children into preschool. Yeah. One of the somebody here actually also just mentioned to me that they send their child to Waldorf school. There are school systems, and Waldorf isn't the only one, but there are school systems that do pay quite a bit more attention to the whole human being, because the intellect, I hate to make it sound like the intellect is the bad guy, because it's not. It's just any relationship between a masculine and a feminine where the masculine is highly dominated, or highly dominating, and the feminine is highly dominated. Obviously, you're going to notice that it's not balanced, and that's where health comes from, is our balance. So Waldorf school, that's one option for people, but I don't even think that's getting to the heart of the problem. As you said, they are playing dirty. The best preventative method is for the parents themselves to take an active interest in knowing themselves more so they can be the change that they wish to see in their children. Because children don't learn necessarily by what you tell them. They learn by facial expressions, body language. You don't have to teach a child how to translate their mother's facial expressions. You don't need to teach a child like that. That's innate. That actually comes from the mirror neurons in the frontal lobe. However, you have to teach a child how to learn a language and then be taught through that language. So it's actually easier for the parent to prevent their child from being brainwashed intellectually if the work is also being done at home. So the second part of the problem is the fact that the system that is in place, parents don't even have time to take care of their own children because they're doing 9-10-hour work days, both parents, and most of the times they have to even still then work a second job or a part-time job. So parents in this system aren't even having the proper time to be at home with their children. Children are sent away for an 8 to 9 hour day from age 3, 4, 5, all the way up to 18, and then when you're 18 you go to another school and do the same thing for another 4 years, and then you get out of that and you just go into a job, the workforce, and that's 8, 9, 10 hours every single day until you retire. So that's not life. That's not living, you know. And as you were saying, with the way that it is, it's now mandatory to send your children into school. However, it's only mandatory under the current system. And as I was saying, believe me, I understand that this isn't the easiest thing in the world for people to do, but the system is a suggestion. And it only has authority over you when you have consented to being governed by that system. So I think that right now the best thing that we could be doing is what, Max, I myself, Rick, and a lot of people are doing is traveling around, meeting with communities, sharing these ideas, and getting people to actually stand up and do something. It seems hopeless as of right now, but just look at how much change has happened within the Freeman movement just within the past 3, 4, 5 years because of the internet and because of people being able to share their art freely on YouTube. These films and these books that are being put out there for free is art, ways of sharing ideas, and a lot has been done just within the past 3, 4, 5 years of making people aware of the fact that this government, that they had gone through their entire lives thinking that the government was above them, now to come to find that, wow, we are on top and everything there is supposed to be in place to serve us. So it's about spreading information as well. But from parent, father, and mother to teach their children and to teach by example from the heart is the absolute best way to go about it.
Might be your turn, Rick.
So it's working. So this question is for Max. It may border on nuts, but please bear with me. It's something that I'm interested in. So a few years ago, I read a book written by a French Jesuit philosopher and anthropologist, Jean-Pierre Teilhard. And he mentions a certain omega point, like some sort of, I don't know, a tipping point for human consciousness or something. So in regards to the, well, famous year 2012, what are your thoughts on that? I mean, there was an article I read a few months ago about an event. There's an event supposed to happen, like when the human population reaches eventually the mark of 8 billion people, as if this number of 8 billion is somehow important. So I was wondering if that will be that tipping point when some sort of neural net will be formed or something that's supposed to bring humanity to this new evolutionary, I don't know, level of consciousness or something like that. And how do chemtrails fit into all that to stop that, to prevent that point from happening? So what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think
it's just another theory I read, of course, but still.
Well, I think that there's a possibility that we are going to come to a tipping point. I think that we're coming to it already, but there's too many people who are sitting back just waiting for it to happen. They think that when we hit a particular date, such as December 21st, suddenly there's going to be this huge consciousness shift and everybody's going to become enlightened. They're not realising that they've got to participate. It's all about audience participation. See, we're getting the understandings that we've got now, which can enable us to have the freedom that we've always craved and always desired and always deserved. But we have to participate. That's the thing. I see pockets of resistance all over the world. Everywhere I've been, I see little pockets of resistance. Everybody now knows what's going on, but people they're still disconnected from each other. You know, so we need to find ways of connecting with each other. The way to do that, I believe, again, is to lead by example in all that you do. It's always got to come back to that. So you start the ripples in your own community by being who and what you are, and you create that tipping point yourself. I don't think that we're going to get to any particular series in population growth that's going to be, okay, well, now we've got this amount of people that are enlightened, we can create a new energetic field and suddenly it's all going to change. I don't think it gets to that. I just think it's up to how much we want to participate. It really is. It's got to come down to the personal thing. I mean, that's the only reason I come out and do these sorts of things. And like I said, I didn't actually come out on a speaking tour. I came out on a listening tour. But it's always good to speak to people, and it's always good to share the message and to offer your perspective to people in the hope that you can help them wake up to the power that they have. And that's what it's going to take. I mean, yeah, we're reaching a stage where we can have some real change, because even the fact that we're having discussions like this, discussions about real freedom, what real freedom is, what real education is. See, the education system is a huge problem because it isn't education, it's indoctrination. We don't educate. We go to universities, university, one way, one path. It's always this one method. Think inside this box. So we need real education, and that's got to start at home. We've got to educate ourselves. We're not going to do that until we find ourselves. It always comes back to the same thing. We have to create the tipping point. We've got an opportunity to do it, but we have to participate. Don't sit back and wait for it to happen. Apply yourself to the world around you. See, if you're being judgmental to others and you're trying to force your opinion down the throats of others, you're being part of the problem. Really, it's knowing who and what you are so you can see the validity of yourself and see the validity of others. Even those who are wrong, even those who have a completely wrong opinion of what's going on in the world, their opinion's still valid because it's based on what information they've had up to that point. You don't judge them for it. You lead by example. You show them that there's something different by being that change yourself. That's how we do it. It's participation. That's all I can really put it down to, audience participation. The tipping point's already here. We just have to participate in it.
Okay, now we will start with questions for Rick. We have a lot of them, so we will try to go through all of them. Some of them are kind of overlapping. Yeah. Okay, Rick, for you, the first question is about when somebody is deciding to produce the oil. Is the oil good if it's from the hemp that is being treated with pesticide and chemicals? What will be the quality of that hemp oil?
Well, pesticides and chemicals, they stay lodged in the plant material, but the resins of this plant contain no poisons or pesticides. And even if there was a slight amount of poison in the resins or the oil you extract, the oil is so anti-poisonous that it would neutralize any effects of these chemicals.
Okay. The next one, it's about arthritis or eczemas on the skin. What would be the treatment? To take it orally or to use it as a cream?
Well, for arthritis, it's best to take it orally because, I mean, you need to get the oil in your system to take care of the arthritis. And I know myself, both of my knees went when I was 45 years old with arthritis. Today, I'll be 63 at the end of November, and I've got joints like a teenager. So it's the ultimate cure for treatment for arthritis and all forms of arthritis, including rheumatoid. As for eczema, psoriasis, and treatments like or conditions like that, you can apply the oil topically, and many people do get good results. But I think the best overall results you're going to achieve would be to ingest this medication, and along with taking it topically to treat your condition.
There is also a question about the differences in dosages. So when you, for different conditions, for example, when there is a skin cancer, or if you want to take it as a prevention, or for some, for example, back pains, or what are the dosages, how would be?
Well, for conditions like skin cancer, sometimes you only need a gram or two to treat a small skin cancer. You just apply the oil to the skin cancer and put a bandage on. Then about every 3 days, change the bandage, add fresh oil, and the cancer will just disappear. And this is what I always tell people to do, to prove it to themselves. You don't have to take my word, that there's a cure for cancer. You can prove it to yourself. Simply go out, get a small amount of hemp bud, produce the oil, and find somebody with a skin cancer and do what I'm suggesting, and you will see the healing yourself. What was the other?
For example, for back pains or allergies, that's kind of.
Well, the simple truth is, we all should be ingesting this oil every day. Every man, woman, and child on this earth. But what happens, by the time we hit 30 years old, our bodies are full of toxins. In this poison world we live in, there's no place to hide. So I think it's a very good idea for anybody to ingest a full 60-gram treatment to detoxify their bodies and bring themselves back to a state of good health. After they have done so, then they can drop their dosages back to just a drop a night, like 1 to 2 grams a month, to maintain good health and to protect yourself from all of these horrible things like Fukushima. That's all you have to do.
And what will be the treatment when you have melanoma with metastasis on the lungs?
Well, melanoma, all of these different types of cancer, if it's mastized, you still have a very good chance of surviving. But again, as I told people or told you before, your best chance of survival is to take the oil and stay away from the medical system and all their madness. So whether it's melanoma, carcinoma, or whatever it is, the oil is by far the best treatment. So if you have a loved one or you have cancer yourself, please take this treatment. It can save your life.
Okay, I believe this is a similar question for advanced metastatic cancer. How much is the doses, grams, and through how long the period of time?
Well, again, with any cancer that a person has, like if you've had no chemo and no radiation, in most cases, even the most serious internal cancers can be cured with 60 grams of this wonderful oil. But if you've been damaged by chemo and radiation, I would strongly suggest that you take anywhere from 120 to 180 grams of this oil as quickly as you can. Because the damage that chemo and radiation leave behind, this damage is lasting. And if you don't take care of that damage by treating yourself with the oil to detoxify yourself, then there's a good chance the cancer could come back.
Okay, there is a question about, again, how to produce an oil, but it's a question about sprouts of hemp. Can you make an oil from the hemp sprouts, when it starts growing?
Well, no. You see, like hemp seeds have little or no amount of cannabinoids in them, or THC. There's just very minute trace amounts. That's the reason in some countries, like Canada, you're allowed to buy hemp seeds. You're just not allowed to grow them. But so when the plants are very young and they've just sprouted, I mean, they have no amount of cannabinoids on them. The cannabinoids form in the resins when the plant matures. And you can see, like good hemp bud looks like it's covered in frost, or like somebody sprinkled sugar on it. Because these are the resin glands, the trichomes, and these produce the cannabinoids. So you will not get the medical benefits from sprouts.
Okay. This is a yes or no question. Can oil be given to a person that goes to a chemotherapy?
Oh, yes. I mean, I would much prefer that no one took chemo or radiation. But even if you do, you can certainly take this medication. As a matter of fact, you could take this oil along with these treatments if you so choose to do so. But, the way I look at it, the oil is a medicine that'll heal you. So why would any rational person allow the medical system to poison them? Take the oil and leave the medical system behind.
So when the person takes the oil and it's cancer-free, is there does it has to continue maybe in period of time, maybe as a prevention, not prevention,
well,
but
that's really up to the person themselves. I mean, if you're a grower and it's not costing you nothing to produce your oil, then take as much as you want for as long as you want. It's not going to harm you in any way. But, at the present time, most people have to go to drug dealers to buy this, the material needed to produce this. So that can get a bit expensive. But I think it's the most important thing is just to take enough oil to get yourself back into a state of good health, and then continue to take small maintenance doses every day every evening, about an hour before you go to bed. And that will maintain good health.
Okay, there is also a question here about how you make an oil, about ethanol. Which is better? What will be the better quality of the oil? Which product that you use in?
My favorite solvent actually is ether. I think ether makes the best oil on the planet. But if you look at the scale, like naphtha or benzene is not too far down the scale from ether. But now, what happens with ether and naphtha, especially ether, you will generally always make a golden oil that often you can see right through. And the same holds true with naphtha. But when you use alcohol, you see, alcohol is a less selective solvent. It actually takes some of the chlorophyll from the plant material, and it can take other toxins from the plant also. So I would much prefer to use benzene or naphtha instead of alcohol. But, I have used alcohol in the past, and I know many people that have used it. And they've had good success with it. But the only problem is with alcohol is usually it's almost impossible to get 100% pure alcohol. What you usually get is Everclear or something of this nature, which ranges from 85 to 90%, maybe 95%. But that extra percentage that makes up the 100%, that extra percentage you're dealing with is water. And that makes alcohol that is 95% a much less efficient solvent than pure benzene. So I really believe that that ether and benzene are the best, But if you can't get anything else, 99% isopropyl will work just fine, and I have cured a lot of people with cancer using that process.
Would you recommend using a medical source of cannabis with lots of CBD for producing the oil?
Right now, there is a great deal. There's a great number of people out there screaming about CBDs, and actually, CBDs are an antagonist. They block your cannabinoid receptors. So I don't want to see the cannabinoid receptors blocked, and I'm not saying that CBDs have no medicinal value. I believe they likely do, as do all the other cannabinoids this plant, contains. But I think the value of CBD is highly overrated. And the best way for me to describe this is like back in Canada, when I was treating all of those thousands of people, I just went out and I looked for the strongest, most potent strains possible, the most sedative strains. And they would probably contain small amounts, very small amounts of CBDs. But that's what I used to heal myself, and I used the same to heal so many others. So until we have more research, and it's been proven what these other cannabinoids really do, I think it's best if people were to follow my instructions to get the best results.
Also, there is a question about producing oil. When you use the buds, can they also put the leaves in it?
Yes, you can mix leaves in with the buds if you so choose. But you have to remember that you are weakening the oil. Now, I made oil in Canada from leaves that I used to treat people's different skin conditions. And it worked quite well. But if there's someone sitting in front of me who is dying from terminal cancer, I don't want any leaves or, I don't need the leaf material. I need the very best, most potent bud because their life is in my hands. And I don't want to take any chances. The most potent resin comes from the bud of the plant, so that's what I use to treat serious illnesses.
Okay, this is another illness that I'm not familiar. It's somebody's mother was diagnosed with an illness called amyloidosis, and it's something that they first found in liver, and there is no cure, so they can try with oil. That is the question.
Well, they would certainly have the best chance to survive. This oil works on all medical conditions. The medical system loves that word, incurable. MS is incurable. Cancer is incurable. Hell, they got all kinds of things that are incurable. But when you start using this oil, you suddenly find out that the word incurable does not mean too much. So if this woman has any hope, it's the oil.
Okay, this is also another specific question about Hodgkin lymphoma. The patient went through third transplantation of the cells, the
stem cells?
Yes,
yeah.
Yes. And now he's out of the hospital, and how can he use the oil after the hospital, and what would be the dosages, how frequent, and how much oil?
Well, I would say a patient like that should sit down, and if they had no chemo or radiation damage, they should ingest a full 60-gram treatment as quickly as possible. It's the same as treating anyone else, with cancer. And what people don't understand, we see someone with cancer with a big tumor on their neck or somewhere else in their bodies. Well, when you ingest the oil, it's not only going after the tumor, it's also going after the underlying condition within our bodies that allow that tumor to create itself. So, it's like I said, this oil is about full body healing. So this is not only treating the tumor, it's also treating the cause.
So these are also the questions about, so it treats arthritis, and this condition I'm not familiar with, sarcoidosis, maybe you are? Yeah. So
it's just horrible, some of these names the medical system dreams up. They're this long. I don't even think the doctors know what it is. But as for arthritis, the best thing to do is to show a demonstration. When I was 45 years old, both of my knees went from arthritis. I couldn't walk at all, and they wanted to shoot my knees full of cortisone. That I wouldn't allow. So I went on glucosamine for a few years, and it did help me, but I always had pain, no matter what. After I got on the oil, as I said, I'll be 63 this November. Do these look like the joints of a 63-year-old man? So there's your answer.
And there is also a specific question about the moles on the skin, because this person was given information that it cannot be used directly on the mold, the oil. So please clarify.
Well, apparently this person was given some bad information. Any warts, moles, or anything that's unhealthy that's growing on your body, if you you can treat it with a tincture, like an alcohol, or take alcohol and mix it with hemp oil. But I prefer to treat these things with the pure oil itself. If you have a mole that's growing and it's darkening, then you know it's unhealthy. So just simply put the oil on and leave it for about 3 days, then change the oil. And usually after about 4 treatments, usually within a week and a half to 2 weeks, the moles or warts or whatever, they just fall off. And even planter's warts that people get in their feet. And these are horrible because planter's warts usually require an operation. You can take this oil and put it right on the head of a planter's wart, then put a bandage on, change it every 3 days, and it kills the roots of the planter's wart that are growing up into the foot. And usually within about a week and a half to 2 weeks, the center of the wart just falls out. And the beauty of all of this is it's all painless. No pain. So let the medical system try to match that one.
Okay, there is also a question about medical value of hemp seeds oil. Maybe something a little bit.
Well, there's no question that hemp seed oil certainly does have medical benefits. But it does not contain the cannabinoids needed for the healing. Like the essential oil right from the plant. The essential oil from the plant is full of cannabinoids. But hemp seed oil is very beneficial for cardiovascular. It's a wonderful food source. And it's good for our overall health because it contains everything we need, if you had no other food to eat, if you had hemp seeds, you would never starve. And you could live healthy just on that one thing. So I think hemp seeds and certainly the hemp plant, there's no question. There's nothing but benefit there for anybody that uses it.
Okay, I believe that you already answered this question, but maybe I'm not sure. It's actually about producing the oil, all the ingredients, but it was in the movie before with Yindrik, so maybe
Well, anybody that has questions about producing the oil, it's in our documentary Run from the Cure, and also there are several things up on the internet that show my methods. And in reality, the oil is so simple to make that even a child could do it. I've done it so many times I could do it blindfolded. So I always tell people, don't be afraid to produce your own medicine. Just follow the instructions and do it safely. And once you make the oil yourself, you suddenly realize that it's really no harder to make than a cup of coffee.
Okay, this is also a question about dosaging the oil, when you're using it, when you're supposed to take it, how many times a day, what is the dosage?
Well, I think anyone that has a serious condition, be it chronic pain, cancer, multiple sclerosis, no matter what, if you have a serious condition, I strongly suggest that people take it 3 times a day. In the morning, in the mid-afternoon, and about an hour before they go to bed. Now, the oil causes a very sedative effect. And usually for the first 2 to 3 weeks, about all the patient does is sleep. You get up in the morning after a good night's sleep, you take a dose of this oil, and within an hour, the oil is telling you to go lay down. So I tell people, don't argue with the oil. Simply do what it's telling you and enjoy the ride. Because, the worst that can happen is you might get high. Well, so what? Nobody dies from getting high on pot. It's not the same as getting high on OxyContin or all these horrible street drugs, because these horrible substances can kill you. Hemp oil does not kill. Not a death in recorded history. So don't be afraid. If you overdose, so what?
Okay, so we already established that for producing the oil, the best are the buds.
Yes.
And the next question is where somebody can buy the seeds.
Well, I mean, there are several companies. There's DNA Seed Company, Greenhouse Seed Company. There are TH Seeds. There's all kinds of seed companies on the internet. There's another company in England called Attitude Seed Company, and they ship hemp seeds worldwide. But they're shipping them to you as souvenirs. So for God's sakes, don't grow them.
There's also another question: how many plants do you need for example, for that dosage of 60 grams?
Well, I get that question about how many plants are needed all the time. But it's not a matter of how many questions or how many plants are needed. It's a matter of what strain you are growing and what situation you are growing in. I mean, you can take a big plant. If you grow big plants and you have a long growing season, you could grow as much as a kilo and a half off of one plant. But if you're actually producing plants indoors, it may take 15 or 20 of these smaller plants to produce a full 60-gram treatment. So in reality, it's all to do with the strain you are growing and the method you are using.
There is another question about when different people has different diagnoses, so it's all about dosages and how that person is going to take it, and it's about that tolerance that you were also before speaking.
Well, I mean, the medical system tells us there's over 100 different types of cancer. And to me, I mean, if you have this type of cancer, you have to take a specific treatment that they recommend. Well, this substance, it kills all types of cancer cells. No matter where it's at in your body, this will kill cancer cells. So it really makes no difference what type of cancer you have. We don't have to play the game that the medical system wants us to play. When you have a substance that actually causes programmed cell death within cancer cells and does no harm to healthy cells, that's the best medicine you can take, and the name of that medicine is hemp oil.
This is also a question about how a person would know if it, for example, has few medical conditions and, for example, diabetes and the cancer. How would know how many oil it should take from the period of time, month, 3 months?
Well, I mean, somebody that's a diabetic, when you start ingesting the oil, now diabetics have to check their blood sugar all the time. So check your blood sugar. And if you don't need as much insulin, take less. But in a vast number of cases, what happens is that they require less and less insulin till they require none at all. And what we've seen with this oil, it has the capacity to rejuvenate vital organs. Now, your pancreas is a vital organ that produces your natural insulin. So what I've seen in so many cases is basically that it's rejuvenated the pancreas, and now the pancreas works again.
Okay, can we buy oil here in Croatia or in Slovenia?
Well, you could if you could do something about your governments. I mean, that's all that's holding this back. And I think it's nothing but evil on the part of governments. I mean, they're supposed to be representing our needs. And, I mean, when you look at the number of people and diseases today that are escalating so savagely, I mean, like, we're in the middle of a cancer epidemic. And who's helping us? Well, this oil can help us with all of these horrible diseases like Crohn's and Alzheimer's and all of these cancers. So, who has the right to deny us the right to use this? And why aren't our governments doing something about this? They're supposed to be working for us. Instead of working for the big drug firms. And that goes for the police, the legal system, all of them. You know, I mean, the big money controls the governments in turn control the policing and legal systems and medical systems. So the responsibility lies with the government.
The next question is about sorts of hemp. Which one is going to be the best for producing the oil? You know, are they all equally valuable? Or?
Well, from what I've seen, I mean, I always tell people to use the strongest, most sedative indica or indica-dominant strains. This is what I'm looking for, pure potency and power. Because, I mean, the oil, if it's produced properly, this oil will knock an elephant off its feet. So that is the best to use. But in fact, the real fact of the matter is there are thousands and thousands of different strains of hemp. You know, there's ruderalis, there's indicas, and there's sativas. And then there's all these crosses. But I think the pure indica strains or strains that are strongly indica dominant are by far the best to use for medicine. So that's what I recommend to everyone. And look for a strain, if you're going to buy from a seed company, look for a strain that is 20 to 25% or even more THC. Because that gives you the potency to heal yourself.
About daily dosaging, what would be the maximum for a daily dosage? And should it be taken once or twice or 3 times? Or?
Well, there is no maximum dose. I had a gentleman back in Canada that was in his 80s. He was dying with lung cancer. Now that man could take 2 grams. That's the same as about 2 milliliters of this high-grade oil. And I mean, this was very, very high-grade oil and very potent. Once his body became accustomed to it and his tolerance built, he was going to town every day talking to his friends, and nobody could even tell that he was taking this medication. And he was ingesting 2 milliliters a day. So if you can take 2 milliliters a day and feel comfortable with its use, by all means, please do so. Because that's going to heal you that much quicker. There may be people out there that could take even more. So since there is no danger involved with this medication, and you can't die from an overdose, and actually overdosing can be quite enjoyable, I don't see a problem with it. Do you?
Can you speak a little bit about the mechanism, how actually the oil works on that cell level, you know, or not?
Well, our bodies have what they call the endocannabinoid system. And our endocannabinoid system has the CB1 and CB2 receptors. And these receptors are all through our bodies. So, you know, the endocannabinoid system is the great regulator. It regulates our body. And it actually even regulates our immune system. So this is what I like to see, why I like to see people use the oil so much, is because the oil is literally an immune system booster. You know, I mean, if you get cancer or some of these other illnesses, and you take chemo or radiation, that knocks your immune system right on its ass when you need it most. You know, you don't want your immune system to be harmed. You want your immune system working properly, and if possible, even in overdrive. So this is exactly where what the oil does. So there's no downside to it. Just don't worry, take the medicine, and watch what happens.
Okay, these are really 2 specific questions. Locked-in syndrome, a condition occurring after 2 successive strokes, person totally incapable of moving and speech. Any similar testimonies, maybe?
The gentleman that I replaced, his name was Jack Hare. And Jack was the undisputed leader of the hemp movement for years. And Jack fought for about 40 years to see this plant made legal again. In 2001, Jack suffered a stroke. And when I first came in contact with Jack, you know, his speech was slurred, his face was drooped on one side, he had diabetic ulcers all over his legs that wouldn't heal. And I mean, this is the type of thing, especially with the slurred speech and whatnot, and trouble walking, this is the type of thing you see with stroke victims. Jack was on the oil for 6 weeks. And I was talking to a friend of his one night on the phone in California, and he told me, he said, Rick, he said, I was there the first day Jack Hare took a dose of that oil. And he said, it was just amazing. He said every day you could see the improvement in him. And I noticed it myself when I talked to Jack, because his speech kept getting more clear, and he was much easier to understand. So, for stroke damage or things of that nature, there is no better medicine. And again, it's safe and harmless.
Okay, the question, another medical condition, eyesight gradually lost during ages 8 through 13, now almost completely blind, can see a camera flash in the dark, cause unknown, testimony.
Well, we've had so many testimonials from people that their eyesight had been improved with this substance. As a matter of fact, just recently we received one from, I believe it was a woman that had been totally blind in one eye for quite some time. She still had some vision in the other eye. But now we received a report here just a few days ago that she is starting to see light and she's starting to see shapes with her eye that was blind. So heal the sick, raise the dead, heal the blind. This is the medicine to do it.
This is actually a question for everybody. If there is somebody in the audience that used the oil, and if they can share the experience with us. And also another question, which way we can actually find the oil but not end up in prison.
Well, to get it to the point where we don't end up in prison, we have to get our governments to allow the medicinal use of this plant. And it's not just to one or two people or people with certain conditions. It's like I said, this is good for all medical situations. We all have things that are wrong with us or that are growing on our bodies or whatever that we require the use of this substance for, let alone the fact that you can maintain good health. So the name of the game now is to get this legalized for everyone to use freely. And that's what our government should be doing if they are actually willing to represent us honestly.
And this is a question, how can we as individuals do, what can we as individuals do in fight against the police and government in order to have the right to have the oil?
Well, it's like Max said, and I believe Ben said the same. There is strength in numbers. Well, what we have to do is try to get better organized. We all have to go out there and try to get more people educated to the real truth of this matter. And I think that's the simplest way to approach this. And if we can get enough people to get up and stand together, and we can use something like this people's mandate that Max is talking about, I think we can effect change quite rapidly. And that's the only way I know we can do this. Because if we're willing to sit back and let them continue on as they have, they will never stop on their own. We're the people. We are the power on this planet. It's really up to all of us to put an end to this travesty.
We are all done with all these questions, but I'm not sure if somebody else is maybe having a question. I believe that yeah.
Okay. Just wait a second till she comes with the mic. And again, I'd like to thank Maya Totolovic. She's done a wonderful job here tonight.
Hi, hello. Can I ask you your opinion on freezing things when you're making oil with ethanol or iso? I've heard and I've also seen that using frozen material, the oil is much more transparent, much more like naphtha oil. I wonder if you think there's any harm done to the process by the freezing.
Well, they have a process called cold water extractions. Now, I've done this process myself twice. Now it did produce the resins. The resins, I collected the resins after they were cleansed. I collected them. But what I found was the resins, like when you have the resins off the hemp plant, they stick together. And if you apply a little bit of friction, it turns into hashish. But the resins that were made that I made using the water extractions, I found that they wouldn't stick together. and I wasn't getting near as much resin as I had anticipated. So I'm not saying that the cold water extraction method doesn't work. Maybe I did something wrong. As a matter of fact, one gentleman got in touch with me and told me that I didn't have the pH of the water right. But I can't help it. I mean, after treating thousands of people with the oil made from solvents, I tend to lean towards the solvents. But certainly cold water extractions are something that should be looked into. And the one beauty of cold water, it can't blow up and it can't catch fire.
Thank you for that. What I was trying to ask about really, though, was using, when you're using ethanol or as a solvent or iso as a solvent, I see some people recommend if you freeze the buds and if you freeze the solvent, when you freeze the buds, you're freezing the water-soluble parts of the plant, which the alcohol will extract, but you don't really want it to extract. So when you make the oil with iso, but from frozen buds, you seem to get a cleaner oil, clearer oil, more like your oil with naphtha looks. And I just wonder if you think there's any danger from that we may miss something by.
Well, I mean, a lot of people, they like to see butane extractions used. And now that's something that makes a beautiful clear oil that's golden and you can see right through it. But you see, there's no heating process involved. And the problem is, you know, to get the oil to its full medicinal potency, the oil has to go through a heating process called decarboxylation. Now, once the oil is decarboxylated, that rotates the molecules within the oil to the delta 9, the active position. And the oil becomes much more medicinally active and stronger. So, you know, even if you produced oil with a cold water extraction or using butane, you should take that oil and put it in an oven for, I would say, an hour, or at least at, say, 110 degrees Celsius to decarboxylate the oil so it will be more effective.
Okay, here is a question about your experience treating children. For example, the child, every time after getting a vaccine, gets a rash, and he developed allergies. So how can this be?
Well, the first thing you should do is stop your child from having these vaccines. I am totally against vaccines of all kinds. I think they're dangerous. And it's already been proven that these vaccines are causing autism and things of that nature. And if you are unfortunate enough to have an autistic child that was made that way by vaccines, I still think there's a good chance by using the oil that you could detoxify the harm from the body that these vaccines have done. And possibly you can give the child a chance to live a normal life. So it's the best I know, but I don't believe that any child, and I don't believe anyone, should be forced to take a vaccine of any kind. If I was worried about getting the flu or there was a pandemic in process, I'd put my faith in the oil. And as far as I'm concerned, Mr. Gates can keep his vaccinations.
Over here. After making a dosage, how long can it last, and how can we store it for future use?
Well, the oil only has 3 enemies, and that's heat, light, and air. Well, air can't get into the oil because it's a thick grease. Now, if you're going to store oil for a long period of time, I mean, I wouldn't leave it in plastic syringes because plastic, when as it ages, dioxin comes off it. So I don't like, for treatment, it's okay. But if you wanted to store the oil for a long period of time, I would put it in a dark bottle with a tight lid and store it in a cool, dark place like your basement. It doesn't need to be refrigerated. And I think if you left that oil, say, in that cool, dark place for 100 years, and you opened that bottle, I think you would find that it is just about as potent as the day you put it there. So there is no best before date. This medicine, if it's stored properly, will keep for a very, very long time.
Here is the gentleman. He wants to know, because these are all the really concrete questions about how to produce it, how to use it. And the main problem is how to get hemp and quality hemp and not to end up in prison. That's his question. How actually?
Well, I mean, that's the insanity of our world today. If we want to heal ourselves, we have to break the law. So that tells me that this law should be flushed down the toilet. And any government that supports it should also be flushed. You know, there's no simple way, you know, that you can, I would have to travel to every grower in the world to find out what they were growing and the number of growers that are actually producing the oil, which are numbers up in the tens of thousands of now. I mean, there's no possible way that I can know the quality of the oils they are producing. But unfortunately, so many of them today are all using my name. They all say, I'm making the Rick Simpson oil. Well, I'm Rick Simpson. Now, if you got oil from me, then you would have the Rick Simpson oil. But when you're getting oil from other people, the reality of it is you don't know what you're getting. And unfortunately, many people will sell you anything to fill their pockets. And they really have no concern for your health and well-being. So that's the reason I tell people at present it's best to produce your own. You know, at least that way you know what you have. And hopefully I want to see the governments allow everyone to produce their own medication. And then, you know, for those who can't, well then why don't they put somebody like myself in a situation where we can grow this on a grand scale, produce these medications, make them available on a donation basis, and even if you don't have any money, you still would get the medicine. Nobody should be dying because they don't have the money to buy the medications they need. And the simple truth is, if they would remove these idiotic laws about this plant, you could go out and you could buy a pound of good medicinal hemp, or a kilo of good medicinal hemp, for probably about 10 euros. It's the governments that are keeping these prices up. So once the law is gone and it's legalized, the price would fall, so you could almost make the medicine for nothing.
Okay, here is the question about industrial hemp. Here in Croatia, as you know, it's legally to grow industrial hemp. But is it possible from industrial hemp to produce an oil?
In some situations it is. But if you look at industrial hemp under a magnifier, you'll see that there are little to no resins present. And some types of industrial hemp, actually, it will not produce an oil that is even worth making. But I have worked a couple times, I have worked with strains of industrial hemp that gave a very low return. I mean, if you took 500 grams or a half a kilo of this industrial hemp, you might only produce 12 or 15 grams of oil. But I have seen oils that were produced from industrial hemp that were very sedative and very strong. But you don't get the amount of oil you get off the most medicinal strains. And if I was treating someone with a serious illness, I wouldn't want to run the risk of using industrial hemp unless there was nothing else we could possibly do. You know, we need the best strains. Everyone needs to be using the best strains if they want to create this medicine properly.
When you use the oil, is it when you take it orally, it should be just as oil, or it can be mixed with tea or juice or something?
Well, you can take it with or without food. I mean, with myself, I just put a dab on my finger and I scrape it off in my teeth, and then I take a drink of cold water, and then I just flip it off my teeth with my tongue, and then I swallow it like a pill. But you could put it between 2 small pieces of bread and put it in your mouth, take a drink of water. It goes down like a pill. 2 little slices of banana. There's many different ways that you can take it. So I don't think there's really any concern, but I like to see people take it orally. I don't mind it. You know, if the oil is done properly, it has a kind of a pine pitch taste to it. Now, anything that's going on in your mouth or in your throat that's unhealthy, if you dissolve it right in your mouth and then you swallow it, then it's working right from the time you put it in your mouth all the way down and all the way through your system. So I think ingesting it, ingesting it and using it in suppository form are very beneficial. And anyone that's suffering from conditions like lung cancer, again, ingest the oil, but I also suggest that people with lung cancer use a vaporizer along with ingesting the oil, because that way you're breathing the raw cannabinoids right in on the cancer. And then the cannabinoids are coming through the bloodstream from the other direction. And that can have a double whammy effect on lung cancer. And I've seen it. It's just amazing sometimes, because you can literally see the improvement in these patients every day. And the other way to use it, of course, is topically. And you can mix it with skin creams of all different types. Just take your favorite skin cream. It'll mix. Just heat it up and be gentle with it, and it'll mix. Or, for more severe topical conditions, use the oil, in its purest form.
Okay, thank you.
I know it's well explained in your website, but would you be so kind just to share comparison of hemp seed oil, because you can buy it in Croatia, the hemp oil produced from seeds, not from the buds.
Well, what did you want me to compare?
With yours.
Well, there's no comparison. Okay. If you have terminal cancer and you take hemp seed oil, there may be a certain amount of benefit to it, but it's not going to cure your cancer, because hemp seed oil does not have the cannabinoids in it, that are needed for the healing. So there's day and night difference between the two. And I'm very sorry about the mix-up over all of this, because I had a lot of complaints from people, that said, well, is that the same oil that you can buy in the health food store? No, it is not. The problem is that the hemp seed oil producers are mislabeling their product. If you go into a health food store and turn the bottle around, it'll say hemp oil on the front. But when you turn the bottle around, it says right on the back, cold-pressed hemp seed oil. So why doesn't the front label say hemp seed oil? That way there would be no misunderstandings. I've been widely criticized for calling this substance hemp oil. But if you look at history, all through history, farmers that grew the cannabis hemp plant called it hemp. So when you produce the essential oil from the hemp plant, what else would you call it? To me, it just made sense.
Okay, when you have problems with your eyes, eyesight problems, what would be the best way how to use the oil? Orally or maybe? Well,
again, ingesting the oil, I don't recommend that people get it in their eyes like I did, because it will burn. It won't hurt you, but it will burn. So, even getting a little bit in your eyes could be a benefit if you can stand the burning. But the vast majority of people that I helped with eyesight, or this oil has helped with eyesight, they were helped because they were ingesting the oil. And as I said earlier, many patients that have taken this oil had to go back and get new glasses because their old glasses were now far too strong. And it's not unusual at all. We get reports all the time that people's eyesight has improved quite dramatically. So if you have eye issues, get on the oil. It's the best you can find. I should mention too that like conditions like glaucoma. Like glaucoma is one of the leading causes of blindness on this earth. Now, if you go to a doctor or an eye doctor, they'll burn holes in your eyes with their little lasers, or they'll give you eye drops, and they'll sit there and they will watch their patients go blind and never mention a thing about hemp. But the simple truth is, since the 1800s, it's been a widely known fact that the best treatment on this planet for glaucoma, to lower the ocular pressure, the best treatment is hemp. And hemp in the form of this oil is a concentrate, so it is by far the best treatment for people with situations like glaucoma or eye problems.
There is a question about making an oil with what did you say? distillator for water. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, making the oil, see, in Canada, for quite a few years when I first started, I had a 5-gallon stainless steel still that I used to produce the oil. And I much prefer to produce it in that manner because it's more earth-friendly and you're catching the solvents so you can reuse them. So there's no waste. And I really do believe that using a distiller makes the most sense. But the problem is for the average person, a high-quality distiller that is safe to boil solvents is quite expensive. And the other problem is, since most people don't have experience around these devices, they don't have the knowledge required to operate these stills properly. But in truth, I think the safest and best way to produce this oil on any scale would be the use of distillers.
Okay, another question is for how does it function for wounds, having them for 2 years?
I didn't get the word. How does it function for what?
It just says like wounds old, 2 years old.
Oh, wounds.
Wounds, yeah.
Well, I mean, if you have any type of fresh wound, if a wound just happens, you put the oil on, it's, as I said, it's a natural antibiotic and it's a natural anesthetic. So it kills the pain and the wound will heal very quickly. But for older wounds that have left scars and things of that nature, then keep applying the oil, and as time goes by, from what I've seen, the scars, for the most part, just fade away.
Okay, that's the last question, and I'd like you one more time to remain the biggest problem now is that on the unavailability, and when the people get those trains, which they never know which trains, when they go out on the street, they never know what they're getting. Is that the train, one is better for this condition and the other is better for that condition. So I can elaborate on that one more time. Yeah.
Well, see, this is where we need the simple research that needs to be done. I mean, if possible, I would like to find a country somewhere that would let me grow. I'd like to take about the 100 most medicinal strains, the most potent strains on this planet, grow them. And then, I'm also a breeder, so I like to cross strains. And then test them on people like myself and other people that have medical problems. Test them and see which strains are the most effective to treat what conditions, or what mix of oils are the most effective. Because, some strains are better for controlling ocular pressure for glaucoma patients, or controlling blood sugar levels, or some strains are much better for killing pain. So back in Canada, quite often, I would mix 3 or 4 or sometimes 5 different strains, different types of oils together. And it gave me more of a blanket effect. So the oil worked on all situations. So it was a good painkiller, it was good for diabetes, it was good for ocular pressure, it was still good to cure cancer. So it's nice to have oils that, that have these traits. So, I mean, we just need the freedom to do the simple research that's required, and while we're doing that research, we can be healing the people at the same time, because there is no danger involved with this medicine's use. So, for God's sakes, let's get together and make this happen. I mean, the human race needs it, and our planet needs it. And if we want a future, it's the only doorway I can see. Thank you.